Chapter 897. Female literature. The spectre movement technique was one of the most mysterious abilities. It wasn't as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to learn, but it wasn't easy either. But for Su Yan, it wasn't too big of a problem. His realm was profound, and he had the help of the Supreme Force. The Supreme Force was incomparably mysterious. It could conceal one's aura and even temporarily turn it into nothingness, just like the shadow creatures. Therefore, Su Yan could also use such a method. Another night arrived peacefully. For these patrolling people, every night wasn't beautiful because night often represented danger. In the past few days, there had been many unexpected incidents. Not counting Su Yan, the experts of the three major sects had also appeared in the past few days. The last time, it was an elder of the Divine Wind sect. This elder transformed into a hurricane and came and went without a trace. If he wasn't discovered by Miss Qingyue in the end, he might have really reached his goal. He might even have taken the opportunity to kill a lot of people. Time passed little by little, but at this time, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to make a move. As a good hunter, he had to learn to wait for the right opportunity. Perhaps it was the help of the heavens, but just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly discovered an aura approaching. The speed of this aura was extremely fast. Although it was not as strange as the spectral body technique, as if it did not exist in this world, it was extremely weak and almost impossible to detect. Su Yan didn't know the identity of the other party, but since the other party appeared at this time, he obviously wasn't from the Limitless Demon sect. Since that was the case, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this person's appearance just happened to help him. That gust of wind swept downwards. At this time, Su Yan finally discovered that it was actually a middle-aged man. His realm was also very profound. From his aura, he was at least a 2-essence venerable, and might even be a 3-essence venerable. Such strength was already very strong. At this time, Su Yan saw through his purpose. He was here to kill. His target was the outermost of the 4 venerables. That venerable had already fully opened his attention, but the breeze in the night sky was too difficult to detect. The middle-aged man approached the 2 essences' supremacy and was ready to attack. However, it was at this moment that a clear voice suddenly exploded. "He Chang'an, you really have guts, you actually dare to come." He had clearly disappeared without a trace, but Blue Moon had actually exposed him at this moment. Almost at the same time, the outermost venerable made his move. He couldn't tell where He Chang'an was, but when he heard Qingyue's shout, he knew that the mysterious expert was already near him. Since he didn't know where He Chang'an was, he would fight in all directions. His true power suddenly erupted at this moment, and the powerful force was like the boiling lava of a volcano, directly boiling at this moment. That terrifying aura had also reached its peak at this moment. He Chang'an had originally planned to quietly kill this supremacy. After all, he was a 2 essences supremacy. As long as he could kill one, he would have profited greatly. However, at this point, he only had one choice, and that was to fight head-on with his opponent. Damned woman. The last time he failed was also because of Blue Moon, and this time was the same, so he was very angry with her. Storm Divine Sword. However, the most important thing now was to deal with the crisis in front of him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to slash out with his sword. This He Chang'an's strength was indeed extraordinary. When this sword appeared, even though that supremacy had already reacted, he was still killed by this sword. The powerful sword chi brought about a series of cyclones that constantly revolved. After suffering such a blow, that man's expression was uncertain, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. If it wasn't for Blue Moon's warning in advance, which allowed him to be on guard before He Chang'an made his move, he would have been beheaded by now. When he thought about how he had almost died for no reason, he was burning with anger. At this moment, although he was already injured, he still forcibly urged his spiritual power again. He Chang'an, die. A dazzling light shot out and directly enveloped Xiaofan. This attack contained his full strength and wasn't weak. Of course, he didn't think that he could kill Xiaofan with this move. If this fellow could be killed so easily, then why would they need to mobilize such a large force? His goal was simple, and that was to delay. As long as he didn't let Xiaofan use that strange movement technique again and leave calmly, today's victory would belong to them. Moreover, it was obvious that his method was successful. At this moment, Xiaofan had no choice but to cancel out this power. It was also at this moment that a few experts, including Blue Moon, came to besiege this place. Divine Wind sects Xiaofan, today will be the day you fall. One of the supremacies shouted sternly. The last time Xiaofan came, he had killed a one-origin supremacy. That was his younger brother. It was because of this that he had come this time. At this moment, 5 two-origin supremacies had joined forces to besiege him. He wanted to see how this guy could leave this place alive. At this moment, Xiaofan's expression turned ugly. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party would attach so much importance to him and send so many experts to this place. At this moment, his gaze was gloomy. In the end, he had acted too rashly. It seemed that the nail in his sect had been discovered. That was why the other party could beat him at his own game and set up such a trap to wait for him to come. Humph, you think too highly of me. Since he couldn't escape at this moment, he simply gave up on this thought. As someone who had experienced hundreds of battles, he clearly understood one principle. The more one wanted to live, the more one had to be willing to die. This was the principle of living in the face of death. At this moment, he had already set his sights on his previous target. Among the 5 people, this person was obviously the breakthrough point. He had been ambushed earlier. Although he had reacted at the last moment, he was already injured. An injured person was naturally the weakest among them. Xiaofan's goal was simple, and that was to give it his all and kill this person. Of course, he also knew that his chances weren't very good at this moment. However, it was better than being captured without a fight. Xiaofan was a very decisive person, so before the other party could make a move, he actually launched an attack. At this moment, the speed of the Divine Wind sect was vividly reflected at this moment. A horizontal whirlwind swept across. In just a blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the other party. At this moment, his power directly emerged and fiercely suppressed the other party. Such a violent power was already incomparably fierce. The terrifying aura was like a mountain pressing down on the person. The aura that Xiaofan instantly erupted had actually reached the level of 3 origin. Such an attack was already incomparably fierce. If the other party was only one person at this time, then he wouldn't be able to defend himself no matter what. At this moment, this venerable's eyes were even filled with horror. Obviously, the majesty of this attack had touched his heart. But at this moment, a light immediately appeared. It was a green light. That was Qingyu moving. This woman was really powerful. Xiaofan was so fast, but she was still able to reach him first. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for death? Attack! Her green light couldn't completely dissolve Xiaofan's power, but it had already slowed down his speed. At this time, Xiaofan's greatest reliance was his speed. But at this moment, this greatest advantage was actually dissolved like this. This was definitely not good news for him. At this time, the other venerables had also directly attacked. Powerful true power attacks directly swept towards him, and had already sealed off all directions. Xiaofan couldn't escape. Most importantly, he couldn't break through at this time. Under Qingyu's power, he couldn't kill this venerable in an instant. So, his time of death had come. In the end, Xiaofan was unwilling in his heart. So, even if he was already in a situation where he would definitely die, he still had to stake it all on one throw to kill this guy. Exchanging his own life for the life of a two-origin venerable was obviously a huge loss, but it was better than not earning a single one. But at this moment, the head of the venerable in front of him, who was preparing to block him, suddenly flew high into the sky. A pillar of blood spurted out, looking very dazzling. Dead. This guy actually died, but his power clearly wasn't at the point where he could kill him in an instant. How did he die just like that? But no matter what, this guy was already dead, which was a good thing for him. Therefore, at this moment, he couldn't care less. He immediately activated his strength with all his might to increase his speed by 1 step. This was the best opportunity to escape. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he would never be able to leave. After all, he could already feel that the terrifying power was chasing after him. Go quickly. At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a powerful force directly attacked the few venerables behind him. Boom! A violent explosion was heard, and the force of the venerables' attack was actually reduced by more than half. Even Xiaofan was dumbstruck. He couldn't figure out what kind of person could actually do this. But in the next moment, he knew the answer. Ghostface, it was actually Ghostface. That strange tricolored mask was so dazzling at this time. Chapter 898. Female Literature, Chapter 895, Fighting Blue Moon, Ghostface. A few days ago, Su Yan had caused a huge commotion in these few big cities, even the Hellhound had come out. The people of the 3 great sects had their own spies here, so there were some things that they would know. However, Xiaofan did not expect that he would actually encounter Ghostface. Many people did not know Ghostface's identity. At least he was sure that Ghostface was definitely not from his Divine Wind sect. However, since Ghostface had saved him today, he owed Ghostface a life. I can't thank you enough. At this moment, Xiaofan had escaped from the encirclement, but he did not leave immediately. Since Ghostface had saved him, he naturally could not leave Ghostface alone. Brother Ghostface, I'm Xiaofan. He said so to express his goodwill and befriend Ghostface. At this moment, Su Yan nodded and said, Sovereign He, this place is dangerous. Why don't we leave as soon as possible? Brother Ghostface, you don't have to worry about me. Previously, I was careless and fell into their encirclement. Now, it won't be so easy for them to catch me again. Xiaofan said directly. In fact, he was indeed qualified to say such words. His wild wind technique could be said to come and go without a trace. If it was not for Blue Moon's existence, even if the other party was on guard, he could at least kill one of them and leave calmly. Brother Ghostface, I wonder why you're here. Ghostface had saved him earlier, so he had to return the favor now. Ghostface was obviously not here to enjoy the scenery. Su Yan did not hold back and said directly, Space Crystal. Xiaofan's gaze fell on the beautiful figure in the middle of the 5 people. It's in that woman's hands. Since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. Xiaofan never liked to owe people favors. Su Yan nodded and said, okay. Facing 5 sovereigns, although Su Yan was confident that he could use the ghost body technique to get close to Blue Moon, it was still troublesome. At this moment, with Xiaofan, an expert, restraining them, he could save a lot of effort. At this moment, his figure flickered repeatedly. In just an instant, he'd arrived before Qingyu. His specter Dharma body was actually this terrifying. The venerables still hadn't come back to their senses. Even Xiaofan was shocked. He had always been extremely confident in his movement technique. But at this time, seeing Su Yan's mysterious means, he was also very surprised. He had never thought that someone could be so fast. No wonder Su Yan was able to kill a venerable one so silently. Amazing! He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Only now did he believe that Ghostface, who had stirred up quite a storm, lived up to his reputation. At this moment, the other 3 supremacies saw Su Yan approaching Blue Moon and immediately attacked. Their orders were to protect Blue Moon at all costs. But at this time, He Chang'an would not let them pass so easily. He, you bastards of the limitless demon sect, your opponent is me. He slashed out with his gale sword again. The sword chi turned into an incomparable gale, blocking their path. The supremacies were helpless. At this time, they could only kill He Chang'an. Before that, they could only hope that Blue Moon was strong enough. At this moment, Blue Moon looked at Su Yan, but she was incomparably calm. She said with a smile, I knew you would come. She had seen everything in the battle back then. She could be considered the only person who had witnessed that battle. Su Yan's strength deeply shocked her heart. Of course, she also knew that it was definitely not Su Yan's own strength. Otherwise, Su Yan would not have to pay such a huge price. However, she was not interested in that. What really interested her was the aura of the great devil Heaven Lord on Su Yan. She did not wait for Su Yan's response. She smiled and said, I know you want the space crystal. Come with me. With that, she leaped into the distance. Su Yan glanced at her. He did not know what she meant, but the spatial teleportation crystal was in her hands. Therefore, Su Yan naturally would not give up. He was not afraid of Blue Moon's ambush. At this moment, Su Yan was bold. As long as he did not meet a super abnormal existence like the Hellhound, he would not be afraid even if he met Zualatao. Zualatao was a four essences supremacy, while Su Yan was in the Ten-Dragon realm. His battle strength had increased by an unknown amount compared to before. It was definitely not just 1 or 2 times. If Ghostface's strength was fully activated, his battle strength would reach an unprecedented level. If he was not in a hurry to go to the Saint Devil Mountain, he would very much like to challenge Zualatao. Moreover, he already knew that Zualatao had already left this place and headed to the battlefield ahead. Blue Moon continued on its way, finally stopping at an extremely remote valley. Su Yan arrived there at almost the same time. Tell me, why did you bring me here? Su Yan's voice was a little low. Naturally, it was not his own voice. Every time he summoned Grimace, his voice would change accordingly. Blue Moon turned to look at Su Yan and said, Ghostface, I've already told you before. I'm very curious about what kind of face is under this mask. If you let me see it, this space crystal is yours. Blue Moon's voice was very gentle and charming. It had a different kind of charm that was very attractive to men. However, Su Yan turned a blind eye to all of this. At this moment, his mind was so resolute that it was as immovable as a mountain. If he could not even resist this little bit of charm, he would not have survived until now. He said directly, all right, let's cut the crap. Tell me your purpose. I think you should know that whether you're willing or not, I have the ability to take the spatial teleportation crystal from you. Su Yan had already taken the spatial teleportation crystal the last time, let alone now. If it were not for the unique aura of the great devil god lord on her, Su Yan would not even bother to come with her. What an unromantic man. However, I like men like you very much. Blue Moon continued to smile. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately felt Su Yan's aura pressing down on her. The last time she fought Su Yan was not so powerful. However, at this moment, she actually felt suffocated. Of course, she knew what this meant. This meant that Su Yan was much stronger than before. I don't have much patience. I only came here to talk nonsense with you on account of the great devil god lord. However, I hope you won't waste my patience. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Su Yan's tone was as cold as ice. No matter how beautiful the beauty before him was, he did not have the slightest bit of interest. Alright, I actually want to know how you obtained the great devil god lord's power. Did you also obtain the great devil god lord's inheritance? Blue Moon asked. This was the question she was concerned about. Su Yan sneered, there is no need for me to tell you this. If you're done with your nonsense, then I'm going to make my move. Su Yan was indeed running out of patience. Although he did not dislike this woman because of the great devil god lord, he needed time at this critical juncture. If the people of the Limitless Demon sect knew that Ghost Face had appeared again, they would definitely send people over. At the very least, the third deputy sect master's faction would definitely not give up. Now that he had appeared here, the news would definitely spread. Therefore, he did not have much time left. He could not keep wasting time here with this woman. Blue Moon said, "I can make your power even stronger." Her voice was still trembling at this moment. Su Yan's power was so strong that she could not resist it at all. This was something she had never thought, that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a level. She had originally thought that she could still contend with Su Yan, but now it seemed like it was just a fool's dream. Ghost Face was definitely not an ordinary person, since he could create such a huge commotion at the hands of the Hellhound. Therefore, she immediately discarded all her thoughts. Su Yan's power stopped at this moment. It was like a wall had stopped in the air. "Go on." Blue Moon let out a sigh. She looked extremely cute when she exhaled. She said with a smile, "I believe you already know that I'm the successor of the great devil god lord's faction. Our faction used to be the orthodox faction of the Limitless Demon sect. But now, the demon sect is plotting against the demons and ignoring the great cause of resurrecting the great devil god lord. Our faction has been suppressed like never before. I can feel a great majesty from you. I think you must be favored by the great devil god lord. However, your current strength is still a little lacking. We can make you stronger and even directly break through to the Tao Master realm in a short time." Blue Moon's words were already extremely shocking. Asking Su Yan to directly break through to the Tao Master realm in a short time was a little too arrogant. It even seemed like she was bragging without a draft. Blue Moon was afraid that Su Yan would not believe her, so she immediately said, "Please believe us. After all, we have the weapon that once belonged to the great devil god lord. As long as you can awaken this weapon, you will definitely obtain the powerful inheritance of the great devil god lord. Then, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds in an instant." Chapter 899. Female Literature. The great devil heaven lord was an extremely powerful existence. Even if one looked at the entire history of the human race, there were definitely no more than 5 people who could contend with him. If he could obtain the inheritance of such a great figure, his strength would definitely rise to a new level. A Tao sovereign was indeed very far away for others. However, it was nothing to his successor. One had to know that according to the legends, this person was a super expert who surpassed the Saint Venerable level. How terrifying was such a person's strength? Under the infusion of his power, what was impossible for an Emperor realm expert, let alone a Tao sovereign? One had to admit that the temptation was very great. Su Yan had to admit that he was tempted at this time. If he could obtain the inheritance of the great devil heaven lord, it could be said that he had ascended to the heavens in a single bound. However, after a short moment, he had already dismissed the thought in his heart. He knew that there was no free lunch in this world. Although he had only fought with this woman once, Su Yan had already clearly grasped her character. She was definitely not a fanatic who existed for the sake of faith. Therefore, she must have her own plans for doing this. This plan was definitely not small. Of course, perhaps he would indeed obtain great benefits, but at the same time, there were risks involved. How could the power of the great devil heaven lord be so easy to bear? Therefore, Su Yan's choice was to refuse. "I don't have time to talk so much nonsense with you. Since you're unwilling to hand over that thing, I'll do it myself." Just as he finished speaking, Su Yan had already made his move. Almost at the same time, an extremely powerful aura suddenly emerged from Qing Yu's body. This aura was exactly the same as that of Su Yan's left hand. It was the power of the heavenly demon. "May the demon lord bless me and bestow upon me supreme power." Prayer. This was the heavenly demon prayer incantation. It was a powerful technique that used one's mind to request supreme power from the demon lord. Blue Moon's strength wasn't weak to begin with, and the moment she used the prayer technique, her aura surged wildly, directly reaching the level of a three essences supremacy. Ghost Face, do you see this? This is the great power of our master. As long as you agree, you can get the inheritance. This power is more than 100 times stronger than it is now. Moreover, my heavenly demon horde is at your disposal. Are you not tempted? Blue Moon's question resounded in Su Yan's mind. At this moment, Su Yan sneered, "Humph, you've even resorted to mind bewitchment? Seems like you really want me to inherit the power of the heavenly demon. However, since this power is so strong, why don't you inherit it yourself? Why don't the rest of your heavenly demon horde inherit it?" Su Yan asked directly. The power of mind bewitchment had long since lost its meaning to him. Su Yan had experienced a life and death calamity, and such mind bewitchment was still too far away. Moreover, he hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the problem. Just like now, the power of the heavenly demon lord was so strong, and there were so many people in the heavenly demon horde. How could no one inherit it? If one didn't have to pay any price to obtain the power of the heavenly demon horde would have fought tooth and nail to obtain it. They wouldn't have needed him to inherit it in the present situation. Of course, there might be some special conditions to inherit the power of the heavenly demon, but he didn't believe that there wasn't a single person in the heavenly demon horde. While they were talking, Su Yan had already exchanged a palm strike with the woman. After using the heavenly demon prayer curse, the woman's strength had indeed increased by a lot. Su Yan couldn't gain the slightest advantage from her palm strike. At this moment, Blue Moon said, "Ghost Face, you've miscalculated something. I'm not as weak as you think. Last time, I wanted to let you go, which was why I gave you the spatial transfer crystal. But now, I suddenly don't want to give it to you anymore." Blue Moon smiled faintly, and her charm immediately filled the air. She was a natural enchantress, and her every frown and smile could affect one's mind. However, Su Yan turned a blind eye to all of this. Su Yan didn't have any intention of stopping after his attack failed. Interesting. But this is good. At this moment, Su Yan had already struck again with another palm strike. At this moment, the dragon aura in his body roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded continuously. That terrifying sound was constantly reverberating, and the majesty of a giant dragon was directly reflected at this moment. That majesty was the real dragon's majesty, powerful and domineering. Su Yan had already reached the 10-dragon realm, and his body had the blood of the great demonic dragon, so his dragon's majesty was extremely powerful. And that wasn't all. One had to know that Su Yan had seen a real dragon king, and his body had even fought with a few extremely powerful dragon kings. Although the God-Slayer sword was in charge at that time, the powerful dragon's majesty had been engraved into Su Yan's soul. It was precisely because of this that when Su Yan displayed it, the dragon's might was so strong that it was simply unprecedented. At this moment, there was actually a dragon's shadow lingering as his palm struck. Demonic moon in the sky, heavenly demon release. In the face of such a strike, Blue Moon didn't dare to underestimate it at all. She immediately channeled her power and pushed her aura to the peak. At the same time, a demonic moon had quietly appeared in front of her. That demonic moon was no different from the bright moon in the sky, but the faint purple light it emitted was extremely terrifying. That powerful force was constantly changing at this time. Everything between the heaven and earth had begun to sublimate at this time. At this moment, it was as if a demon had possessed her. It was also at this moment that Blue Moon transformed into a true demoness. Ghostface, I'll let you know how terrifying my master's majesty is. Unless you use the means you used to deal with the Hellhound, you're no match for me. Blue Moon still had a fresh memory of the battle between Su Yan and the Hellhound. In that battle, the power that Su Yan displayed was really powerful. That kind of domineering majesty seemed to stab her in the head even when she thought about it. However, she also knew that Su Yan had to pay a huge price to use such a powerful force. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be used so easily. However, for safety's sake, she still said this to provoke Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan snorted and said, "You have good intentions, but don't worry. But don't worry, I don't need to do this to deal with you." At this moment, Su Yan's aura changed again. The dragon aura around his body suddenly converged toward Su Yan. The power of 10 dragons, lightless heaven and earth, rising dragon fist. This move was a fist technique that he comprehended at this moment. He condensed all the dragon aura into his body and then released it at the most critical moment. When his power rushed out at full force, it was like the roar of a rising dragon. It was indestructible and indestructible. So what if it's the power of the demonic moon? I'll break it with one punch. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had really reached the peak. His aura and will had completely fused. Such power was undoubtedly incomparably powerful. In just a moment, the two forces collided. Meeting on a narrow path was always a fight between the brave. The power of the demonic moon that Blue Moon displayed wasn't weak. In fact, it was an extremely powerful attack. However, the moment it came into contact with the rising dragon fist, the endless roars of the 5 dragons shook the demonic moon. At this moment, the demonic moon was constantly fluctuating like rippling water. The terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Of course, what Blue Moon couldn't bear the most was the terrifying battle intent. Su Yan had experienced life and death. In his body, there were the arrangements of many powerful existences. Countless reincarnations of life and death had already given him an incomparably powerful aura. And this aura complemented the rising dragon fist that he had just comprehended. Such power was even more terrifying. Although Blue Moon was a genius and used such a powerful power of the Demon Lord's inheritance, unfortunately, she had an irreparable weakness compared to Su Yan. That was her aura. She had killed before, and she had killed quite a few people. Her strength was naturally strong enough. Her realm was already not bad. In addition to the power of the demonic wishing curse, her combat strength had increased countless times. But this was still not enough. That was her aura. After all, she lacked the madness and courage to fight to the death like Su Yan. Fighting to the death with a madman was always an irrational choice. Su Yan was a madman. It wasn't that he wanted to be crazy, but this world forced him to be so. This was fate. From the moment he became Su Yan of this world, this was already destined. It couldn't be changed because there was no choice. Either bow down or fight to the death. Because of this, Su Yan fought with his life on the line every time. It wasn't natural to say that he was a gambler because gamblers always had a wishful thinking. However, Su Yan staked everything on a single throw. He didn't care about the consequences and charged forward bravely. At this moment, Blue Moon was defeated by such a magnificent aura. The demonic moon was finally shattered by Su Yan's rising dragon fist. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her beautiful face was already pale. "You've lost. Then hand over the spatial teleportation crystal to me." Su Yan walked to her side. Blue Moon stared straight at Su Yan's ghost face. Finally, she sighed and handed over the spatial teleportation crystal. It wasn't that she was willing, but she knew that if she didn't hand it over now, she would probably lose her life. Su Yan definitely wasn't someone who would show mercy to women. She clearly knew that if it weren't for the demonic chi, Su Yan might have already killed her. She didn't want to die, so the best choice was to hand over the spatial teleportation crystal. Su Yan kept the crystal and left without looking back. At this moment, He Chang'an was being besieged by 3 Two Essences Venerables. Su Yan saved his life, so he returned the favor by helping Su Yan delay the 3 Venerables. He was indeed powerful to be able to fight against the 3 Venerables for so long. Chapter 900. Female literature. Unfortunately, he was only one person. Although he was powerful, he was not a true three essences supremacy. The supremacies sent by the limitless demon sect were definitely not weak. At this point, Xiaofan was already exhausted and could not hold on any longer. Forget it, I've already done my best. If I continue to delay like this, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. Xiaofan sighed in his heart. Although he helped Su Yan, he would not joke about his life. He had already helped Ghostface delay for so long and had done his best. At this point, he had already made up his mind to leave this place. However, at this moment, a supremacy from the limitless demon sect suddenly said, "This person wants to leave. Don't let him use his movement technique." After all, they were all supremacies. Although Xiaofan was powerful, he was not at the point where he could crush them. These supremacies were all astute and immediately saw through the crux of the matter. At this moment, he directly unleashed his strength and the three supremacies pressured him at the same time. Previously, Xiaofan was already exhausted. At this moment, the three supremacies had clearly made up their minds to take his life. Naturally, they would use all their trump cards. At this moment, Xiaofan realized that the situation seemed to be out of his control. His movement technique was indeed powerful, but it was not at the point where he could do as he pleased. At this moment, the three supremacies were directly pressuring him. It was extremely difficult for him to escape. Damn it, I'm going to lose my life. At this moment, he sighed helplessly in his heart. He had never expected that things would turn out this way. Forget it, he saved my life in the first place. I'll just treat it as returning it to him. It had to be said that Xiaofan was also an interesting person. Even at this time, he still had the mood to think about this. However, he was also ruthless in his heart. If they wanted to take Xiaofan's life, they would have to pay the price. He had already made up his mind to kill one of them. Bastards, if you want to kill me, then you'll have to pay the price too. He roared angrily. At this moment, the hurricane sword was activated again. An extremely terrifying aura condensed directly at this moment. Such power was not earth-shattering, but it was extremely terrifying. But at this time, the person opposite him actually laughed mockingly. "Humph, even at death's door, you still want to drag me down with you? Impossible, Zhongmo Sha." At this time, he directly used a secret technique, also appearing in one move. Zhongmo Sha, using the demonic will to stimulate one's own body, allowing one's strength to surpass one's own realm in an instant, and then complete the heaven-defying killing. There would naturally be consequences for using this move. However, if he could kill Xiaofan, it would be a great merit. At that time, the limitless demon sect would naturally reward him. Then, everything he had done would be worth it. At this time, he struck out with a palm and actually broke Xiaofan's wild wind sword. He laughed sinisterly. "You're going to die at my hands in the end." At that moment, Xiaofan realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late for him to do anything. His Gale sword was directly shattered, and it seemed that at this time, only death was left for him. However, right at that moment, a dragon's roar sounded. "Who do you think you can kill?" When this disdainful voice appeared, the person who used the vile devil Buddhist immediately knew that things weren't good. It was Ghostface. Ghostface had actually turned back at this time. They all knew about Qingyue's strength, but if Ghostface appeared now, didn't that mean that Qingyue wouldn't be able to stop him? While he was still thinking about this, Su Yan's large hand had already patted his back. This person had been trying to attack with all his strength, so he hadn't expected that Su Yan would make a move at this time. At this moment, he wanted to turn back and resist this attack, but it was already too late. Su Yan's palm had already landed. Against a demon sect powerhouse, Su Yan had no intention of showing any mercy. When his palm landed, a terrifying aura directly impacted the powerhouse's body. That aura wreaked havoc, and in just a short moment, it had already shattered all of his bones. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. A powerful venerable had fallen just like that. Brother let's join hands and kill the remaining two. At this moment, Su Yan's killing intent was aroused. He didn't have the slightest intention of holding back. After killing one person, he immediately turned back and attacked the other person. At this moment, Xiaofan also knew that he had escaped death once again. After seeing Su Yan's actions, he couldn't help but lament, "Damn it, Ghostface is really a ferocious person." However, at this moment, he also felt heroic and shouted, "All right." Qingyue wasn't around and two of the original 5-2 origin venerables had already died at the hands of Su Yan. After looking at each other, the remaining two immediately realized that they weren't a match for Xiaofan and Ghostface. They didn't have any intention of attacking and actually turned around to leave. Sky Demon Sword. Unfortunately, if they had fought with all their strength, they would have been able to put up a fight. However, they chose to flee. After all, Su Yan was best at speed, and wasn't Xiaofan the same? By doing so, they were simply presenting their backs to the enemy to be beheaded. Following two blood-curdling screams, the two men were beheaded at this moment. Ha ha ha, how refreshing, how refreshing. Originally, I only wanted to launch a sneak attack here and make a small fuss. I didn't expect to kill 4-2 origin venerables in one go. This time, the Boundless demon sect is going to be heartbroken. Xiaofan laughed loudly. Just as he said, he originally came here to see if there was a chance to steal the spatial teleportation crystal. Of course, if possible, he also wanted to destroy the teleportation array. It was one of the fastest shortcuts for the Boundless demon sect to come here from the Saint Devil Mountain. The experts of the Saint Devil Mountain could directly send experts here through the teleportation array and then head to the front line. However, if the teleportation array was destroyed, the experts of the Saint Devil Mountain would have to spend more time to send reinforcements. As a result, the pressure on the Boundless demon sect would be greatly reduced. However, it wasn't that easy to return to the teleportation array. Therefore, Xiaofan came here to scout for information. He only dared to come here because of his fast movement technique. Although he didn't obtain any information the last time he came, he still killed a Dragon Realm expert. In the eyes of venerables, Dragon Realm experts might not be much. However, on the battlefield, Dragon Realm experts were the top fighting force. Being able to kill a Dragon Realm expert could be considered a small merit. In fact, he shouldn't have come here today. His senior brother had already warned him that his operation yesterday had failed. The Boundless demon sect weren't fools and would definitely have a backup plan. However, Xiaofan was still confident. Furthermore, he felt that his failure yesterday had made him lose face. Therefore, he secretly came here today. However, he didn't expect the Boundless demon sect to have already set up an ambush today. If not for Ghostface's appearance, he would have died here today. However, it was because of Ghostface that he not only escaped from death, but also killed 4 venerables. That was a great contribution. Brother Ghostface, I really have to thank you this time. If not for you, Xiaofan, would have been decapitated. Xiaofan sincerely expressed his gratitude. Su Yan shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I also received help from Brother He this time. If not for Xiaofan, it wouldn't have been so easy for Su Yan to obtain the spatial teleportation crystal. After all, the crystal was in the hands of Qingyue and a few 2 essence venerables. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, he would have to spend a lot of effort and might even have to use power that he didn't want to use. The price would be huge. It was because he was entangled with these people that he was able to defeat Qingyue one-on-one and obtain the spatial teleportation crystal. At this time, Xiaofan asked, "I wonder what Brother Ghostface's purpose for obtaining the spatial teleportation crystal is." In fact, he already had a guess in his heart. However, he was still unwilling to believe it. After all, it was a little too shocking. At this time, Su Yan said, "You guessed right. The place I'm going is the Saint Devil Mountain." Until he heard Su Yan's words, he chong and was still a little surprised. "Brother Ghostface, the Saint Devil Mountain is full of danger. Do you really want to go?" Su Yan said, "Of course. Well, brother I'm very honored to be able to cooperate with you this time. However, I don't have much time." At this time, Su Yan had already stepped into the spatial teleportation array. At this time, the spatial teleportation array's radiance had already started to shine. The specks of radiance were so dazzling that a powerful force was constantly rising. It was the radiance of space. As the radiance flickered, the spatial fluctuations directly overflowed. He chong and wanted to stop him. After all, the Saint Devil Mountain was really too dangerous. Although many experts of the Limitless Demons sect had gone out because of the war, it was still the most dangerous place in the entire 9 continents. Even the Divine Wind sect master didn't dare to go there. Although Ghostface's strength wasn't bad, he chong and didn't think that he could come back alive after going there. However, Su Yan's decision was very firm. Since he had already made such a decision, he would do it directly. No one could stop him. At this time, the spatial teleportation array had already started. At this time, he chong and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The radiance of space swallowed Su Yan little by little. In the end, Su Yan finally disappeared. The power of space had already completely swallowed Su Yan. Finally, Su Yan's voice came. "Brother you should leave early. With such a big movement here, the people of the Limitless Demons sect will know about it. At that time, it will be difficult to leave." Hearing Su Yan's voice, he chong and didn't care about it anymore and directly left. Chapter 901. Female Literature. Space was constantly fluctuating at this time. Space was like flowing water, wandering leisurely. Such a scene was naturally incomparably magnificent and fascinating. However, at this time, Su Yan did not dare to touch it at all. Because he knew clearly that this was not the sea. This was the space corridor. The reason why the teleportation formation was important was that it could fix the point of 2 spaces and then achieve directional teleportation. Without this passage, if one accidentally stepped into the space corridor, the unlucky ones would be crushed by the huge power and die completely. Even if one was lucky and did not encounter a space storm, they would be exiled to the void and would not even be able to find their own place. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to. At this time, he could only stay here and wait for the teleportation to end. Of course, he did not do nothing. On the contrary, he began to comprehend the power of space at this time. After becoming a Venerable One, one could have a preliminary understanding of the secrets of space. Although he might not be able to use the power of space immediately, he could already comprehend it. At this time, although Su Yan was not a Venerable One, he was in the 10 Dragons realm. That was a powerful realm that surpassed the 9 dragons. Although he was not a Venerable One, Su Yan felt that this realm was definitely not worse than a Venerable One. Since a Venerable One could comprehend space and even cultivate the power of space, the 10 Dragons realm should be able to do so as well. Moreover, Su Yan was not unfamiliar with the power of space. He had had several opportunities to come into contact with the power of space. At this time, it was a good opportunity for Su Yan to comprehend the power of space. Su Yan's situation was not good, so he needed to seize all the opportunities to become stronger. The law of space was one of the most mysterious and powerful laws in this world. Just like when the God-Slayer sword fought with the Dragon King, it directly used the power of space and then burst out with other abilities to kill the Fire Dragon King in an instant. This was because the God-Slayer sword at that time had lost its original power. If it was in the past when his strength was still at its peak, then with a slash of the sword, space would be destroyed. As long as the place was covered by the sword light, everything would collapse. With such strength, who would be able to withstand it? If Su Yan had such ability, why would he need to be so afraid of the limitless demon sect? Of course, it was impossible for the current Su Yan to possess such powerful strength. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Su Yan could learn. Maybe he would need a lot of time to learn, or maybe he would never be able to learn, but everything needed a start. If a person didn't even dare to start, then how could there be a chance of success? The space crystal was emitting a gentle light. It was this light that was protecting Su Yan and stabilizing the space tunnel. At this time, Su Yan calmed his mind. Almost at this time, a powerful force suddenly rushed out from Su Yan's body. When Su Yan felt this power, he was immediately shocked. This was the God-Slayer sword. At that moment, the God-Slayer sword began to devour the power of space. The God-Slayer sword had become extremely weak after the last battle. Therefore, he fell into silence. However, when Su Yan rushed into the heavenly tribulation last time, the God-Slayer sword had already awakened. At that time, it began to devour the power of lightning. Therefore, Su Yan knew that the God-Slayer sword needed a lot of energy. However, although Su Yan knew this, he couldn't satisfy it. Firstly, he couldn't provide such a huge amount of energy for the God-Slayer sword. Secondly, even if he could provide it, Su Yan wouldn't dare. At this time, the God-Slayer sword had fallen into silence. Therefore, Su Yan's scabbard had become free. However, if the God-Slayer sword woke up again, who knew if it would go crazy? If it ran to Dragon Island for revenge again, then whether or not he could survive this time was another matter. However, Su Yan never expected that the God-Slayer sword would choose to devour the power of space. This was definitely not a good thing for Su Yan because this was the spatial passage. If he devoured the power of space here, then it would definitely affect the stability of space. When that happened, space would collapse. What would happen to Su Yan then? No matter how powerful he was, he definitely wasn't at the point where he could cross space with his own body. Perhaps he would be directly killed by the powerful and terrifying power of space in the next moment. However, Su Yan didn't have any good ideas at this time. The God-Slayer sword was completely out of his control. Damn it, he's really a master from head to toe. At this time, Su Yan could only curse because he didn't know what to do at this time. Just as Su Yan expected, when the power of space continued to gather, the spatial passage really began to become unstable. Su Yan could already feel the obvious violent vibrations. If this continued, then the worst thing that Su Yan expected would happen. No, I must stop it. Su Yan immediately began to activate the Regal Sword Codex. At this time, the only way that Su Yan could think of to stop this guy seemed to be the Regal Sword Codex. At this time, the Regal Sword Codex was activated. The Regal Sword Soul immediately sensed it and then rushed towards the God-Slayer sword. Su Yan didn't expect to be able to suppress the God-Slayer sword with power. However, even if he couldn't suppress it, being able to block the God-Slayer sword sensing power would be enough. When this power was activated, Su Yan's eyes immediately shone with an inexplicable light. Stop it for me. Su Yan directly transmitted his thoughts into it. However, when his thoughts were transmitted, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. The God-Slayer sword didn't care at all. Instead, it seemed to have felt the influence of the Regal Sword Soul and became even stronger. At this time, the God-Slayer sword actually began to devour the power of the spatial transmission crystal. The spatial transmission crystal was the fundamental guarantee of this transmission. Not only could it help Su Yan maintain the passage unobstructed, but it also had the function of positioning. If the spatial transmission crystal disappeared at this time, then Su Yan really wouldn't have the slightest bit of hope. At this time, Su Yan suddenly realized that the space in front of him seemed to have calmed down a little. It's the exit. The exit of the spatial transmission array is about to arrive. Su Yan guessed this and immediately revealed a look of surprise. If that was the case, then that would be great. If he could leave smoothly, then it would be better than anything else. The only thing that worried him now was whether the spatial transmission crystal could last until the end. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword suddenly shone brightly. This light wasn't fierce, but it had a powerful force. Even the regal sword soul was repelled. The God-Slayer sword suddenly moved, and the devouring power became even stronger. Almost instantly, the entire space began to surge with huge waves. At this time, the light of the God-Slayer sword had penetrated his body. If it weren't for the power of the God-Slayer sword at this time, Su Yan would have been torn to pieces by the power of space. Damn it, am I going to crash here? Outside the Saint Devil Mountain, beside the teleportation array. This teleportation array was connected to Golden Horse City. It was one of the main passages for the experts of the Saint Devil Mountain to go to the outside world. Except for super experts like the Cerberus, ordinary disciples of the Saint Devil Mountain relied on this teleportation array to go in and out. Therefore, this teleportation array was naturally heavily guarded. What's more, a few days ago, there was news that the people of the three great sects seemed to be interested in this teleportation array. Although they didn't think that the people of the three great sects could attack here, they still had to be prepared. At this time, the disciple on duty suddenly found that the teleportation array was shining. What's going on? Why is this teleportation array emitting light? What's going on? Generally speaking, if someone was teleporting here, they would definitely send a message here. But this time, there was no news at all. The spatial ripples were already shining brightly. Not good, it might be an enemy attack. Everyone, be alert. The captain on duty was also alert. Since there was no message from the other side, it was very likely that it wasn't a disciple of the Limitless Demon sect. Thinking that the people of the three great sects had been interested in the teleportation array these days, it was very likely that the teleportation array in Golden Horse City had been lost, so the people of the three great sects could teleport here. Those people who could attack the teleportation array in Golden Horse City were definitely not ordinary people. And they dared to kill their way into the Saint Demon Mountain of the Limitless Demon sect. Therefore, at this time, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately ordered martial law, and at the same time, began to prepare to send a signal to inform the higher-ups. But at this time, the light of the teleportation array gushed out crazily. This light was much stronger than usual. The disciples who were sucked into the light dissipated in the next moment. Of course, they weren't invisible, but they were sucked into the space fluctuation. The space fluctuation was so powerful that even venerables didn't dare to try it, let alone the few of them. Therefore, those people were doomed to die. In just an instant, the space had become violent. This area was distorted and swept away by the power of space. None of the guards managed to escape. All of them were sucked into the space. On the other side, Su Yan finally left the spatial passage. However, at this time, he had completely deviated from the direction. The place where he appeared was not the other side of the teleportation array at all. At this time, there was no one at the place where the teleportation array was originally located. The higher-ups of the Saint Demon Mountain immediately discovered this matter. A Tao Master directly appeared, and his powerful force descended to suppress the space. Chapter 902. Female Literature. The person who came was Yen Xiao. If Su Yan was here, he would definitely recognize the person in front of him. But at this time, Su Yan wasn't here. It had to be said that this was Su Yan's luck. Although the God-Slayer sword's sudden madness did indeed put him in a great danger. But if it wasn't for the God-Slayer sword, Su Yan would have definitely encountered the disciples guarding the teleportation array. Of course, the disciples guarding the teleportation array weren't much. Their strength wasn't bad, but Su Yan didn't put them in his eyes. But the problem was that as long as he was discovered, the experts of the Limitless Demon sect would come. Not to mention Yen Xiao, even if other venerables came, Su Yan would suffer. Not being strong enough was after all the biggest sin. Fortunately, Su Yan made a mistake this time. Because of the spatial explosion, Su Yan managed to avoid a disaster. However, what Su Yan didn't know was that while he was causing chaos in this place, in a remote corner of the Saint Devil Mountain, two people had quietly appeared at this moment. One of them was tall and handsome. He was really an elegant and distinguished person. The other was incomparably gloomy. The aura flowing from his body was frightening. He was a real poisonous snake. This person was none other than Hydralisk. Needless to say, the tall and handsome person was naturally Duan Mulonghu. I'm finally back. The air of the Saint Devil Mountain is so nostalgic. I really miss the old days. Behind him, Hydralisk didn't say a word. Although Hydralisk was a member of the Limitless Demon Sect, he was just an assassin. Although he had some skills, he was only in the dragon realm at that time. Moreover, he was only a low-level dragon realm cultivator. Naturally, he didn't have the qualifications to enter this place. Therefore, he didn't have any nostalgia for this place. But the reason why he fought so hard and killed so many people was because he wanted to enter this place and become a core disciple. However, this goal was not achieved, and he entered this place in another way. Sure Wuxin, Gue Shenxiu, you two old geezers are still alive. Huh, I really want to see you again, Duan Mulonghu muttered to himself. However, if the two names he mentioned were to be known by others, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Because Sure Wuxin was the name of the current sect leader of the Limitless Demon Sect. Ghost God Cultivator was the first elder of the Ghost God Palace, and also the first vice-sect leader of the Limitless Demon Sect. As Duan Mulonghu spoke, he revealed an incomparable hatred for these two. Young master, what should we do now? Hydralisk softly asked. Duan Mulonghu stretched and said, what do you think? What else could he do? At this time, he naturally wanted to walk around. He hadn't been home for a long time, so he naturally wanted to take a good look at this place. Looking at the time, their demon plan is about to begin. Duan Mulonghu appeared in the Saint Devil Mountain. Of course, this time, he didn't come here to settle the grudges between Sure Wuxin and Gue Shenxiu, because he clearly knew that he didn't have the qualifications to do so. Duan Mulonghu's background was very big. He was the Limitless Demon Sect's crown prince 1,000 years ago. The crown prince was the most promising person to inherit the Limitless Demon Sect. 1,000 years ago, Gue Shenxiu, Sure Wuxin, and Duan Mulonghu were the three demon sons of the Limitless Demon Sect. Among them, Duan Mulonghu was the strongest. Unfortunately, this powerful Duan Mulonghu disappeared without a trace. His disappearance was so sudden that the outside world didn't know that a powerful genius had appeared in the Limitless Demon Sect, Duan Mulonghu. As for what happened in the past, outsiders had no idea. Apart from Duan Mulonghu, perhaps only Sure Wuxin and Gue Shenxiu knew. But these two people's identities were too terrifying. They were old ghosts that had lived for 1,000 years. Su Yan finally got used to the current situation. The space exploded, and he directly escaped from it. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Godslayer sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. However, he really couldn't bring himself to thank the God-slaying sword. After all, this was caused by the God-slayer sword. He shook his head, dispelling the dizziness, and then began to look around. This was a mountainous area filled with dense forests. The towering ancient trees were the best interpretation of this place. Su Yan looked around. Every ancient tree was so thick that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around it. As for their height, they were almost 300 meters tall. Su Yan began to search for information in his mind. The Saint Devil Mountain wasn't just a mountain, but an endless mountain range. The mountain range was vast, and it was much larger than the Taihang Sword faction. And the Limitless Demon Sect's headquarters was built in this huge mountain range. Of course, unlike the Taihang Sword faction, the Saint Devil Mountain where the Limitless Demon Sect was located was actually very dangerous. Apart from the places that were already occupied, many other places were dangerous. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful sect like the Limitless Demon sect was located in a place filled with danger. But this was indeed the case. These dangerous places were the training grounds of many experts. Some of them were even personally set up by the great demon Heaven's Lord. Not only was it the Limitless Demon sect's holy land, it was also the most dangerous place. It was said that the most dangerous place was the 9 Netherworld Peak. Even the sect master of the Limitless Demon sect, Xiaofan, rarely went there. Of course, this was only a rumor. At this time, Su Yan was nowhere to be found. Of course, staying here wasn't a solution, so he could only choose to move forward. And at this time, the Limitless Demon sect was already bustling with activity. The Demon Project was about to begin. This was a huge matter for the Limitless Demon sect. A long time ago, the Limitless Demon sect didn't have a Demon Project. At that time, they needed to sacrifice in hopes of reviving the great demon Heaven's Lord. But as time passed, the resurrection plan was gradually abandoned. For the sake of the resurrection plan, the Limitless Demon sect had sacrificed too much. Back then, the Limitless Demon sect was so crazy that they wanted to kill everyone in the 5 prefectures. Then, they obtained the powerful sacrificial power to awaken the great demon Heaven's Lord. Because of this, the Limitless Demon sect had a final battle with the Buddha II sect. Although the Buddha II sect had been destroyed, the Limitless Demon sect had also suffered a heavy blow. The entire Limitless Demon sect had fallen into a trough. If the Limitless Demon sect hadn't been blessed by the will of the heavens, and had continuously produced several terrifying characters, perhaps the Limitless Demon sect wouldn't have become so powerful at this time. For example, 3,000 years ago, Great Emperor Wu Hui, Feng Wuhui, the current sect master Wuxia, and the first vice sect master Gui Shenxiu. The Demon Project was another plan of the Limitless Demon sect after the resurrection of the great demon Heaven's Lord. It could be said that this plan was to create a god. It was to capture someone with a powerful demonic bloodline and fuse their bloodline with the power of the most powerful demonic son. Then, they would become the strongest existence in the world. Since the great heavenly demon lord couldn't be resurrected, they would create an expert who could contend against the great heavenly demon lord, or even surpass him. The Demon Project had always been kept secret. Even the 10 great sects didn't know about it. But this time, it seemed that the 10 great sects already knew about it. The people of the 3 great sects took advantage of this time to launch an attack on the Limitless Demon sect. How powerful was the Limitless Demon sect? Naturally, they weren't willing to be attacked like this. But at this time, they didn't have any better ideas. Sect Master Wuxia didn't have any intention of giving up on this plan. Moreover, the first vice sect master Gui Shenxiu didn't either. At this time, outside the heavenly demon great hall of the Limitless Demon sect, a huge altar was very eye-catching. It was a pitch-black cauldron. This cauldron was called the Heavenly Demon Cauldron. He wasn't very famous because he wasn't a treasure that could be used to attack. But in fact, it was an extremely precious treasure of the Limitless Demon sect. The Heavenly Demon Cauldron was a sacrificial treasure. According to the tradition of the Limitless Demon sect, the day the great demon Heaven's Lord became a true demon was the day they celebrated. Of course, a long time ago, the Limitless Demon sect held a sacrificial ceremony to welcome the return of the great demon Heaven Pillar. But now, everything was in the past. Apart from the Heavenly Demon Horde, no one in the Limitless Demon sect went to worship the great demon Heaven's Lord. And this day naturally wasn't the day of the great demon Heaven's Lord's sacrificial ceremony. Instead, it was the beginning of the Demon Project. Although the day hadn't arrived yet, the people of the Limitless Demon sect were already very busy. The attack of the 3 great sects was naturally a problem. No matter how strong the Limitless Demon sect was, the other party was still one of the 10 great sections. They also had a deep foundation. Not to mention, the 3 great sects had joined forces this time. Now, the limitless demon sect was already resisting the pressure. The three great sects had seized the right time. At this critical juncture, the demon project was about to start. The sect master attached great importance to the demon project this time, even more so than any other time in the past. Even if a large number of cities fell, the sect master didn't put it in his eyes. The 7 great deputy sect masters, the first, second, and third deputy sect masters were indifferent. Just like that, the 6th and 5th deputy sect masters rushed to the front line. As for the 7th deputy sect master, he was seriously injured this time, so he was recuperating in the Saint Devil Mountain. As for the 4th deputy sect master, he was always elusive. Almost no one knew where he was. This time, the teleportation array suddenly exploded. Yan Xiao directly took action to suppress the spatial fluctuations. If he didn't take action, the spatial fluctuations would inevitably appear. Although there were many experts in the limitless demon sect, there were even more disciples who weren't experts. If they were affected by the spatial fluctuations, they would immediately die, just like those disciples who were guarding the teleportation array. At this time, the construction of the sacrificial altar had reached an extremely important time. At this time, Su Yan was wandering in the huge forest. Chapter 903. Female Literature. When Su Yan was looking at the forest, he already knew that it was definitely not an ordinary forest. He had read the information given to him by Demon Wolf. There was a description of the forest in the information. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and it was dangerous and strange. It was a terrible and dangerous place in the Saint Devil Mountain. Once, a powerful existence at the level of Tao Master had fallen here. When night came, the terrible and dangerous roars of demons could often be heard here. And this was the legendary Devil's Forest. This was one of the places Su Yan did not want to come to. After all, even a Tao Master had fallen here. Su Yan did not think that he was stronger than a Tao Master. Even if he used all his skills, he was afraid that he would not be a match for a Tao Master. This was a dangerous place for a Tao Master, and even more so for him. However, he did not have any good choice at this time. He had no better choice but to continue moving forward. At this time, he could only rely on his instinct to start moving forward. If you don't know where you are, then you will start to walk in the direction you don't know. This was what Su Yan had always believed. As Su Yan walked, the forest seemed to become darker. How sharp was his perception? Naturally, he was able to detect this. This change did not make Su Yan feel very good. He had a bad feeling, as if something was watching him at this time. However, he could not find that existence. With his current strength, he could only perceive it, but could not find it. It must be an extremely powerful thing. At this time, Su Yan slowed down. Originally, according to the mentality of a normal person, they should leave this place as soon as possible. Only in this way could they ensure their safety. However, Su Yan did not do that. He knew that in such an unknown place, if he walked too fast, it was very likely that he would give the unknown guy a chance. At that time, when he suddenly attacked, he might not even have time to react. Gradually, a shadow flashed in front of his eyes. The speed of this shadow was extremely fast. Even with Su Yan's eyesight, he could not see it clearly. If he had attacked Su Yan directly, then it was very likely that Su Yan would have been hit directly. Perhaps he couldn't kill Su Yan, but severely injuring Su Yan wouldn't be a problem. However, the crux of the problem was that he did not do so. It was as if his appearance was just to tease Su Yan. Su Yan took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he continued forward. The shadows appeared one after another. Streaks of power continued to linger at this moment. The shadow had appeared at least 7 times, and the distance between him and Su Yan was getting closer and closer. It was as if this thing was trying to figure out Su Yan's actual strength. After these 7 times, Su Yan did not make a move, nor did he change his speed. It was as if they did not notice him at all. At this time, this thing finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The 8th time it appeared, it directly slammed into Su Yan's chest. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered with radiance. Naturally, he was not really looking at this thing indifferently. This shadow kept appearing, and Su Yan's eye of truth was also constantly analyzing and observing this guy. After these few times, Su Yan could already clearly grasp this guy's movements. When he approached again, Su Yan finally made his move. Scarlet Spirit Fire. Su Yan directly summoned the Scarlet Spirit Fire. The scarlet flame had already enveloped Su Yan's entire body in an instant. Since receiving the guidance of the soul of the Flame Demon Emperor, Su Yan's control of this Scarlet Spirit Fire became more and more skillful and sharp. In this short moment, the flame had already turned into an armor. When the armor appeared, the shadow hit the armor almost at the same time. An extremely mournful sound directly rang out. Although it was not loud, it was very sharp, as if it could forcibly tear off one's eardrums. That shadow seemed to be a soul of the dead. This was the result of Su Yan's eye of truth, so he did not hesitate to summon the Scarlet Spirit Fire. This Scarlet Spirit Fire was the most powerful weapon to deal with souls of the dead. After being touched by the Scarlet Spirit Fire, the shadow finally stopped. At this time, Su Yan finally saw this thing clearly. It was actually a small ghostly fox. If one only looked at it, it even felt a little cute. Although its whole body was pitch black, its cute fox face seemed to be able to arouse the pity of the human heart. But for such an existence, Su Yan would not give any pity. He clearly knew that the little thing in front of him had the ability to threaten his life. Its speed was too fast. Under normal circumstances, even he would not be able to keep up. If it had not been for the Scarlet Spirit Fire's obstruction at this time, it might have hurt him. All ghosts were natural enemies to humans. Ghosts were the emissaries of hell. Hell had always been a legend. If it had not been for the existence of the Hellhound, perhaps no one would have believed that hell really existed in this world. Even with the Hellhound, many people might think that the so-called hell was just another world, and not the so-called hometown of the dead. After all, although the Hellhound claimed to be the emissaries of hell, they all existed in physical form. But at this time, Su Yan personally saw a ghost. A ghostly fox. This was a very cunning and dangerous creature that was best at devouring people's souls. If Su Yan did not have the Scarlet Spirit Fire, this ghostly fox could even directly enter Su Yan's body. Of course, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was incomparably powerful. Even if the ghostly fox entered, it would find that it was a place of no return. However, not everyone in this world was like Su Yan, having such a powerful sea of consciousness. One had to know that even an ordinary Venerable One's sea of consciousness could not be more powerful than Su Yan's sea of consciousness. At this time, the ghostly fox was frozen by Su Yan's power. It began to cry out, "Yin." Unlike the sharp roar from before, this voice sounded very gentle and lovely. Interesting. You can't kill me, but now you're pretending to be pitiful? Su Yan would not show any sympathy to a ghost. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. This was something that everyone knew. Su Yan would definitely not put himself in danger because of this. At this time, the Scarlet Spirit Fire became even hotter, and the strong light directly devoured the ghostly fox. Under the burning of the Scarlet Spirit Fire, the ghostly fox became even more painful. In just a short while, an extremely terrifying intent burst out at this time. That terrifying intent was like the roar of a demon. At this time, the ghostly fox's body also directly expanded at this time. Everything before was indeed a disguise. You still want to turn the tables at this time? How is that possible? Kill. Su Yan directly took out the Scorching Sun sword. At this time, he was using the Godslayer sword's chi. The Godslayer's soul was destroyed. This was the sword technique that the Godslayer sword had taught him. This sword technique was extremely terrifying. In terms of strength and lethality, all of the sword techniques that Su Yan had comprehended so far could not be compared to it. After all, this was a terrifying sword that had killed a god. There was no need to talk about the power of this sword. After dealing with the ghostly fox, Su Yan's heart did not relax at all. His perception of danger was very sharp. He clearly knew that the feeling of danger from before was definitely not because of this ghostly fox. The danger in the darkness had not come at this time. He had to be more cautious. After traveling for another 2 hours, Su Yan came to a stop once more. It was not because he was tired and wanted to rest or anything. At this time, it was because he realized that he had been doing something useless. In other words, from the beginning until now, he had been walking in the same place. This was because he clearly remembered that when he killed the ghostly fox, his scarlet spirit fire also burned a big tree at the same time. At this time, the pitch-black area was right beside him. After walking for 2 hours, he actually made a detour to this place again. At this time, Su Yan's expression had become extremely ugly. He had walked for so long, but he had actually been walking in circles. That's not right. I clearly remember that I kept walking forward, but why is it like this? It's almost like I'm walking in circles. Did I miss something? At this time, Su Yan began to ponder. At this time, he was not in a hurry to leave because Su Yan knew that if he walked rashly, he might not be able to leave this damned place even if he walked to his death. The best thing to do now was to find the key to the problem and then break through. Could it be the legendary ghostly wall? At this time, Su Yan's heart suddenly moved. He had heard about the story of the ghostly wall in his previous world. That was a trap used by evil spirits to capture people. Anyone who fell into the trap would be fooled by the trap and would not be able to find the way forward. In the end, they would gradually lose themselves in the confusion, and evil spirits would start to hunt at that time. The situation seems to be very similar. After Su Yan calmed down, he felt that this was very similar to the legend. At this time, he had the God-Slayer sword in his hand. At the same time, he began to activate the power of the 3 hearts. As the hearts beat, Ghost Face appeared. At this moment, his aura immediately increased explosively. Ghostly wall? Break it for me. According to Su Yan's understanding, this ghostly wall was probably an extremely powerful illusion array. It was so powerful that even his eye of truth could not see through it. Chapter 904. Female literature. However, there was nothing strange about this. His eye of truth came from the aureole. After all, it could not be compared to the aureole. If the aureole was here, it might be able to see through the illusion, but he could not. In fact, the last way to deal with such an illusion was to find the core of the illusion. In other words, he had to find the initiator of the ghostly labyrinth. However, he did not have that much time, so he chose the most direct method, breaking it with brute force. Everything had a limit to how much power it could withstand, and so did illusion formations. Even if the ghostly labyrinth and illusion formations were somewhat different, there would always be similarities between them. At that moment, Su Yan unleashed all of his power. This was the most powerful power he could muster at the moment. After Su Yan became a 10-dragon powerhouse, his strength was much stronger than before. After all, it was not just a simple increase of 2 realms, but also breaking through the legendary limit to reach the 10-dragon level. The increase of one's realm also meant that one's body was strengthened in all aspects. Naturally, his heart's ability to withstand the pressure would not become stronger. Under such a state, Su Yan's aura became even more terrifying. Under the ghostly labyrinth state, he was much stronger than before. If his current aura was measured by the standards of an ordinary supremacy, it was almost at the level of a 4 essences supremacy. At that moment, even if the Lion King appeared in front of Su Yan again, Su Yan was confident that he could fight him instead of killing him with the help of the winged celestial tiger and the aureole like last time. God-slaying sword. The God-Slayer sword shattered everything. Although the Scorching Sun sword was not the Scorching Sun sword itself, it had been used by Su Yan in many battles and killed countless people. Moreover, the God-Slayer sword's sword soul had entered his body, causing the Scorching Sun sword's quality to increase again. At that moment, combined with the terrifying God-Slayer sword technique, the power of this move was simply terrifying. After one sword strike, Su Yan's surroundings began to burn with flames. Su Yan was clearly still standing in the forest, but at this moment, he was already in a sea of fire. At this time, that terrifying power was constantly changing, as if it wanted to completely engulf Su Yan. However, at this time, Su Yan was not shocked but delighted. If this was still the original environment, then there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that Su Yan's judgment was wrong. This was not the so-called ghost going around in circles, but he was really lost. The other possibility was that the person who set up this place was too powerful. Even if Su Yan used all his strength, he couldn't break this place. Either way, it was not good news for Su Yan. And now, the changes in the environment proved that Su Yan's judgment was correct. Furthermore, his strength had already affected the environment to a certain extent. Inferno hell? Humph, if you can burn me to death, then come at me. Regardless of whether this was an illusion or not, Su Yan directly released his Scarlet Spirit Fire. Under the control of his power, the Scarlet Spirit Fire turned into armor. At the same time, he raised his aura again. By doing this, he was actually forcing himself. After all, no matter how strong his body was, it was impossible for him to truly accommodate all these powers. Nevertheless, Su Yan didn't want to retreat or give up at all. His thoughts were very simple, and that was to win this battle. At this moment, Sword Chi danced wildly. In the raging fire, the terrifying aura formed a huge vortex. If one sword isn't enough, then two. I'd like to see how many of my swords you can take. At this point, Su Yan had already slashed out with his sword. This time, the sword slashed at the sea of fire. The terrifying power of the flames whistled and tore everything apart. At this moment, Su Yan raised his eyebrows. I found you. Sneaking around, where do you think you're going? At this moment, Su Yan finally found traces of the other party. How could he let the other party escape so easily? He immediately activated his movement technique and turned himself into a streak of rainbow light. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. That existence probably didn't expect Su Yan to be able to break through its power in such a short time. However, when it saw Su Yan charging towards it, that strange existence didn't move at all. Or rather, he was waiting for Su Yan's arrival at this moment. The Sword Chi was released again. Godslayer Sword Chi swept out and annihilated everything. At this moment, that terrifying existence raised its hand. Rather than calling it a hand, it was better to call it a claw. The four sharp claws seemed to be able to absorb a person's soul. A strange note was released from the depths of its throat. At this moment, the world fell into oblivion. An unimaginable pressure directly suppressed Su Yan. This was still his illusory realm. In this illusory realm, he was like the heavens. His will was the will of the heavens. Su Yan's powerful sword Chi was actually on the verge of collapse under the pressure of such a terrifying power. Even his sea of consciousness was in turmoil for a moment. Get out of my way! Su Yan roared. At this moment, the bright moon in his sea of consciousness bloomed with infinite brilliance. It was also at this moment that Su Yan realized that a black power had invaded his sea of consciousness without him noticing. It was also at this moment that the green lotus swayed and rippled in circles. There was even a fragrance. The black aura suddenly moved towards the green lotus and was directly absorbed by it. I see. At this time, Su Yan suddenly understood something. The black aura was very weak and almost invisible, but it was constantly invading his body and entering his sea of consciousness. If it wasn't for the powerful pressure of that mysterious existence that caused Su Yan to suddenly erupt, causing his two visions to display incomparably powerful strength at the same time, Su Yan wouldn't have even noticed. If this continued and waited for the black aura to fill up his sea of consciousness, Su Yan was afraid that he would directly degenerate and become a terrifying monster. However, it was different now. Su Yan's green lotus actually began to devour the black aura. Moreover, it was able to transform the black aura into its own power. Su Yan felt that his mind had become much clearer, and the surrounding pressure seemed to have reduced. Soul-suppressing seal. At this time, Su Yan suddenly roared. The soul-suppressing seal appeared and immediately emitted an infinite golden light. As soon as the soul-suppressing seal appeared, all evil spirits were suppressed. The terrifying sea of flames disappeared directly. It turned out that there was never any sea of flames. Those flames were all transformed from resentful spirits. That strange flame was actually so powerful. Even with Su Yan's power, he couldn't resist it. After knowing this, Su Yan's gaze suddenly became sharp. "Four images seal, come out for me." It was also at this time that the 4 images seal appeared. After devouring the 9 great primordial spirits, the power of the 4 images seal rose steadily. The 4 great demonic beasts in the 4 images seal finally presented their original forms. The so-called 4 images were the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise. It turned out that the 4 images seal suffered a heavy blow, so much so that the 4 images couldn't manifest, and even the 4 images chi became 4 demonic beasts. However, it was different now. Under the support of Su Yan's power, the power of these 4 images finally revealed its source. "Even if this is your world, I will still cut it apart. Supporting the firmament, destroy, destroy." Su Yan roared madly a few times. That extremely powerful power fluctuated continuously at this time. In the end, it actually turned into an extremely terrifying seal that directly fell. Even that terrifying existence had already started to waver at this time. Because at this time, he already felt fear. Su Yan actually cracked his means. However, this existence was ultimately powerful. He would not be so resigned to being suppressed by Su Yan. Finally, with a roar, he charged towards Su Yan. "Humph, close combat, that's what I want." If this guy used his will from a distance, Su Yan might not have a good way to deal with him. Because this was an extremely troublesome matter in the first place. But now, this guy actually dared to fight him directly. This was something that Su Yan couldn't be happier about. He had fought countless battles and had long been incomparably accustomed to this kind of killing. The scorching sun sword vibrated. That red light became more and more intense. It was like a bloody sunset. The scarlet red light flickered, directly killing the other party. At this moment, Su Yan had actually become so powerful. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. With just one blow, everything around them had been destroyed. The sea of flames and the like had all disappeared. After that one blow, the monster retreated. It was obvious that it had been injured by the recoil. Of course, at this time, Su Yan was even more so. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not care about these injuries at all. Instead, he continued to charge at the other party at this time. Su Yan's battle would definitely be crazy. He wanted to win. He did not want to die. Only those who were not afraid of death could live. The battle between the two of them lasted for about 10 minutes. That mysterious existence was finally suppressed. After another 10 minutes, Su Yan slashed his body apart with a single slash of his sword. That mysterious existence's eyes stared straight at Su Yan. It seemed that even at this point, it was still unwilling to believe that it would fail. Not long after, its body began to dissipate. It seemed that after being killed, it would disappear from this place. However, at this moment, Su Yan sneered and directly extended his palm. Imperial Dragon capturing. At this moment, his palm seemed to have turned into a demon's claw, directly grabbing towards an empty place. The Imperial Dragon capturing was a method that he had deduced after experiencing a great battle with the Dragon King, based on the Imperial Swordsmanship Codex. If he were to become stronger in the future, it would be easy for him to capture a dragon with one hand. At this moment, a small figure appeared in front of him, which was clearly empty. Chapter 905. Female Literature, You Still Want to Run at This Point? Su Yan showed no mercy and directly pinched. At this moment, a sorrowful cry was heard. In the end, a small figure appeared in the void. It had a pitch-black body, but it had an extremely cute appearance. It was the ghost fox. Do you think that I still can't see through your tricks? If you want to die, continue to struggle for me. Su Yan showed no mercy. His cold killing intent continued to devour the ghost fox. At this moment, the ghost fox finally stopped struggling. Instead, it looked at Su Yan pitifully. Su Yan's guess was not wrong. This was actually the ghost fox from before. The ghost fox that he had clearly killed actually appeared again at this moment. Looking at the ghost fox that was desperately struggling, Su Yan sneered. Su Yan did not care about its wails at all. This ghost fox was really cunning. At the beginning, it was only a test. He had killed the little fox, but in fact, he did not hurt it at all. After that test, it felt that it already knew Su Yan's approximate strength, so it immediately used the ghostly wall method, wanting to completely trap Su Yan and then devour Su Yan. However, it did not expect that Su Yan's strength would be so strong, and that he would have so many methods. After the fight, it was immediately subdued by Su Yan and could not even move. At this moment, it was truly standing on the edge of death. Life and death were on the line, and the deciding factor was Su Yan's will. Su Yan almost wanted to kill this little fox. Ghost fox was the most cunning thing, and this ghost fox's strength was not bad. Just like now, Su Yan used all his methods to kill this damn fox. Just as Su Yan was about to make his move, the will of the Four Directions seal appeared once more. Big brother Su Yan used the soul-subduing seal to suppress him and subdue him. This was what the square seal's artifact spirit, Aya, instructed Su Yan. Su Yan was startled, but he soon understood Aya's intention. After all, this was the ghost demon forest, and he didn't know how dangerous it was. This ghostly fox was just the beginning. Su Yan was simply too unfamiliar with this place. Therefore, he needed someone who was familiar with all this to help him. Obviously, this ghostly fox was a very good choice. The reason why Su Yan wanted to kill him from the start was because he didn't know how to deal with this ghostly fox. But now, Aya had already pointed him in the right direction, which was to use the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect that specialized in suppressing souls. Even though the ghostly fox was cunning, it was still a spirit-haunted house. It was something that the soul-suppressing seal could deal with. After thinking about this point, Su Yan immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Use the soul-suppressing seal to suppress." Su Yan directly looked at the ghostly fox. At this moment, his will directly turned into a ripple and rushed into the ghostly fox's mind. Su Yan said directly, "I know that a little thing like you can understand what I mean. Now, let me imprint the soul-suppressing seal into your sea of consciousness. Otherwise, you will die." Su Yan was extremely cold. He didn't give the ghostly fox any room for negotiation. The ghostly fox looked at Su Yan and immediately trembled. In the previous battle, he had already suffered enough from the pain that Su Yan had caused him. He deeply understood that he was definitely not a match for this human. Moreover, the mask had an extremely terrifying power that seemed to be able to directly essence him. At this time, he didn't dare to resist. He finally let out a sad cry, obviously agreeing with Su Yan. After all, at this time, he didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. If he continued to stubbornly resist, only death would be left. A spirit ghost like him was most afraid of death. If he could live, he didn't want to die. Although he also understood that if he agreed, it meant that he was forced to work hard. If he continued to resist, he would truly die. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze became incomparably deep. Then, the soul-suppressing seal appeared again. The soul-suppressing seal was grand and majestic. Its aura was incomparably sacred. The powerful force at this time became even more imposing. The terrifying force directly went for the ghostly fox's forehead. In the next moment, a golden mark appeared on the ghostly fox's forehead. The moment the mark appeared, the ghostly fox actually began to cry softly. Falling into this mark, it was extremely painful. If a woman saw this scene, she would probably be extremely disappointed or even in pain. However, Su Yan wouldn't show any mercy. His gaze was like a flame as he looked at the ghostly fox. If the ghostly fox dared to make any strange movements, only death would await it. For such a haunted house, Su Yan wouldn't underestimate it. This kind of demonic ghost was the most detestable. It would bewitch one's mind and would do anything. Since he already knew the nature of the other party, how could he be deceived by the other party? After a long time, the ghostly fox's body flashed with a golden light. Then, the soul-suppressing seal's mark finally disappeared. Only then did Su Yan release the ghostly fox. At this moment, the cunning ghostly fox was cowering on the ground. It didn't make any other movements. Master. At this moment, a voice sounded in Su Yan's heart. This voice was the sound of a child crying. Su Yan knew that this was the voice of the ghostly fox. After being suppressed by this power, the ghostly fox was completely subservient to Su Yan. However, at the same time, it had an advantage. It could communicate directly with Su Yan. At first, he was surprised. However, after a moment, he let go of this surprise. After all, the soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect. What he knew about this treasure was too little. Very well. Since you're the ghostly fox, I'll call you Ghosty. Now, tell me how to leave this ghost forest. The reason why Su Yan had subdued it was so that he could leave this place. If he didn't know how to leave this place, it would be terrible for Su Yan. He had worked so hard to come to the Saint Devil Mountain. However, he wouldn't even be able to see Lu Lan before he died silently. The ghostly fox's voice sounded again. Master, if you want to leave the ghost forest immediately, you have to go through the White Bones path. Only by going through the White Bones path can you leave this place. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave. The ghostly fox told Su Yan some of the information it knew. After a moment of silence, Su Yan finally sighed. He still looked at this place too simply. The horror and strangeness of this place couldn't be described with words. Strictly speaking, the ghost forest wasn't a part of the Jiuzhou continent. It was like an existence in an extraterritorial space. However, it was connected to the Saint Devil Mountain by a passage, and that was the White Bones path. If one wanted to leave this place and return to the Saint Devil Mountain, they could only go through the White Bones path. However, the White Bones path was extremely dangerous. There were extremely powerful White Bones heavenly demons guarding it. Existences like the ghostly fox didn't dare to go there. Once they touched it, they would die without a doubt. It was also because of this that the ghost forest was so terrifying. After entering the forest, almost no one could leave. According to the memories, the strength of the White Bones heavenly demon had probably reached the level of a Dao sovereign. How powerful was a Dao sovereign? This was something that ordinary people couldn't imagine. However, for Su Yan, no matter how powerful the White Bones heavenly demon was, he still had to go. He wouldn't stay in the ghost forest forever, and he didn't have the time. White Bones path. Alright, then lead the way. Facts prove that subduing the ghostly fox was indeed beneficial. Under the leadership of the ghostly fox, not only would Su Yan not get lost, he could also avoid the domains of many powerful ghosts. Although Su Yan wasn't afraid of these ghosts, Su Yan didn't have the time at this time. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly moving forward. In less than half a day, he had already reached his destination, the White Bones Path. Just the sight of the White Bone Path was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was because this place was simply too terrifying. Su Yan looked forward. In front of him, there was an endless void, completely engulfed by darkness. Even if he probed with his divine sense, there was no response. If a person fell into such a void, there would be no other end except annihilation. And this White Bones Path was in this dark void. Rather than calling the White Bone Path a path, it would be better to call it a spine. The spine spread out, leading to an unknown distance. The end in the distance was the exit. If it wasn't for the problem with the space transmission, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to enter here in any case. Master, I feel a powerful aura in front. At this time, the ghostly fox's voice sounded in Su Yan's heart again. Powerful aura? Is that the White Bones heavenly demon? Su Yan asked. The ghostly fox's timid voice sounded again. No, that's not the White Bones heavenly demon's aura. The White Bones heavenly demon is stronger, but, alright, I understand. No matter what kind of existence it is, since it has appeared, we have to fight. At this moment, Su Yan didn't stop, and directly continued forward. It had to be said that the ghostly fox's senses were powerful. It had sensed the existence of Su Yan earlier than he did. Of course, there was also the geographical advantage. After all, this was the home of ghosts. At this moment, the ground under Su Yan's feet began to tremble, and an extremely terrifying aura attacked Su Yan. At this moment, Ghostly Fox began to tremble. It was as if it was extremely afraid. Of course, Su Yan didn't care. The Ghostly Fox was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a four essences venerable. How could it be so easily frightened? This was just a facade. Chapter 906. Female Literature. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared under his feet. Under his feet. That terrifying and powerful existence was actually lurking under Su Yan's feet at this time. Su Yan's eyes directly burst out a ray of light. You're courting death. Without any hesitation, Su Yan directly operated his power at this moment, and then the powerful force was immediately suppressed. At the same time, his body flew directly into the sky like a cannonball. Almost at the first moment he flew up, the force he released was directly destroyed. A terrifying white bone shadow directly broke through the rock layer on the ground and directly chased after Su Yan. Even Su Yan was shocked at this time. This guy who suddenly appeared was really too terrifying. At this time, Su Yan had already felt that extremely awe-inspiring aura swallowing him. Once this aura swallowed him, he would definitely die. There was no doubt about it. Fortunately, Su Yan's speed was extremely fast, and he narrowly avoided this attack. However, before Su Yan's mind had time to relax, he suddenly felt that there was an additional thought in front of him that had locked onto him. The appearance of this feeling caused him to become extremely nervous. He was very clear about the strength of the ghostly fox, but the ghostly fox's fear of this thing had clearly reached an indescribable level. In other words, this white-boned snake was extremely terrifying. This kind of terror had even surpassed Su Yan's own. Su Yan's eyes directly released a ray of light. At this moment, his aura had risen to an unimaginable level. Because of the strength of the opponent, Su Yan had no choice but to become even stronger. If he did not improve, then only death would await him. This was the naked law of survival. At this moment, on the other side of Su Yan, a terrifying white shadow appeared. A second white-boned snake. At this moment, Su Yan was already extremely shocked. One long snake had already made him suffer enough. If two long snakes appeared at this time, it would be a disaster for him. No, It's not a second-long snake, because this aura is not right. At this time, Su Yan had already keenly discovered the situation. If it was a second-long snake, Su Yan would definitely have discovered the situation, but now, this was clearly the aura of a long snake. In other words, these two terrifying white bones came from a long snake. Two terrifying white bones fluttered in the sky like two chains, completely trapping Su Yan. However, Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. At this point, when he used the regal sword escape, his entire body was like a shadow. His speed was unimaginable. Because of this, his speed was extremely fast. He could almost easily dodge any attack. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly flickering. Of course, it was impossible for Su Yan to run away at this moment because he knew very well that there was no way he could escape. He would only become more and more and more. At this time, he had to take the initiative. Therefore, when he was dodging, he was not doing nothing. Instead, he was using his own strength to investigate the situation below. When he dodged another attack, he finally locked his gaze on the ground below. There was an extremely tyrannical aura that was constantly twisting and circulating. Where? Su Yan immediately confirmed that the core of the tentacle was below. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased to the extreme. Regal Nirvana Slash. At this time, Su Yan attacked with the Regal Nirvana Slash. He knew very well that to fight such a monster, he had to unleash all of his power. He had to give his opponent a thunderous blow. After all, in front of this monster, he did not have much of a chance. If he couldn't exert his strength to the extreme, then he might not have any chance the next time. In such a battle, life and death would always be separated by a thin line. Su Yan's power was constantly rotating, and his aura was also constantly flickering. It was like a stream of light. The endless stream of light had already made Su Yan's aura extremely powerful. At this time, Su Yan's power took a step forward. The Regal Nirvana Slash had finally landed on the ground. The terrifying aura went straight into the ground, and the violent power immediately shattered everything. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had begun to collapse. The unimaginable power had completely gone berserk, and the ground was directly lifted up. At this time, an extremely terrifying huge white bone disc immediately appeared. It looked like a giant tortoise shell. After Su Yan's Regal Nirvana Slash broke through the ground, it directly landed on the ground and then on the white bone turtle shell. However, it only left a mark on the turtle shell. What a strong defense! At this moment, Su Yan was shocked. The defense of this thing was actually so strong. It was at this moment that an extremely dangerous feeling appeared once again. At this time, Su Yan was shocked, but he didn't have time to think. He used the regal sword escape technique again and directly disappeared from the spot. Almost at that moment, an extremely terrifying and awe-inspiring white bone appeared. It was actually another long snake. Moreover, the moment Su Yan's figure appeared, the white bone snake had already charged towards him again. Su Yan had no choice but to dodge again and again. A turtle body with 3 heads and a snake head. Could that be a black tortoise? It was a powerful demonic beast in the legends. After the 4 images seal obtained power, it manifested the 4 images, and the black tortoise was one of the 4 images. The 4 images were extremely terrifying existences. No matter which world it was, there were legends about them. In this world, the 4 images were all divine beasts. All 4 of the 4 images beasts were divine beasts. What kind of concept was a divine beast? It was equivalent to a heavenly sovereign, or even an existence that surpassed it. Although Su Yan's 4 images seal had condensed the 4 images beasts, in reality, they were only embryonic forms. Their strength was simply too strong. Su Yan was sure that the huge white bone in front of him was a black tortoise. Of course, the only black tortoise that could become a divine beast was that ancient giant beast. However, their descendants had inherited their bloodline and would definitely be extremely powerful. At this time, the 4 images sacred beasts had appeared here. Su Yan didn't know what this meant, but he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was increasing crazily. He had already begun to force himself to unleash all of his strength. He didn't even hesitate to awaken all of his strength. The 3 snake heads once again charged towards Su Yan to kill him. That terrifying power had almost caused Su Yan to feel that the surrounding space was beginning to shake and crumble. How could Su Yan dare to face such power head-on? However, at this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath. At this moment, he was waiting for the arrival of this powerful force. Originally, he had planned to dodge this terrifying force, but at this moment, Su Yan suddenly changed his mind because he knew very well that there were some things that he couldn't avoid. There were some powers that he simply could not avoid. Since that was the case, he might as well not avoid them. Therefore, he completely immersed himself in his aura. Then, he actually rushed towards this terrifying attack. Such an action was simply courting death. However, Su Yan would never throw his life away for no reason. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to quickly get close to the main body. He clearly knew that if he kept dodging this terrifying white-boned black tortoise's attack, he might be able to dodge it for a while, but in the end, he definitely wouldn't end well. The white-boned black tortoise was simply too powerful. Just by looking at the corpses that had turned into white bones under the white-boned black tortoise's body, one could tell that it was definitely a terrifying hunter. It was almost impossible for Su Yan to kill it. However, Su Yan had no choice at this moment. At the end of the day, there was only one sentence, which was to face death and live. Come then. The terrifying attack of the white-boned black tortoise's 3-headed snake body was already in front of him in an instant. That kind of power was simply unimaginable. Su Yan's speed was simply too fast. At this moment, his power was so terrifying that it dissipated in an instant. The terrifying radiance continued to condense at this moment, and the terrifying power almost condensed the space around Su Yan directly. It was also at this moment that Su Yan moved. He clearly knew that he absolutely couldn't go on like this. If he didn't do anything, then it would really be the time for him to die. Therefore, he moved at this moment. In an instant, his speed became so fast that his entire body was like a phantom. The first thing he had to do was to dodge the attack when it reached its limit. Only by dodging the attack could he launch a counterattack. The white-boned black tortoise's defensive power was extremely strong. Its defense wasn't just the tortoise shell itself, but the 3-headed snake body was also one of its defensive methods. At this moment, Su Yan had to dodge the 3-headed sacrifice so that his attack could directly hit the black tortoise's body. Demonic dragon wings, regal sword evasion. At this moment, Su Yan pushed his speed to the limit, and the power of the two burst out at the same time. At this moment, Su Yan's body turned into a stream of light, and the power of the surrounding space shrunk in an instant. That extremely terrifying power could no longer do anything to Su Yan at this moment. The 3-headed snake body's attack directly penetrated Su Yan's body, but it was really an illusion left by Su Yan. Because his body disappeared too quickly, he left an afterimage on the spot. Even his aura was left on the spot. Chapter 907. Female literature, great, I've finally bypassed the snake's attack. Su Yan was overjoyed. He clearly knew that this was an extremely rare opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, his actions would become even more passive. His body suddenly appeared. At this moment, he could finally see the terrifying giant head in front of him clearly. He was certain that the white skeletal black tortoise was not dead. It was still alive. However, it had suffered 2 serious injuries, so much so that its snake body had turned into white bones, and its tortoise shell was only left with white bones. However, its black tortoise head was still there. If Su Yan had not rushed in front of it, perhaps he would not have noticed this. At this moment, the black tortoise head was deeply hidden by it. This is a living black tortoise. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Su Yan would not have dared to believe this. Su Yan's appearance made the black tortoise feel a strong sense of danger. Its body had turned into white bones, and the only complete black tortoise head was its true weakness. It was also its last hope. At this moment, the black tortoise was actually severely injured, resulting in its current appearance. Of course, it wanted to recover. However, it was not so simple to do so. And the head of the black tortoise was his last hope. He needed to constantly hunt creatures, absorb energy, and then let his strength continue to recover. However, if Su Yan hurt its head, it would probably lose its last hope. Obviously, Su Yan had already understood this point. At this moment, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. That extremely bright and intense power was directly activated. Su Yan did not know why the black tortoise had fallen into this state, but he knew that if he could not kill the black tortoise, he would die. Su Yan did not want to die, so he could only fight with all his might. At this moment, the scorching sun sword's radiance rose again, and the rich aura of the God-Slayer sword began to burn. This time, he was using the God-Slayer sword chi. The so-called God-Slayer sword skill was actually a sword mind of the God-Slayer sword. After Su Yan obtained this sword mind, he had been trying to understand it. Of course, he could also activate the will of the God-Slayer sword, but every time he activated it, it would consume the will of the sword. However, there was nothing to be afraid of at this point. He had never thought of making the God-Slayer sword his major. At this moment, only the God-Slayer sword would be able to severely injure or even kill this black tortoise. When the God-Slayer sword intent appeared, the black tortoise immediately felt uneasy. However, Su Yan wouldn't give him any chance. His body disappeared again, and in the next moment, he was right in front of the black tortoise. The formidable power of annihilation began to surge. The black tortoise finally felt a great threat. His white bone tortoise shell released a deathly white radiance, protecting his vitals. However, at this moment, Su Yan wouldn't give him the chance. As soon as he retreated, Su Yan was already closing in on him. His sword chi surged, and the formidable power immediately exploded with boundless radiance. At this moment, Su Yan's God-Slayer sword intent had already turned into a terrifying giant sword in the sky. Without any hesitation or delay, the moment the giant sword appeared, the terrifying sword light had already descended. It was a power that could break through anything. One had to know that when Su Yan was at his peak, he was a terrifying existence that could kill gods. Even though it was only a sword mind now, it was already extremely majestic. Before the sword mind could reach the black tortoise's body, the white bone tortoise had already let out an extremely tragic howl. At this moment, the ghostly fox on Su Yan's shoulder was also extremely shocked. The sword mind that Su Yan had displayed had truly frightened him. If Su Yan had displayed such great power from the beginning, how would he have dared to attack Su Yan? However, it was too late to say anything now. He had already become Su Yan's servant. The sword mind kept on attacking the black tortoise's body in the dormitory. The white bone tortoise was in too much pain, and its 3 white bone serpents were constantly writhing. Everywhere it passed, large areas of land were directly destroyed. In an instant, this place had become a land of disaster. At this moment, the square seal rose from the mountainside again. Su Yan clearly felt a vibration coming from the square seal. At this moment, Aya's voice was heard again, "The black tortoise, it's the black tortoise's aura. Big brother Su Yan, subdue the black tortoise." "What do you mean?" Su Yan did not understand. The black tortoise was not the ghostly fox. Its strength was simply unimaginable. The reason why Su Yan could force the black tortoise to such a state was because of the powerful sword mind of the God-Slayer sword. However, it was almost impossible to subdue the sword mind. Big brother Su Yan, the 4-elephant seal contains the black tortoise's true intent. Although the black tortoise's true intent is still very weak at this moment, the black tortoise is the purest source of the black tortoise. It is the direct power of the divine beast black tortoise. As long as the white-boned tortoise feels it, it will definitely choose to submit. Aya spoke very confidently. However, to Su Yan, this was an extremely dangerous matter. This was because if he used the square seal at this moment, it would definitely break the Godslayer sword mind. Su Yan used the Godslayer sword to subdue the black tortoise. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was a chance that he won by risking his life. If his strength could not support it at this moment, the black tortoise would definitely not give him this chance next time. Moreover, Su Yan might very well die because of this. However, if he could use the square seal to subdue the black tortoise, the benefits were obvious. Su Yan's strength would definitely increase tremendously in a short period of time. At this moment, Su Yan made a prompt decision. Alright, let's give it a try. At this moment, Su Yan leaped up. At the same time, he began to use the square seal. However, the moment the square seal appeared, the Godslayer sword's true intent immediately could not support it. After all, its true intent needed Su Yan's true intent to maintain it. At this moment, Su Yan used the square seal. Naturally, he could not support the true intent. At this moment, the Godslayer sword's true intent began to loosen. At this moment, the white-boned tortoise immediately began to rebel. Previously, the suppression of the Godslayer sword's true intent caused it great pain. At this moment, the Godslayer sword's true intent suddenly disappeared. It immediately began to roar. This was its chance. It wanted to break free from this powerful force and launch a counterattack. It wanted to kill this brat who dared to offend it. At this moment, Su Yan immediately felt a great sense of danger. He had been locked on by the white-boned tortoise's true intent. At this moment, his entire body began to tremble. The white-boned tortoise was extremely powerful. If it wanted to kill him, it could do so in an instant. Square seal, go. At this moment, Su Yan did not have time to think. He immediately used the square seal. Almost at the same time, the black tortoise's 3 snake heads appeared behind Su Yan. The terrifying power was about to descend upon Su Yan's body. It's over. Even Su Yan felt great despair at this moment. He only felt that he was going to die at this moment. The feeling of having a knife at his back was simply terrifying. Right at this moment, the 3 snake heads actually stopped moving. Su Yan's heart was beating extremely fast. At this moment, he already felt that he was going to die. However, the black tortoise had already calmed down. Su Yan looked ahead. At this moment, a ray of light flickered from the square seal. The gentle light had already enveloped the black tortoise. The faint light dissipated, and the black tortoise's body was gradually contained. It seems that I've escaped a disaster. At this moment, he had already heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw this scene, he naturally knew that he had won again this time. The square seal had successfully subdued the black tortoise. At this moment, the shadow of a black tortoise appeared from the square seal. However, compared to the white-boned tortoise, the shadow was too small. However, the strange thing was that even though it was very small, the white-boned black tortoise actually felt exceptionally peaceful after sensing this light. The small shadow of the black tortoise slowly descended on the white-boned tortoise's body. At this moment, the white-boned tortoise was so quiet that it looked like a sleeping child. Bit by bit, the power gradually contaminated the white-boned tortoise's body. The terrifying aura of the white-boned tortoise began to dissipate bit by bit. At this moment, the square seal shone brightly, and the white-boned tortoise's body began to shrink slowly. In just a short while, the white-boned tortoise's body was no different from the shadow of the black tortoise. At this moment, the two actually began to merge. Finally, the two shadows merged into one, and the white-boned tortoise flew directly into the square seal. When the white bone tortoise merged with the square seal, Su Yan immediately felt the square seal's power begin to increase. After devouring the 9 demon primordial spirits, the square seal's power had increased a lot. At this moment, its power increased even more. Su Yan looked at the floating square seal and was speechless. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, he sent his consciousness into the square seal and realized that the white bone tortoise had begun to change. Flesh and blood began to grow on his bones bit by bit. Although it did not cover his entire body, most of it had been repaired. Big brother Su Yan, the square seal has returned to the black tortoise. From today onwards, the square seal can truly help you in battle. Aya's voice was still calm and sweet. Just as she finished speaking, a stream of spirit chi spread out from the square seal and landed on Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body began to gradually recover under the nourishment of this power. In just a short while, Su Yan's condition had completely recovered. He exhaled and said, "It's time to enter the white bone path." Chapter 908. Female literature. Su Yan's condition had recovered. Not only that, but his strength also seemed to have broken through. This was the strength of the 10 Dragons realm. The 10 Dragons realm could contain everything. When he was fighting with the white skeleton black tortoise, he had devoured its aura. When the 4 corners seal healed him, he had also devoured its aura. In this realm, he was like a bottomless pit. It was able to contain all of the auras. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was also increasing. Su Yan did not know where his limit was. When would he be able to break through this limit and become a supremacy? However, he knew that his strength was no weaker than a one-origin supremacy. This was under the condition that he did not use any other strength. "Master, are we really going up?" Although Su Yan had defeated the powerful white skeleton black tortoise, this did not give the poor ghostly fox any confidence. The strength of the white skeleton heavenly demon had long become an irreplaceable and powerful pressure. The moment Su Yan stepped in, ghostly fox had already begun to tremble. That formless pressure continued to oppress him at this moment. Su Yan ignored him. No matter how strong the white skeleton heavenly demon was, how could it compare to the terrifying Dragon King? Although it was not his own strength, Su Yan had experienced such a battle and endured such terrifying strength. Therefore, the white skeleton heavenly demon was not in Su Yan's heart. No matter what it was, if one started to feel fear before doing it, then how could one succeed in doing it? The moment he stepped onto the white bone's path, Su Yan felt a terrifying aura. Or rather, it was the sound of vibrations from the unseen. That kind of power seemed so terrifying at this moment. What kind of existence is the white skeleton heavenly demon? Su Yan thought as he quickly moved forward. He wanted to leave this place before the white skeleton heavenly demon's power exploded. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. However, it was good to take a step forward. As Boundless moved forward, the pressure he felt grew stronger and stronger. The pressure was so great that it was almost boundless. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. In the end, even a single step forward had become extremely difficult. At this moment, the ghostly fox suddenly screamed. "Master, let's run. Let's run. This is not a power we can withstand. Let's run." At this moment, Ghostly Fox began to scream. He seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the suppression of the soul-suppressing seal, the ghost fox would have already fled in all directions. Shocking. Su Yan spat out those 2 words, which immediately transformed into a soul pressure. At the same time, the golden mark on Ghostly Fox's forehead flashed. After a short while, the Ghostly Fox calmed down. However, Ghostly Fox still had a fearful look on his face. However, when he met Su Yan's gaze, he finally felt better. "Master, this is simply too frightening." Looking at Ghostly Fox's appearance, Su Yan already knew that Ghostly Fox must have fallen into an extremely frightening illusion. The origin of the illusion was that terrifying pressure. This pressure seemed to have an extremely frightening suppressive power towards ghosts. It was to the extent that Ghostly Fox was afraid to such an extent. "It's fine. You stay quiet. Otherwise, I'll kill you," Su Yan said calmly. Then, he continued to move forward. This White Bones path was truly dangerous. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if he was walking on a steel wire bridge. At this moment, distortions began to appear in front of him. The appearance of such distortions seemed to be a change in space. It was as if the spatial transfer gate was already in front of him. Is this a spatial fluctuation? Could it be that I've already reached the end of the White Bones path and can leave this place and enter the Saint Devil Mountain for real? If this was the spatial transfer gate, then logically speaking, he should have reached the end. However, Su Yan did not believe that he could walk through the White Bones path so easily. It was fine that Ghostly Fox was so afraid of the White Bones path, but the White Bones Black Tortoise was also the same. After the White Bones Black Tortoise was subdued by Su Yan already knew that half of the injuries on the White Bones Black Tortoise's body were from this White Bones path. It was precisely because of this that he simply blocked the front of the White Bones path, not allowing any creatures to pass. This was because he knew that as long as creatures entered the White Bones path, they would become food for the White Bones heavenly demon and increase its strength. Since that was the case, he might as well kill all the prey of the White Bones heavenly demon himself. Of course, the reason why he dared to do so was because the White Bones heavenly demon seemed to be unable to leave the White Bones path. Su Yan had a deep understanding of the strength of the White Bones Black Tortoise. In order to deal with the White Bones heavenly demon, he had directly released the God-Slayer sword's intent to win for himself. Illusion. Su Yan was suddenly stunned. The Ghostly Fox had fallen into an illusion, so it became so afraid, but it did not realize it at all. At first, Su Yan thought that it was because his mental power was strong, so he was not afraid of the illusion. However, at this moment, it seemed that he was wrong. After all, no matter how strong he was not immune to all illusions. Not to mention other things, the illusion that the Ghostly Fox had set up made him sink into it. Although it was not to the extent that he could not extricate himself, it was already extremely dangerous. The White Bones heavenly demon was definitely stronger than the Ghostly Fox. This was without a doubt. Since that was the case, why did he not fall into its illusion? At this moment, Su Yan already understood that it was not that he had not fallen into the illusion, but that he had fallen into the illusion without realizing it. He thought that he had already reached the end, but perhaps the current Su Yan was still in the same place, or perhaps he had already reached the end of his life. At this moment, thinking about it, the reason why the Ghostly Fox was so afraid was perhaps not only because it was intimidated by the powerful mental pressure, but also because it realized its situation, so it wanted to remind and wake him up. Thinking of this, Su Yan became more and more certain of his assumption. As a result, the scorching sun sword appeared, and the powerful sword Qi galloped like a fierce horse. The powerful aura rose steadily at this moment. At this moment, what Su Yan wanted to do was very simple. Just like how he dealt with the Ghostly Fox's illusion, he did the same at this moment. That was to break it with force. He wanted to use the scorching sun sword to destroy everything. Of course, it was different from dealing with the Ghostly Fox. At this moment, the power that Su Yan displayed was far stronger. Because at this moment, he clearly knew how terrifying this White Bones heavenly demon was. And now, he had fallen into the illusion and was already in a passive position. At this time, he could no longer hold back. Otherwise, he would completely die and become the White Bones heavenly demon's food. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan attacked with the God-Slayer sword intent. Su Yan's own strength might not be strong enough, but the God-Slayer sword intent was definitely enough. The power to kill gods had already surpassed everything in terms of the essence of power. In other words, if the same power was displayed by the god-killing sword, its destructive power would be thousands of times stronger. It was not because of anything else, but because of the difference in essence. The God-Slayer sword was the sword of God-slaying. When the God-Slayer sword intent appeared, the surrounding immediately rang out with the sound of crackling. This sound was simply unbelievably terrifying. Su Yan himself did not know how to describe it, but under such power, everything around him began to be destroyed. Bit by bit, space began to shatter, and a monstrous demonic aura appeared. This aura was so terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood why even the White Bones Black Tortoise was not a match for this existence. This White Bones heavenly demon definitely had the terrifying strength of a Tao master, and he was really not worth mentioning in front of it. If it were not for the ghostly fox's constant calls, if it were not for the nature of the God-Slayer sword intent that was transcendent and could destroy everything, Su Yan could only rely on this point to directly break the illusion. However, the White Bones heavenly demon's strength was still a little too strong. The appearance of the God-Slayer sword intent had already shattered the illusion of the White Bones heavenly demon, but that was all it could do. The moment the illusion shattered, Su Yan finally saw the powerful White Bones heavenly demon. Of course, what he saw was not the entire White Bones heavenly demon, but only an outline. It was a pale white bone. It had a huge body like a dragon, and at this moment, there was an extremely terrifying flame in its terrifying skull. The flame was constantly burning, and the terrifying power was constantly changing at this moment. The flame seemed to have an extremely terrifying power, and the power of the illusion originated from this terrifying flame. The God-Slayer sword intent directly fell on the two balls of flame, and finally dispersed this power. However, Su Yan clearly saw that the flame did not completely disperse, but was temporarily suppressed. Although the God-Slayer sword intent was terrifying, after all, the power that existed in Su Yan's body was still a little weak, and it was not all of its power. At this moment, the White Bones heavenly demon roared, and its domineering aura had risen to the extreme. At this moment, the White Bones heavenly demon wanted to tear everything apart. It was also at this moment that Su Yan directly summoned the square seal. When the square seal appeared, the power within immediately suppressed. If it was before, the power of the square seal would have required the support of Su Yan's mental strength. In this case, Su Yan could not use the God-Slayer sword intent and the square seal at the same time. However, at this moment, the black tortoise had returned to its position. Using the square seal did not require the support of Su Yan's will. At this moment, the square seal appeared, and the shadow of the black tortoise appeared in the square seal. Chapter 909. Female Literature. The black tortoise was naturally the white-boned black tortoise. However, it could no longer be called that because the white-boned black tortoise's body had changed. Although there were still some bones exposed, it was not the same as before, where the whole body was made of bones. Now, other than the 3 snake heads, the black tortoise's real body had reappeared. The moment it appeared, it immediately let out a huge roar, and then its entire body was suppressed. The white-boned heavenly demon was an enemy it hated the most. At this time, it directly suppressed it with the might of the 4 directions seal. The first thing it did was to suppress his power. The white-boned heavenly demon let out another roar. This was the second time it had suffered a setback today. The will of the God-Slayer sword was still suppressing its body. Then, the 4 directions seal fell. These 2 powers were extremely terrifying. Even a powerful existence like it couldn't break free for a while. Master, kill him. At this time, the ghostly fox immediately became excited. It didn't expect that Su Yan would have such strength. Not only did he break through the illusion, but he could also directly counterattack and force the white-boned heavenly demon to such a state. Previously, the ghostly fox was extremely afraid of the white-boned heavenly demon. But now, Su Yan and the white-boned heavenly demon were fighting. Not only was he not killed by the white-boned heavenly demon, but he also had the upper hand. This gave it a lot of confidence. At this time, not only did it let go of all its fear, it even thought of killing the white-boned heavenly demon. The weak were usually like this. Usually, they were filled with fear towards the strong. They didn't even dare to think of resisting. However, when he felt that the strong were just like that, his heart would be more vicious than anyone else's. But at this time, Su Yan wouldn't listen to the ghostly fox. Kill the white-boned heavenly demon? This was a huge temptation, but Su Yan definitely wouldn't do it. The ghostly fox would get carried away for a while. However, Su Yan would not. He clearly knew how powerful a white-boned heavenly demon was. The white-boned sky fiend was currently being suppressed by both the Four Directions seal and the Godslayer sword. But even so, he didn't die. At this moment, he was still struggling. Su Yan could clearly see that although this guy's situation was very bad at this time, it didn't mean that he didn't have any chance to make a comeback. As long as the time came, he would definitely be able to turn the situation around. On the other hand, although he had gained a huge advantage at this moment, this was all he could do. He didn't have a chance to make a comeback. This was his biggest weakness. If he really did as Ghostly Fox said and tried to kill this guy, then there would only be one outcome, and that was death. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan made the best choice, which was to leave this place. Leaving was his main goal. He wasn't here to kill this white-boned heavenly demon. So what if this white-boned heavenly demon was powerful? It was fine as long as he didn't hinder him. After Su Yan left this place, he would definitely not return to the white-bone path and the demon forest. As long as he left this place, he would be safe. Since that was the case, there was no need for Su Yan to continue staying here. But at this time, an extremely unexpected thing happened. Su Yan had already passed by the white-boned heavenly demon and was heading towards the real exit. However, he realized that he couldn't recall the Four Directions seal. This Four Directions seal revealed an extremely strong intent, which was to kill this white-boned heavenly demon. Su Yan immediately knew the reason. It was the white-boned black tortoise's anger and unwillingness. The white-boned black tortoise was heavily injured by this white-boned heavenly demon. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to guard the entrance of the white-bone path and kill all of his prey. The reason why he did this was because he wasn't a match for this white-boned heavenly demon. But now, the situation seemed to have changed. It wasn't impossible to defeat the white-boned heavenly demon because he now had a huge backing, which was the Four Directions seal. At this moment, the white-boned black tortoise was actually trying to dominate the will of the Four Directions seal. His hatred was so strong that he wasn't even willing to pay attention to the will of the Four Directions seal. This was the most dangerous situation for Su Yan. Aya, control him. At this time, Su Yan directly gave the order. He was indeed happy that the Four Directions seal had become stronger. However, if this Four Directions seal was no longer under his control, then what could it do no matter how strong it was? At this time, he directly transmitted his thoughts into the Four Directions seal. However, this time, as the weapon spirit of the Four Directions seal, Aya didn't respond to Su Yan. His transmission of thoughts was directly annihilated as if it had entered the sea. All he could feel was the white-boned black tortoise's unwillingness, endless anger, and killing intent. What made Su Yan even angrier was that the white-boned black tortoise actually transmitted its terrifying killing intent. He wanted to use this to control Su Yan's thoughts. In other words, this was a magic treasure going against its will and trying to turn its master into a puppet. You're courting death. Su Yan's eyes burst into flames of extreme anger. At this time, he was already in trouble. However, the damn white-boned black tortoise still wanted to do this. This was simply a huge mess for him. You actually want to control me. In that case, there's no need for your original spirit to exist. Originally, Su Yan wanted to kill the white-boned black tortoise directly. However, because of the Four Directions seal, he didn't do it in the end. Instead, he let the white-boned black tortoise enter the Four Directions seal. However, the white-boned black tortoise was obviously biting the hand that fed it. This was an extremely terrible thing for him. How could Su Yan allow such a thing to happen? At this moment, he made a prompt decision. Godslayer sword, kill. At this time, Su Yan directly recalled the Godslayer sword and slashed at the Four Directions seal fiercely. The Godslayer sword was originally an important reason why the white-boned heavenly demon was suppressed. Because of the existence of the Godslayer sword, the white-boned heavenly demon was unable to break free directly. Then, together with the Four Directions seal, it was able to suppress the white-boned heavenly demon to this extent. However, at this time, the Four Directions seal, under the control of the white-boned black tortoise, actually wanted to resist him. Su Yan couldn't care less. At this time, his strength directly increased and even reversed. A powerful and terrifying aura directly burst out at this moment. The Godslayer sword no longer targeted the white-boned heavenly demon. Instead, it directly rushed into the Four Directions seal. The Godslayer sword was so domineering that even the Four Directions seal couldn't resist it. At this time, when Su Yan's sword slashed down, the Four Directions seal immediately trembled. The white-boned black tortoise's original spirit even let out a painful roar. Obviously, it didn't expect Su Yan to actually do this. At this time, it could only let out such a painful howl. At this moment, Su Yan was staring straight at it. Disobedient fellow, it's better for you to die. This was Su Yan's will. At this time, he couldn't tolerate any mistakes. Although the black tortoise's original spirit was good, since it had already done such a thing, then it should die. Su Yan's strength had already erupted to the extreme. Under this attack, all of the power fell one after another. Even with the Four Directions seal's obstruction, the original spirit of the white-boned black tortoise had already felt the threat of death. The Four Directions seal's prestige was simply ineffective against the Godslayer sword. Firstly, Su Yan was the true owner of the Four Directions seal. Although the Four Directions seal was currently controlled by the white-boned black tortoise, the Four Directions seal wouldn't attack Su Yan, nor would it obstruct Su Yan. This was because Su Yan was the successor of the Stupa sect. Secondly, the Godslayer sword was a powerful existence that stood above everything. Its sword intent was close to immortal. Even though it wasn't very strong, its level was too high. The Four Directions seal simply couldn't resist. The Godslayer sword swept across and the original spirit of the white-boned black tortoise fell. The terrifying sword intent finally killed it. Not long ago, it had escaped with its life in front of the Godslayer sword. However, this time, it had still died under the Godslayer sword. The Four Directions seal clearly shook the moment the white-boned original spirit died. Aya's voice was heard. Big brother Su Yan, you shouldn't have killed it. I can subdue it. A living black tortoise's original spirit was extremely precious. Therefore, Aya's heart naturally ached. However, Su Yan only said, Aya, you have to remember that I don't have time. Su Yan's voice was very cold. Although the accident this time didn't cause too many consequences for Su Yan knew that it was only because he had handled it in time. If the white-boned black tortoise had dragged on and forced him to fight to the death with the white-boned heavenly demon, then even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He would definitely be seriously injured. When that happened, how could Su Yan fight the experts of the Limitless Demon Sect? How could he rescue Lu Lan from their hands? He didn't have much hope in the first place. If such a thing happened, then there would be no hope at all. Su Yan no longer paid attention to Aya and put away the Four Directions seal. At the same time, he had already started to rush toward the real exit. The white-boned heavenly demon was really terrifying. At this time, the white-boned heavenly demon had already recovered. If it caught up to him, then he would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, Su Yan directly increased his speed to the extreme. Under the full power of the regal sword teleportation technique, Su Yan finally passed through the spatial teleportation gate. Almost as soon as he left, the white-boned heavenly demon's terrifying power appeared. He was truly enraged at Su Yan. That sword intent had caused him incomparable pain. After so many years, he had never felt such pain before. Chapter 9-10. Female literature. He even sensed the aura of the black tortoise that he loathed. The black tortoise treated him as a mortal enemy, so he naturally treated the black tortoise as a thorn in his side. That damned black tortoise had ruined his plans time and time again. It had hunted down all his prey, causing his food supply to decrease rapidly. If it wasn't for some kind of restriction that prevented him from leaving the white bone's path, he would have chased after the black tortoise and devoured it. This time, he finally had the chance to kill him, but all of a sudden, his aura disappeared. However, the white-boned heavenly demon still locked its mind on Su Yan. He clearly knew that the damned black tortoise and that powerful and terrifying sword intent were related to this insignificant human. Therefore, at this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan escaped too quickly. He didn't give this guy any chance at all. The white-bone heavenly demon's power entered the space transmission. He wanted to kill Su Yan directly. However, in just a short while, Su Yan had already disappeared. Roar! Human, I will definitely kill you. When I leave the white bone's path, I will definitely kill you. His terrifying consciousness directly blasted out. A mysterious force appeared and prevented him from leaving, but it couldn't stop his consciousness. This was his roar towards Su Yan. Su Yan's body was still flying. At this moment, his expression was somewhat gloomy. This damned guy. His strength was truly terrifying. Even though this strand of thought had passed through the barrier of space, it still had such terrifying power. If it wasn't weakened by the barrier of space, just this terrifying thought alone would be enough to make Su Yan drink a pot of water. Facing such a terrifying existence, Su Yan's only feeling was that his heart was tired. Fortunately, this time, he finally left safely. In a magnificent hall of the limitless demon sect, Yan Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Damn it, what's going on now? During the last trip to the Taihang sword faction, Yan Xiao had suffered an unprecedented injury. His arm had been chopped off by Xue Xingchuan's sword, and that arm had even been obliterated. At this time, although he had reappeared, his strength had been greatly reduced compared to before. A Dao sovereign's means were indeed infinite, but Dao sovereigns were only supremacies, not gods. After his arm was cut off, even if he had the means to regenerate it, this new arm was not his original arm. It was inevitable that his strength would be greatly reduced. Just a few days ago, there was a big explosion in the sect's space transmission array, and the power of space directly dissipated. What made him angry was that the other vice sect masters didn't care about this matter. In the end, he had to take action to calm the fluctuations in space. However, even though he was a Dao master, it was not easy for him to quell the spatial fluctuations. He was in the healing stage. After this incident, he had suffered a fatal blow. Although it did not worsen his injuries, it had seriously delayed his recovery. However, at this time, there was another extremely powerful roar on the Saint Devil Mountain, which made him even more dissatisfied. After the angry roar, a subordinate immediately appeared. This subordinate was already a venerable expert, and his strength was not bad. He might not be comparable to the Lord Emissary who had fought with Su Yan, but he was definitely above the Heavenly Lion King. Lord Dao Sovereign, that's a roar from the demon forest, he said to Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao's eyebrows twitched. The space transmission array had exploded, and at this time, there was a commotion in the demon forest. This was definitely not a coincidence. His initial reaction was that someone had dared to barge into the Saint Devil Mountain. However, when he was at the teleportation array, he didn't see the figure of the intruder. Later, there was news from Golden Horse City that Ghostface had entered the Saint Devil Mountain. Now that there was such a violent fluctuation in the demon forest, it was very likely that it was caused by Ghostface. Even he did not dare to provoke the white bone heavenly demon in the demon forest. On the white bone path, its strength was really terrifying. If one wanted to enter the demon forest, they would have to face the white bone heavenly demon. Therefore, for so many years, almost no one in the limitless demon sect dared to enter. Now that there was such a commotion, it was likely that someone had caused it. From the looks of it, Ghostface does have some ability. To think that he is actually able to jump up and down in this place. Yan Xiao immediately concluded that this was caused by Ghostface. At his level, how could he be an idiot? He only needed to think about it and verify it with some information to immediately come to a conclusion. The seventh emissary said, "Lord, do we need to mobilize people to find this guy and kill him?" The Saint Devil Mountain had actually allowed an outsider to enter. This was definitely a joke to the Limitless Demon Sect. Of course, if the Limitless Demon Sect mobilized their forces, it would not take long for them to find this guy and kill him. At this time, Yan Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Since this guy is here, let's let him relax in the Limitless Demon Sect. Su Yan, remember, don't spread this matter out." From the beginning, the news of Ghostface's arrival had been suppressed by Yan Xiao. Now, in the entire Saint Devil Mountain, the person who wanted to capture Ghostface the most was definitely the third vice sect master, Xing Tianrua. Because of the Limitless Nine Demon Seal, it could be confirmed that Ghostface had the Limitless Nine Demon Seal. Unfortunately, Yan Xiao and the third vice sect master, Xing Tianrua, were not on the same side. If this news were to spread, Xing Tianrua would definitely take action. He was the one who controlled the Limitless Nine Demon Seal. At that time, he would be able to mobilize the people of the sect. And the Limitless Nine Demon Seal could only belong to him. After all, in general, he was the seal bearer. However, if Yan Xiao could master the Limitless Nine Demon Seal first, then at that time, not only would he be able to recover or even increase his strength, but he would also be able to seize the Limitless Nine Demon Seal. Therefore, how could he leak this news at this time? The seventh emissary smiled gently and said, "Okay, I understand. I will arrange for trustworthy people to search for it." The seventh emissary immediately knew that Yan Xiao was interested in the Limitless Nine Demon Seal. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned and left. Just as he said, he had to arrange for trustworthy people to deal with this matter. Of course, this so-called trustworthy person was also a matter of consideration. Not only did the person have to be a direct descendant of the seventh vice sect master, but he also had to be absolutely loyal. He also had to have a certain level of strength. If he was not strong enough, even if he found Ghostface, what could he do? He would probably be killed by Ghostface before he could send out the news. One had to know that Ghostface was not weak. If that was not the case, how did the Celestial Wolf City and the other city lords die? Yan Xiao closed his eyes again. Although he was a little annoyed by the movements coming from the Ghost Demon Forest, he was not worried. There was only one reason, and that was that he clearly knew the strength of the White Bone Heavenly Demon. This White Bone Heavenly Demon was not easy to deal with. No matter how strong Ghostface was, it was impossible for him to kill it. Moreover, it was impossible for the White Bone Heavenly Demon to escape from the Ghost Demon Forest. They had already dealt with the White Bone Heavenly Demon before, and deeply knew that for some reason, the White Bone Heavenly Demon was unable to escape from the forest. Of course, even if it managed to escape from the forest, it did not matter. This was the Saint Devil Mountain. As long as it dared to come out, it would immediately die. On the other side, the sacrificial altar for the sacrificial ceremony had already been built. Compared to the past, the sacrificial altar this time was even more majestic. True experts knew that the sacrificial altar for the sacrificial ceremony was more than 10 times larger than the previous ones. As the saying goes, when things are abnormal, there must be a demon. This time, since the Limitless Demon Sect was acting with such fanfare, it meant that they had absolute confidence in the success of this mission. It was said that the demon girl brought from the 5 counties continent this time was extremely talented. After the demon girl was brought to the limitless demon sect, her days would not be too miserable. No, it should be said that their days would be extremely comfortable. The limitless demon sect would impart the ancient demon race's cultivation method to them. In the past, although there were demonic women who had cultivated this technique to an extremely high level, this time, this one was extraordinary. Her cultivation speed was simply appalling. Not to mention the sons of demons, even some of the famous elders were not her match. She had already reached the level of a 5 essences venerable. This level was already extremely heaven-defying. She was only one step away from entering the Tao and becoming a Tao sovereign. This was enough to show that this demon girl's bloodline was extremely powerful. It was simply unimaginable. Among the 3 sons of demons, although Hua Yunfei had died at the beginning, it was said that Rosen from the ghost-killing hall had replaced his position. In addition to Rosen, there was also Shengguan Sheng and Murong Wudi. These were extremely terrifying fellows. Their strength was enough to be compared with the powerful sons of demons of the ancient times. In other words, this demon plan was more likely to succeed than any previous ones. It was also because of this that the limitless demon sect was particularly interested in this mission. Just like the 5th deputy sect master, this deputy sect master who had always been wandering outside had also returned. Every deputy sect master was a Tao sovereign. Of course, no one knew the cultivation level of the 1st deputy sect master. Above the 1st deputy sect master, there was still the sect master. Chapter 9-11. Female Literature, in another palace on the Saint Demon Mountain. This palace was filled with flowing clouds. It was incomparably beautiful and incomparably beautiful. There were also countless exotic flowers and herbs, making this place look like a fairyland. However, such a magnificent place was a little cold and cheerless. There weren't many people walking in this area, only a few. However, these few people were all extremely beautiful women. Each of them had a voluptuous figure. Although they were not as beautiful as the moon and flowers, they were still extraordinarily beautiful. What was even rarer was that when they walked, their auras were restrained. They were all experts with high cultivation levels. Among them, the weakest was at the spiritual sea realm. In the 5 counties continent, a spiritual sea realm cultivator could already become a pillar of a sect. However, in this place, these spiritual sea realm women were only serving as maids. The limitless demon sect was truly a big spender. Of course, to be served by such maids, they were definitely not simple people. This palace was called the Heavenly Demon Temple. This was the place where the limitless demon sect imprisoned the demonesses. In order to ensure that the demon plan went smoothly, the limitless demon sect naturally would not only choose one demoness. In fact, they would collect demonesses from all corners of this world. The monster palace in the 5 counties continent was only one of them. At this time, there were a total of 10 women living in the Heavenly Demon Temple. Of course, the reason why these 10 women could survive until now was not because of their beauty, but because of their strength. The others either died when they were subjected to the limitless demon sect's secret technique or were eliminated because of their lack of strength. To be able to survive until now, it was actually not easy for each of them. They had obtained the limitless demon sect's secret technique inheritance, which allowed their strength to increase. However, no one knew how much pain they had endured. Moreover, the most despairing thing was that even if they became stronger, so what? In the end, they could only become the limitless demon sect's tools. They could not escape at all. After going through so many hardships, they would only become someone else's cauldron. How unfortunate and sorrowful was this? However, this was fate. The demon bloodline in their bodies made it impossible for them to choose their own fate. Was fate unfair? It had always been like this. When had the fate of this world ever been fair? In a room in the Heavenly Demon Temple, Lu Lan quietly ended her meditation for the day. Lu Lan was the one with the strongest cultivation among the heavenly demonesses. She had become a 5 Essences venerable not too long ago. Back then, she had only been a girl at the Spirit Sea realm, but now, she had already reached the 5 Origin realm. How inconceivable was this? Su Yan had experienced life and death situations and had countless fortuitous encounters. Now, he was at the 10 Dragons realm. Chu Linger, on the other hand, had been taken in as a disciple by a peerless expert like Fairy Heartless and was personally taught by her. Even now, she had only just become a venerable. But now, Lu Lan was already a 5 Essences sovereign. If this news were to spread, then everyone would go crazy. Lu Lan walked to the window. She looked at the beautiful scenery outside, but she didn't have any intention of appreciating it. So what if the scenery outside the window was beautiful? To her, this place was like a prison. No one would be happy being locked up in a cage. In the past few days, she hadn't been at peace. She knew that that day would eventually come. The demon plan, this was the end of her life. Scenes of the past in the Monster Palace appeared in front of her. She really missed those days. Compared to now, the days she spent with the Princess of Chu were incomparably blissful. Of course, there was also that man. His chest, his shoulders, his kiss, they had all deeply intoxicated her. Su Yan, are you all right? Lu Lan muttered to herself. At the very beginning, she really hoped that Su Yan would come and save her. But in the end, she gave up on this idea. Because she clearly understood how terrifying this place was. The Limitless Demon sect was truly terrifying. Even though she was a 5 Origin venerable, she was still so insignificant in front of the Limitless Demon sect. The Limitless Demon sect had 7 vice sect masters, each of whom had the cultivation of a Dao master. Dao masters were simply unimaginable in the 5 counties. Not to mention 7 Dao masters, just one of them was enough to completely destroy all the sects in the 5 counties. Su Yan's talent was extremely good, and his cultivation was also very fast. But he couldn't contend against the Limitless Demon sect. So, later on, she hoped that Su Yan wouldn't come here. She hoped that Su Yan would forget about her and live well. Although, this was really unfair to her. But, this was fate. Of course, she, Lu Lan, was already Su Yan's woman. Even if the Limitless Demon sect wanted to use her as a cauldron, it wouldn't be so easy. Although she couldn't possibly be a match for the Limitless Demon sect, she definitely wouldn't accept her fate quietly. So, when she cultivated, she always spared no effort. But she didn't know that Su Yan had already come to the 9 provinces, and had already arrived at the Saint Devil Mountain. At this time, Su Yan had just avoided the people patrolling the mountain. The Limitless Demon sect was indeed powerful. It was no wonder that they could suppress the Taihang Sword faction, the Fierce Flame sect, and even the other sections. In addition to being able to gather people from all walks of life, there was another very important point. That was, their disciples were extremely powerful. The competition within the Limitless Demon sect was extremely cruel. Compared to the competition between the Taihang Sword faction, it was simply laughable. It was also because of this that the people of the Limitless Demon sect were incomparably cruel. While Su Yan was coldly sizing up the surroundings, he suddenly felt something. He found that there was a spider on a branch to his side, weaving a web. This was actually very normal. It was normal for spiders to weave a web in a big tree. But at this time, Su Yan directly flashed with a bright light. Sometimes, the more normal it was, the more abnormal it was. At this time, Su Yan directly released a force. A ray of light immediately shot towards the spider. Although Su Yan's attack was a casual one, the speed of the energy was still very fast. But the moment the energy was about to hit the spider, it actually jumped away. It actually dodged the attack. Su Yan's eyes immediately released a ray of light. This spider was indeed strange. At this time, a gloomy voice sounded. "This is my treasure. I can't let you kill it just like that. Ghost face, you really made me look for a long time. But fortunately, I finally found you. Su Yan turned his head and found that there was a huge figure behind him. However, this guy was hanging upside down with a strand of spider silk. At the same time, there were 8 huge spiderweb spears behind him. A disciple of the limitless demon sect? Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't underestimate the other party, but at this time, he realized that he didn't pay enough attention to him. This Spider-Man was actually able to avoid the detection of his divine telekinesis and appear behind him. It was obvious that his skill in concealment was terrifying. Hee, of course I'm a disciple of the limitless demon sect. Ghost face, since I've met you, you should come back with me. Don't worry, we just want to know some information. We won't. The Spider-Man didn't finish his words because at this time, Su Yan had already made his move. A ray of sword chi was suddenly released and directly charged towards the Spider-Man. The sword chi directly pierced his body and then passed through it. The Spider-Man was stunned at first, as if he had encountered something extremely hopeless. But gradually, a smile appeared on his face. Hee, what a fast attack. It was so fast that I couldn't even react. It's a pity that you won't be able to kill me. The moment he finished speaking, his chest began to expand. This was caused by Su Yan's attack. However, when his wound appeared, no blood flowed out. Instead, countless spiders appeared on his body. It was unknown how many small spiders there were, but the scene was quite horrifying. The small spiders kept crawling, and the Spider-Man's body returned to its original state. Even his clothes were not damaged at all. Ghost face, I've carefully read the information about your battle with those idiots from Celestial Wolf City. You're not a venerable one yet, which is really shocking. You're really a genius for not being a venerable one to be able to kill so many venerable ones. Of course, there's another reason, which is that those fellows are too stupid. That's why you kept succeeding. It's just a pity that before me, all of your attacks will be useless, because I'm not an idiot. It's best if you obediently allow yourself to be captured. The moment he finished speaking, countless white threads appeared. It was his spider silk. As he spoke, the small spiders that could not be seen had already flown out and densely arranged themselves around Su Yan. Then, he suddenly exerted his strength and directly trapped Su Yan. Just as he'd said, he wasn't one of those idiots. He was an extremely terrifying assassin. At this moment, what were the so-called hydralisks in front of his white spiders? At the moment when the white spider silk burst out, his body suddenly changed. His whole body turned into countless spiders and rushed toward Su Yan. Ha, who do you think you are? Ghost face, don't think that you're amazing just because you killed a few pieces of trash. Now, come back with me obediently. You're destined to be my contribution. This move was his killing move. As long as someone had seen this move of his, almost no one would be able to survive. He used his spider silk to trap people, then turned into countless small spiders to attack. Such an attack was simply terrifying. Chapter 9:12. Female literature. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was calm. He didn't panic at all. The white silk wrapped around his body. This white death spider was indeed not simple. The spider silk not only had the function of binding, but it also had a strong poison. At this moment, the poison was injected into Su Yan's body. It was a pity that Su Yan's body was unimaginably strong. The spider silk couldn't even scratch his skin. At the same time, Su Yan's body suddenly burned with flames. The scarlet light was so dazzling at this moment. Idiot, my spider silk isn't afraid of water or fire. This was why he was so proud of himself. His spider silk had never been afraid of water or fire. When many enemies were surrounded by his spider silk, their first reaction was to use the power of fire to burn away all of his spider silk. However, if his power could be burned so easily, how could he have killed so many people? These foolish people were often too self-righteous, thinking that everything was as they had expected. However, in the next moment, a burst of intense pain suddenly transmitted over. That terrifying pain made him unable to even cry out. At this moment, his body appeared again. He, who was still proud of himself, was now curled up on the ground like a prawn and kept rolling. The wedding ring that he had looked down upon earlier was now burning on his body. At this moment, Su Yan was looking at him like this, but his eyes were calm. Ordinary flames couldn't hurt him, but Su Yan's flame was the scarlet spirit fire. It was a powerful flame that could directly burn the soul. And after receiving guidance from the Flame Demon Emperor, the power of the flame became even more terrifying. The spider silk was directly infected by the flame. If the white spider immediately cut off the connection with the spider silk, it would be fine. But he relied on the fact that his spider silk wasn't afraid of water or fire. He still used his soul power to make the spider silk tighten, wanting to kill Su Yan directly. How could he have known that the only result of his actions was death? Since he was tainted by the scarlet spirit fire, no matter how powerful he was, as long as his strength did not surpass Su Yan's by a lot, it would be difficult for him to escape. Of course, the strength of the white spider was indeed strong. At this time, he had already started to circulate his true power to suppress the flames. If he was given enough time, he could indeed achieve this. But unfortunately, Su Yan wouldn't give him the time. Those who kill will always be killed. When you attacked me, you should have thought of this. Su Yan said as he walked towards the white spider that was struggling to suppress the flames. No, you're not a venerable one. Why is your soul power so powerful? At this moment, he finally realized the problem. Su Yan's strength seemed to be completely off. At this point, he already knew that he was definitely going to die. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to spread the news about Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give him this opportunity. With a slash of his sword, the white spider died right away. Su Yan's expression was calm. He was used to killing people, not to mention that he was killing someone from the Boundless demon sect. However, he had to leave this place immediately. Although the battle between them did not last long, the people from the Boundless demon sect must have sensed it. Now that Su Yan had entered this place alone, he could not allow himself to be surrounded by a group of people. The moment Su Yan left, the seventh emissary, Su Yan, sensed it immediately. The white spider is already dead. He's dead? The seventh emissary was very surprised. He had studied Grimace's few battles and deduced his strength, which was why he sent someone out. The white spider was definitely not a top-notch mission for his subordinates, but according to his calculations, it was enough to kill Grimace no matter what. However, the white spider was dead this time. He died before he could even spread the news. Grimace, this is interesting. The seventh emissary chuckled, then he thought about leaving the place where the white spider died. Although there was no news, the place where the white spider died was a clue in itself. At this moment, the other pursuers had also received news of the white spider's death. Not long after Su Yan left, the people from the Boundless demon sect who were patrolling arrived at the place where the battle took place. Unfortunately, apart from a messy place, they found nothing. This was because the white spider's body had been completely destroyed by the scarlet spirit fire. Even if they wanted to look for traces, they had no idea where to start. Not long after, the seventh emissary arrived. Every emissary was extremely powerful. They were directly responsible to the vice sect leader, and they had extremely high statuses in the Boundless demon sect. At this moment, since this emissary had appeared here, there was naturally no need for anyone else to do anything. You guys can leave. I'll take care of this, the seventh emissary said faintly. The patrolling people did not dare to resist, so they left right away. Time reversal, quick. At this moment, the seventh emissary performed a secret technique right away. The moment he said the last word, the light and shadow in the area immediately distorted. It was as if time had started to reverse, and the scenes that had happened before were replayed once again. From the moment Su Yan discovered the white spider, to the moment the two of them started fighting, everything happened in such a way. Therefore, not a single detail was left out. This was the ability to turn back time, and everything that had happened before would be revealed. In this way, the seventh emissary witnessed the battle between the two of them with his own eyes. Therefore, nothing could escape his eyes. The time reversal technique was just that terrifying. Of course, it was not easy to perform the time reversal technique. The most important thing was that if he wanted to perform this technique, he had to obtain the blood of the person involved. Of course, if the technique had nothing to do with the person involved, or if the person involved was just an ordinary person, there was no need to do so. Before the white spider and the others received the mission, he had already obtained their blood. Therefore, he was able to perform this technique. This flame is really terrifying. Even the white spider was unable to resist it. He clearly saw that if it were not for the appearance of this flame, the white spider would not have died so easily. Could that be the scarlet spirit fire? This Su Yan has quite a lot of good stuff on him, the seventh emissary mumbled to himself. One must know that if a person who was proficient in the path of souls were to obtain the scarlet spirit fire, that person's strength might increase by 1 level. Moreover, Su Yan still had the Boundless 9 Devils seal on him at the moment. However, what made the seventh emissary fearful was that every time he tried to look at Grimace through the time reversal technique, he was blocked by a mysterious power. In the end, he only knew that the figure was Grimace. However, he had no idea what Grimace looked like. He did not even know what color Grimace's clothes were. What's this person's origin? I can't even see through the time reversal technique. At this point, he was still worried. He already knew that he seemed to have underestimated this mysterious fellow. At this moment, he had made up his mind to kill him personally. At this moment, Su Yan was still moving forward in the dark. Not long ago, he suddenly had a feeling that someone was spying on him. This feeling was not strong and was even very vague. However, Su Yan trusted his intuition. At this point in time, it was impossible for him to have such a feeling for no reason. It seems like an expert is chasing after me. However, why didn't they tell anyone about me? Su Yan had secretly captured a disciple of the Boundless Demon sect and found out from him that the disciples knew about the enemy's invasion. Su Yan did not know why, but it was a good thing for him. Su Yan already knew about the Heavenly Demon Temple from that disciple. Therefore, Su Yan had to go to the Heavenly Demon Temple to look for Lu Lan. It would be best if he could bring Lu Lan out before the demon ceremony started. At the very least, he wanted to know whether Lu Lan was doing well. Of course, Su Yan did not care about the pursuers anymore. Since he was already here, if he left without even seeing Lu Lan, he would really regret it for the rest of his life. Lu Lan, I hope you're doing well, Su Yan said silently. While Su Yan was moving stealthily, a wave of energy suddenly appeared and stabbed directly at Su Yan's back. It was another terrifying ambush. Su Yan didn't have time to think. His strength had already reached its peak at this moment. The terrifying wave of energy landed on Su Yan's body and immediately exploded with an extremely powerful wave. Su Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Go to hell. However, it was too late for Su Yan to calm his blood and qi. At this moment, he directly threw out a punch. Demonic Dragon Fist. This punch, which contained the violent power of the great demonic dragon, blasted towards the person who had suddenly appeared. The person who had launched the sneak attack had obviously not expected Su Yan to be able to counterattack under such circumstances. Thus, he was immediately hit by Su Yan's punch. You actually managed to sneak into my shadow. That's great. Su Yan endured the intense pain and unleashed the full power of the 10-dragon boundary. That terrifying power came crashing down like a war hammer. Damn it! Su Yan's counterattack was too fast and too shocking. This lightning-like change ended the guy's life. Chapter 913. Female literature. He had killed another person, but Su Yan was not happy at all. This was because he knew very well that killing someone meant that he had been discovered. First, it was the white spider. Now, it was this mysterious assassin who could merge with the shadow. If this continued, his whereabouts would definitely be completely grasped. At that time, there would be no way out for him. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly on the move. He already knew where the Heavenly Monster Temple was. Lu Lan was in the Heavenly Monster Temple. At this point, Su Yan could no longer keep calm. His only thought was to find Lu Lan. At this moment, the seventh emissary was also approaching. He was also very fast. Soon, he found the place where the shadow had fallen. It was time reversal again. The seventh emissary's power was indeed strange. Through time reversal, he immediately knew the direction Su Yan was heading in. You're quite strong to be able to kill two of my subordinates in succession, Grimace. Unfortunately, you're destined to die today. If you're heading in this direction, you'll be heading to the Heavenly Monster Temple. Hehe, you're actually here for the Heavenly Monster Temple. Interesting. The seventh emissary was indeed powerful. He had already deduced Su Yan's destination in an instant. At this moment, he immediately notified all his subordinates and informed everyone below the seventh vice sect master to hunt down Su Yan. With the current commotion, it could be seen that other people must have heard the news as well. After all, the others were not idiots. 2 people had already died. If they still did not know what was going on, they would be really stupid. He now had to stop Grimace before the others arrived. Now, Grimace was hiding some good stuff on him. If he lost it, he wouldn't know how to cry. If the Limitless Demon sect really wanted to kill Su Yan at this moment, Su Yan might have already died. Unfortunately, the Limitless Demon sect was not united at the moment. In addition to hunting down Su Yan, they were also doing something else, which was to trip up their companions. This gave the pseudo Su Yan a chance to escape. Along the way, Su Yan had already encountered 5 waves of assassins. Among them were the 7th Vice Sect Leader and the 3rd Vice Sect Leader. Once, a powerhouse had almost forced Su Yan to use the Godslayer sword. Unfortunately, in the end, Su Yan did not use this move. Because at that time, one of the 3rd Vice Sect Leader's subordinates appeared, and the two actually started to fight. This made Su Yan flee again. At this moment, the 7th emissary was calm and composed. His gaze was so calm, as if he had everything under control. Now, he no longer needed to panic because he had already grasped Su Yan's whereabouts. However, it was at this moment that a soft whistling sound rang out. Su Yan, how dare you? This person immediately questioned Su Yan as soon as he appeared. To be able to speak in such a manner, one could imagine this person's cultivation and status. Gong Wukong, so it's you. Why, as the 3rd emissary, you actually came out personally? The 2 emissaries immediately confronted each other. In the Limitless Demon sect, the position of an emissary below the Vice Sect Leader was already very high. Generally speaking, the emissaries would not act rashly. However, this time, the 2 emissaries actually confronted each other directly because of Ghost Face. Zhuo Lei Qi, you're very fast. You actually managed to rush back in such a short time. The 3rd Vice Sect Leader's emissary was Zhuo Lei Qi. If it was not because of the situation at the front line and Zhuo Lei Qi had no choice but to rush to the front line immediately, Su Yan might have been directly captured at that time. Now, Zhuo Lei Qi had already returned from the front line. Zhuo Lei Qi looked at Su Yan and did not directly attack. Instead, he said, Su Yan, you should think carefully about whose prey this is. Your actions will only anger the 3rd Vice Sect Leader. At this moment, Su Yan directly said, so what if I anger him? What can I do? If the third vice sect leader really wants to attack me, he has to ask the seventh vice sect leader's opinion. Su Yan did not care about Zhuo Leiqi's threat at all. As he said, if the third vice sect leader really wanted to attack him, the seventh vice sect leader would definitely not sit by and do nothing. The third vice sect leader was indeed stronger than the seventh vice sect leader. However, they were both Dao masters. It was absolutely impossible for them to attack each other. If the two vice sect leaders directly attacked each other, the mysterious sect leader would definitely intervene. After all, the vice sect leader was the foundation of the sect. If even this could not be guaranteed, the limitless demon sect would be destroyed directly without the need for other sects to attack it. Therefore, this kind of thing would never be allowed to happen. Of course, Zhuo Leiqi also knew this. However, Su Yan was just an emissary. If the vice sect leader really wanted to kill him, there would always be a way. As if he had seen through Zhuo Leiqi's thoughts, Zhuo Leiqi said directly, "Of course, if the vice sect leader insists on killing me, I will not be able to survive. However, if sect leader Yan Shao wants to kill you, how can you, Zhuo Leiqi, survive?" This was a classic case of mutual harm. If Xing Tian could kill Su Yan, then Yan Shao naturally had the ability to kill Zhuo Leiqi. To the vice sect leader, the life of the emissary was nothing. In this world, one ultimately had to rely on one's own strength. If they were not strong enough, they could only become the prey of others. Alright, what's the use of saying so much between us? You and I both know that we can't fight, so let's see who can catch Ghost Face. That was the truth. Although the limitless demon sect didn't forbid the disciples from fighting each other, it was only natural for them to fight each other. However, this was the Saint Devil Mountain, the holy land of the limitless devil sect. If a fight were to occur here, there would only be one outcome, death. However, after saying this, the two of them had no intention of leaving. Su Yan had already grasped Grimace's whereabouts. If he were to attack now, he would definitely be able to capture Su Yan. But the problem was, there was Zhuo Leiqi in front of him. Zhuo Leiqi's strategy was very simple and very shameless, which was to follow Su Yan. He knew that Su Yan had the ability to turn back time, so he definitely knew where Su Yan was. As long as he could follow Su Yan, he would be able to grasp Su Yan's whereabouts. Of course, since Su Yan did not take action, he would not take any action. At the end of the day, they were still mutually harming each other, so it would depend on which of their subordinates had the ability. After a few turns, Su Yan finally saw the heavenly demon temple. It was an extremely majestic palace, and there seemed to be an unimaginable power inside. Although he was already here, Su Yan did not dare to enter. A place like this would definitely be heavily guarded, so he had to familiarize himself with the environment before he could enter. At that moment, Su Yan's divine telekinesis discovered that there seemed to be someone chasing after him not far away. Su Yan concealed his aura and immediately dodged. At this point, he would not fight with others if he could. After all, there were already many experts who had come to kill him. Once he started fighting at this time, he would attract everyone's attention. Fortunately, Su Yan's concealment methods were also quite powerful. Damn it, where did that guy go? He's really a rat, we can't find him no matter how hard we try. These people tried their best, but they still could not find Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan finally found a better path. This path was very beautiful, and there were actually endless petals on the path. These beautiful petals had an indescribable fragrance. For some reason, the pursuers were avoiding this place. From their actions, Su Yan could naturally see that this path was definitely not simple. However, Su Yan still chose to step on this path. The reason was simple, this path led directly to the heavenly demon temple. The footsteps sounded so lonely here, and an indescribable desolation was constantly rippling. At that moment, the petals suddenly began to dance, and the petals rose against the heavens. When the bright red petals danced in the air, there was an indescribable magic that seemed to want to devour all of one's mind. Such a beautiful scene was simply intoxicating. At that moment, Su Yan raised his hand and slashed with his sword. A sword mark flashed directly, and a strong aura slashed a mark here. However, this blank mark was quickly filled up. The petals were like snowflakes, endless. Ghost face? Hee, you're really good at causing such a big commotion. However, you shouldn't have come here, so leave. If you leave now, I won't pursue your mistakes. It was a very gentle voice. Following the appearance of the voice, a person slowly walked out. This was a very eye-catching person. He was wearing golden armor and looked so handsome and noble. He was holding a red rose in his hand. This rose was very special because even among the countless flowers, it was still so beautiful. Su Yan looked at the person who appeared in front of him with a solemn expression. This person gave Su Yan extremely strong pressure. Su Yan even felt that he was facing a powerful Tao master. To think that such a person would actually block his path of retreat. However, if Su Yan was asked to retreat with just a sentence, he would not accept it no matter what. Sorry, I won't leave here just because of a sentence from you. I'm here to find someone. Su Yan calmly replied. He came here to find someone, so he would not leave until he saw that person. That person said, "Do you know why the flowers here are so beautiful?" Chapter 9:14. Female literature. Su Yan did not answer. He was not interested in answering this guy's boring question at all. All he cared about was how to get through this place as quickly as possible. He did not use all of his power when he slashed with his sword earlier. It was a test. However, the result of the test made him feel uneasy. The sea of flowers turned out to be a huge formation, which contained a power that Su Yan feared. What made Su Yan feel even more uneasy was that he could not detect the end of the formation. In other words, it was impossible for him to break through the formation and leave this place. The only thing he could do now was to defeat the sissy in front of him. Do you know that I hate sissies the most? Su Yan said directly. What he said was not a lie. This habit had appeared in his previous life. He had almost forgotten that he had such a habit. The other party clearly did not expect Su Yan to answer him like that. At this moment, his eyes were filled with unimaginable anger. Very well, you dare to insult me like this. Even if you take the initiative to kneel and beg for mercy now, it's useless. Die. When the white flower blooms, 100 flowers will be killed. He was a flower protector, but he was also a killer. At this moment, Su Yan was listed as a must-kill target by him. In an instant, countless petals danced, and the endless petals turned into a boundless tide at this moment. Petals were originally beautiful things, but at this moment, the endless petals had become murderous things. Every petal was a terrifying blade. If one was stained by it, it would leave marks on one's body. With so many petals crushing over, the power was needless to say. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He had already activated all of his power. He knew that the guy in front of him was not simple, so he would not relax at all. Nevertheless, since this guy wanted Su Yan's life, it would not be so easy. Su Yan's aura had risen to the extreme at this moment. His power surged like a long river. That boundless power was simply terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's scorching sun sword flashed with a scarlet radiance, and sword chi danced wildly in the sky. Although the 100-flower kill was powerful, it was still far from enough to take Su Yan's life. Although this person made Su Yan feel extremely afraid, Su Yan had already seen that this guy was definitely not a real Tao master. His strength seemed to be related to the array formation around him. There seemed to be not much difference between the two, but in fact, it was very likely to be the key to victory. If Su Yan were to face a real Tao master, he would have no chance of winning. However, if this was a fake Tao master, Su Yan still had the strength to fight. At this moment, Su Yan's power began to surge like a surging river. That extremely terrifying radiance continued to spread at this moment. The three hearts exploded at the same time, and the ghost face emitted a brilliant radiance. In the next moment, the endless sea of flowers was directly cut open, and Su Yan appeared directly from the opening. He approached the man in golden armor at an extremely terrifying speed. "Humph, interesting. You actually want to fight me in close combat?" The man just sneered, and then his attack directly slashed down. At this moment, a terrifying radiance surged like a long river filling the sky. The moment he punched out, the golden armor on his body released a blazing golden radiance at this time, as if the scorching sun in the sky was directly shining directly. The radiance almost obliterated Su Yan's vision. If it had been an ordinary opponent, they would have been blinded by this attack. However, Su Yan was not the same. At this moment, Su Yan was still the same as before, directly slashing down with his sword. The two of them exchanged blows in an instant. Su Yan's power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he actually suppressed the man directly. A trace of fear flashed in the flower protector's eyes. Su Yan's power was indeed beyond his imagination. However, that was all. This was his myriad flowers promenade. At this moment, a wave of power directly gathered from the ground to his body. At this moment, his aura had become extremely powerful, and an indescribable power directly emerged at this moment. In an instant, Su Yan's body immediately retreated. A terrifying power was moving along his scorching sun toward Su Yan's body. Under this attack, Su Yan had already suffered some injuries. If it weren't for Su Yan's terrifying power, his arm might have been broken at this time. At this moment, the sea of flowers changed again. The intense red color was so dazzling at this time, as if what existed in front of them at this time was not flowers at all, but a large amount of blood. Such a scene would simply frighten people to death. At this time, Su Yan's power was constantly changing. The boundless aura began to circulate at this time, and rays of light began to circulate in the sky. Blood Sea. At this time, the sea of flowers had turned into a terrifying sea of blood. The flower protector looked at Su Yan, and then said with a smile, "Do you still remember the question just now? Then let me tell you. This is not a sea of flowers, but a sea of blood. Since you want to die, then I will let you die completely today. Why do you think those guys don't dare to step into this place? It's because this is the territory of my flower protector. Anyone who steps into this place will definitely die. Your blood will turn into nutrients to nourish my flowers." At this time, his aura became so powerful. At this moment, his aura was close to that of a Tao master. He was devouring the aura of the ghost. The aura here could fuse with him, and then give him extremely powerful power. At this time, Su Yan finally understood. "Humph, your strength is indeed not bad, but do you really think you can face a Tao master? No, you're still far from it." As he spoke, his figure had already disappeared from where he stood. The next time he appeared, he had already slashed at Yifutian. Moreover, he appeared behind Su Yan. Su Yan's senses were extremely sensitive. In the next moment, he had already felt a terrible crisis coming from behind him. Su Yan instinctively slashed behind him, and this action saved his life. A huge force came directly from the scorching sun sword, and under this force, his whole body flew backward. The power of this blow was so terrifying that even he could not bear it. An even more serious injury immediately appeared on his body. The powerful force also took advantage of this short confrontation to directly rush into his body. "Oh. You actually managed to dodge this attack. Not bad at all. However, so what if you managed to dodge this attack? You're still not my match." As he spoke, he had already made his move once again. That powerful aura once again attacked. Just like before, there was no sound or presence, but it was also extremely fast. Su Yan could only follow his instinct to attack. Fortunately, his instinct was not bad, and he managed to defend against this blow in such a thrilling way. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were like fire. He looked in front of him hatefully. Su Yan deeply understood that if this guy attacked again, he would really be in danger. At this time, Su Yan seemed to find that there seemed to be petals dancing around the so-called flower protector. These petals were like butterflies fluttering around him, making him look particularly otherworldly. Damn it, he's too feminine. Su Yan sighed softly, and his sigh naturally fell into the flower protector's ears word for word. At this moment, the flower protector's killing intent was greatly aroused. Things had already come to this point, yet this damned brat still dared to do this. To him, this was an unforgivable crime. At this time, Su Yan said this, of course, not because he was ready to break a broken pot, but because he had found this guy's weakness, or a way to defeat this guy. Su Yan took a deep breath. This guy was indeed powerful. Although his battle strength could not be compared with a real Dao master, he already had some of the abilities of a Dao master, such as his terrifying method of breaking through space and directly assassinating Su Yan. If this went on, no matter how powerful Su Yan's instinct was, he would not be able to defeat this guy. After all, he had seen that this guy had completely integrated with the surrounding environment, and everything around him could be the source of his power. It was simply a stupid thing to start a war of attrition with such a person here. At this time, Su Yan deliberately said this to provoke his opponent. I know that you are deliberately infuriating me. However, do you know that your actions will only cause you to die even more miserably? That's fine. Since you insist on doing this, then die for me. That mysterious movement technique was activated once again. Suddenly, he appeared behind Su Yan. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and countless petals gathered directly, forming a long sword at this time. The long sword was directly aimed at Su Yan's chest. He wanted to see how many times Su Yan could block his attacks. However, something unexpected happened. His sword pierced Su Yan's body so smoothly. This time, Su Yan was actually unable to block a single strike from him. Ha, have you finally reached your limit? In this case, go to hell, just like those guys before, and let your blood become the nourishment for the flowers. At this moment, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he smiled brightly. However, Su Yan said at this moment, that's not necessarily true. Chapter 9:15. Girls' Literature, not necessarily. He didn't know why Su Yan had the courage to say such words at this time, but he didn't care at all. The fresh flower sword that he condensed had already pierced Su Yan's body. The flowers that he cultivated were not only sharp blades, but they also contained potent poison. Even a venerable one would die under such potent poison. Although Ghostface was somewhat capable, that was all he could do. Today, he would definitely die. Nevertheless, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. Just as he was feeling proud, a faint dragon's roar was heard. The instant the dragon's roar appeared, the flowers on the ground danced, and countless petals were swept away like fallen leaves. Flower protector? I'll sweep away all of your flowers today. At this moment, Su Yan's tone was ice cold. This was because he had already turned all of his willpower into killing intent. This was because he was between life and death. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's roar became louder and clearer. The fearsome roar had directly rushed to the top of the sky, and the fearsome aura kept expanding. In a flash, 10 dragon shadows appeared. After the 10 dragon shadows appeared, they directly turned into a domain and surrounded Su Yan and him. What kind of trick are you trying to use? Do you think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive. At this moment, his aura suddenly increased. A powerful aura directly pressed down on Su Yan. In terms of aura, he was more powerful than Su Yan. He did not think that Su Yan could suppress him in terms of aura. At this moment, his power was simply like an endless storm. Nevertheless, Su Yan did not intend to retreat at all. In fact, there was even a hint of a sneer in Su Yan's eyes. Of course. Su Yan's answer was so straightforward that everything turned into 2 words. Of course. Of course, I can defeat you, and of course, I can kill you. This was Su Yan's answer. At this time, Su Yan's aura had become extremely violent. The terrifying power had turned into a boundless dark cloud. Although the aura of the flower protector was very powerful, the power of the 10 dragons unleashed by Su Yan didn't weaken in the slightest. However, Su Yan had no choice but to endure more and more power. That kind of power directly suppressed his mind, as if it wanted to crush Su Yan's body. Since that's the case, I'll crush your body. Such power was already extremely powerful. He wanted to see just how much Ghostface's strength could withstand. However, he gradually realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Su Yan was actually relying on his own body to support himself. You actually managed to hold on with just your physical body. That's impossible. Yes, it was really impossible. How could a person's physical strength be so powerful? This was completely beyond his understanding. At this moment, Su Yan actually forcibly raised his hand under the pressure of such a powerful force, and then directly punched out. How can there be so many impossible things in this world? It's just that you're too inexperienced. You're too shallow. Su Yan used all his strength and finally punched his opponent's face. However, although his fist had already been punched out, he was still greatly suppressed by the power. Therefore, all of this was so light that it almost didn't have much power. However, Su Yan didn't care. What he needed to do now was to hold on. 10 dragons roar, plunder heaven's secrets. Su Yan roared. As soon as his voice fell, the 10 dragon shadows seemed to respond to his voice and directly let out a terrifying roar. Their aura became stronger again. Not long after, all the petals at the edge of the 10 dragons were swept away. At this moment, Su Yan laughed sinisterly. Great heavenly demon finger. At this moment, Su Yan's left hand directly turned into a long, pitch-black line and immediately pierced towards the flower protector's face. At this moment, the flower protector's face finally revealed a look of horror. Great heavenly demon finger. He felt the threat of death under this finger. The power that this finger carried was really terrifying. More importantly, he actually felt a natural restraint from it. How terrifying was this that it could actually restrain his power? That's the power of the heavenly demon. It's the real power of the heavenly demon. How is this possible? Countless years had passed. Although the power of the heavenly demon occasionally appeared in this world, it was no longer valued. After all, in the limitless demon sect, it was almost a path that had been rejected. Apart from the stubborn heavenly demon horde, no one took the matter of the heavenly demon force seriously. Even the strongest existence in the heavenly demon horde was unable to truly unleash the power of the legendary great demon god lord. The strongest among them only seemed to be at the level of a 5-origin supremacy. In this place, even if a 5-origin supremacy was here, what could he do? If the flower protector wanted to kill him, he could definitely do it. However, what was supremacy Wu Yuan's heavenly demon force in front of this guy? At this moment, he had already begun to suspect Ghostface's identity. Where did he come from? How could his strength be so powerful and terrifying? Of course, if that was all, it would be fine. After all, there was no lack of geniuses in this world. However, Ghostface had actually used such a terrifying great heavenly demon finger. That terrifying aura was unstoppable. No matter how strong he was still so weak in front of the great heavenly demon finger. This was because the great demon god lord was the ancestor of the limitless demon sect and the source of their faith. His power could almost restrain the power of the limitless demon sect. Of course, if there was a gap in the realm between the two, it would be a different story. 100 Flowers Cold Death, life's end. I don't believe that you can continuously use the power of the heavenly demon finger. However, the flower protector was no ordinary person. After the initial shock, he immediately deduced that this was most likely not Su Yan's own power. If it was really Su Yan's own power, he could have used that power from the beginning. Under such power, the flower protector had no way to resist at all. There was no other path and fate other than death. Therefore, at this moment, he directly mobilized his strength and forcibly resisted the attack. His gaze fell on Su Yan. Because of Ghost Face, he couldn't see Su Yan's expression clearly. However, the face behind Ghost Face must be extremely shocked because he had actually blocked the power of the heavenly demon. Moreover, he could already see that the heavenly demon force in Ghost Face had become very weak. In that case, he had guessed correctly. He could only use the power of one attack. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. You must think that I don't have the strength to use the heavenly demon force after this attack, right? Hearing such a question, the flower protector instinctively felt uneasy in his heart. His opponent's tone was a bit too calm. He had clearly blocked his trump card. Under normal circumstances, this guy was definitely no match for him. How could he be so calm? At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. The reason you have the power comparable to a Tao master is probably because of the flowers here. Every petal here is the source of your power. Therefore, as long as you are here, you are absolutely powerful. Unless a real Tao master comes, no one is your match. Su Yan's words made him feel even more uneasy. Hence, at this moment, he wasn't willing to wait any longer. He directly used his will to draw in the power of this place once again. He wanted to directly kill this guy. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that the power drawn seemed to be much smaller than before. If the power he could draw from before was a big river, then the power he drew from now was actually a small stream. But how was this possible? At this moment, his first thought was that he couldn't believe it. Do you know that the dragon shadow that I have unleashed has the ability to seize the heavens? Su Yan immediately shouted at this moment. Seizing the heavens meant seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. One must know that when Chu Linger underwent the lightning tribulation, Su Yan directly devoured the lightning tribulation. How crazy and unbelievable it was to seize power from the terrifying lightning tribulation, but Su Yan did it. After he reached the 10 Dragons realm, his ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth seemed to have become even stronger. Therefore, when he discovered this guy's ability, Su Yan began to arrange the 10 Dragons realm to devour and seize the spirit chi of this place. The reason why Su Yan resisted the impact of this guy's power and resisted with his own body was not because he had exhausted his abilities, nor was it because he wanted to prove how strong his body was. He just wanted to buy time for the 10 dragons seizing the heavens. This guy's control of this place was too deep. If he directly competed with this guy for the power here, even the 10 dragons seizing the heavens would not be able to do it. However, he could directly draw the power of a certain area. This was the reason why Su Yan deliberately angered him and even deliberately let him stab him with the flower sword. As long as this guy's attack stabbed him, he would be in the same area as him. At that time, the 10 dragons seizing the heavens would immediately start to work and devour the spirit chi of this place. Of course, in order to not be discovered by this guy, Su Yan even directly used the great heavenly demon finger. Of course, he did not think of killing this guy with the great heavenly demon finger. After all, although the great heavenly demon finger was terrifying, it was not Su Yan's own power. It was extremely difficult for Su Yan to control it. Chapter 9:16. Female literature. He had expected this guy to be able to block the attack of the great heavenly demon finger. However, Su Yan still made his move. He wanted this guy to be intimidated by the great heavenly demon finger and buy time for himself. Obviously, Su Yan had succeeded in his goal. At the moment he made his move, this guy had indeed felt a tremor, and he didn't even dare to believe it. He even forgot to pay attention to the changes in the spiritual energy around him. Firstly, the emergence of the great heavenly Lord's power had shocked him. Secondly, his control of spiritual energy had reached a level where it was as if it had become a part of his body. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would actually lose control of spiritual energy. From the beginning, he had been suppressing Su Yan. No matter how strong Su Yan was, he didn't care at all. This was because as long as he didn't meet a real Tao sovereign, he was invincible. However, he didn't expect Su Yan to set up such a trap and trap him. But at this point, it was already too late. However, he suddenly realized that he hadn't lost yet. His gaze fell directly on Su Yan's ghost mask. The terrifying mask was emitting a power that could devour one's mind, but it was useless against him. He said directly, "Amazing. I have to admit that you're amazing to be able to drag me to this point. However, even if you cut off my source of power, so what? Without the support of the 10,000 flowers, my strength is still at the level of a 3 essences venerable. But what about you? You're so weak now. You can't use the heavenly demon finger anymore. If you can still use it, then I'll consider it my loss. However, you can't use it anymore. You don't have to deny it because your state has already told me." At this point, the heavenly demon qi around Su Yan had become very dim. Just as he said, it was impossible for him to use the heavenly demon finger in a short period of time. Since that was the case, what did he have to fear? His strength was enough to kill Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan did give him a reminder this time. In the past, he seemed to have been a little too arrogant, which led to today's outcome. But it didn't matter. Everything could be remedied. Of course, the most important thing now was to kill Su Yan in front of him. As long as this brat was killed, then everything would be perfect. Thinking of this, his power began to gather again. Now, he wanted to kill. At this moment, Su Yan looked at Flower Protector in silence. Su Yan's mask became more and more strange. At this time, a mysterious and powerful force emerged from Su Yan's body. That was sword intent. A powerful sword intent appeared. Although the sword intent was still bound by Su Yan, the powerful sword qi had already penetrated into the ground, and the terrifying aura was constantly rolling at this time. The Flower Protector's heart immediately trembled. Impossible. What kind of power is this? How can it be so powerful? It's not even inferior to the power of the demonic finger. At this moment, he was really shocked. The reason why he could still be so calm was that he was sure that Su Yan no longer had the strength to follow up. It had become extremely easy to kill him with his own strength. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan would burst out with an even more powerful and terrifying power at this time. The sword intent was not inferior to the demonic finger. In fact, it was even more powerful. Back then, the God-Slayer sword gave this sword intent to Su Yan. On the one hand, it was to let Su Yan comprehend it. On the other hand, it was also to protect Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was his scabbard at this time. If Su Yan died, then he would lose a place to stay. As long as Su Yan continued to live, and at the same time continued to grow, he would be able to become even stronger, and he would be able to recover faster. Therefore, although the sword intent left by the Flower Protector couldn't be compared to when he was at his peak, it was enough to kill a Tao Master. The white-boned heavenly demon was extremely powerful, but it was also very afraid of the sword intent. When the sword intent appeared, it couldn't even break free. The white-boned heavenly demon was so terrifying that even the deputy lords of the Boundless demon sect didn't dare to provoke it. That was why the Flower Protector had been guarding the white-bone path. Otherwise, with so many haunted houses in the Devil's Forest, it would have become a hunting paradise for the Boundless demon sect. As for the Flower Protector, even if his power could connect with the flowers, he was still weaker than a real Tao Master. Moreover, at this time, he had already cut off the connection with the flowers and could no longer receive the power of the flowers. At this time, once the God-Slayer sword was used, he would almost certainly die. In fact, if Su Yan dared to gamble, he could have directly used the God-Slayer sword intent from the very beginning. However, Su Yan found that the Flower Protector had a special connection with the Flower Protector. He was afraid that his power couldn't kill the Flower Protector, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the God-Slayer sword intent had been constantly activated and consumed too much power. If it continued to be activated endlessly, it would only consume the power of the sword intent. It was also because of this that Su Yan didn't use the power of the God-Slayer sword from the very beginning even if he was injured. At this time, he had already caught the Flower Protector and made him unable to receive any more power. When he was sure that nothing would go wrong, he directly attacked. When the God-Slayer sword fell, it was almost equivalent to a death sentence. However, even at this juncture, Su Yan didn't have any carelessness. He would never underestimate the Flower Protector because he knew very well that even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, he was facing an extremely powerful expert at this time. If he was the slightest bit careless, his life would be in danger. When the God-Slayer sword intent fell, it immediately caused countless violent waves within the 10 dragons' heaven-seizing formation. There was no water wave. The sword chi was like a huge wave that directly swallowed the Flower Protector. Su Yan's expression was indifferent. He didn't show any mercy to his enemies. This was his will, and also the voice of his mind. At this time, his aura was still constantly rising. When the God-Slayer sword slashed out, the Flower Protector let out a miserable cry and fell into an unimaginable pain. At this time, a golden light was directly released from the Flower Protector's body. The intense golden light was so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. As expected. When he slashed out the God-Slayer sword, he felt that the Flower Protector seemed to have some hidden power. At this time, his prediction had indeed become reality. The golden armor was not only flashy, but it also contained such a powerful force. The golden light emitted by the armor was activated, directly forming a terrifying boundary at this time. When the enchantment appeared, it actually withstood Su Yan's attack for a while. At this time, the Flower Protector laughed. "Ghost Face, are you trying to kill me? You must be dreaming. I won't die. Do you know how precious this armor of mine is? It's imbued with the power of the Golden Dragon. Your attack won't be able to break through my boundless Golden Dragon curse." Although the sword attack was blocked, the Flower Protector was in great pain. The infinite Golden Dragon curse was powerful, but as powerful as it was, it couldn't completely defend against the sword intent. The terrifying lethality was blocked, but the terrifying invading will was difficult to erase. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. The Flower Protector was still roaring. Was it painful? Of course it was. The power was constantly stabbing his body. Even with the protection of the Golden Dragon armor, the pain was still so terrifying. But at this time, he was still laughing very happily. So what if it was painful? As long as he could survive, everything was worth it. He believed that as long as he could survive this, it would be his chance to counterattack. With such a terrifying sword intent, it was no wonder that the Flower Protector could kill so many powerhouses. However, this was the end of his slaughter. He was definitely not a match for him. When that time came, he would let Ghostface taste the pain he had to endure tenfold, no, 100-fold. He would definitely trample Ghostface's head under his feet and listen to Ghostface's painful wails until he crushed Ghostface's head. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that a dragon's roar suddenly came from Su Yan's body. It was different from the roars of the previous 10 dragons. This dragon's roar was deeper, but it was also more powerful. The moment the terrifying aura burst out, it actually made the Golden Dragon's boundless curse released by the Golden Dragon armor tremble. At this time, Su Yan was also looking at him with shining eyes. There was even a hint of pity in his eyes. What a pity. If it was any other power, you might have won, but you just had to use the power of the golden dragon. Su Yan said regretfully. At this moment, a terrifying power of will rose from his body. It was an extremely terrifying aura of a dragon. It was the power of the great demonic dragon. For the great demonic dragon, the dragon clan was his mortal enemy, especially the 3 superior dragon clans of the dragon clan. The fall of the great demonic dragon was related to the 3 divine dragons of the dragon clan. One of the 3 divine dragons was the golden dragon. Su Yan felt that it was very strange from the beginning. When he saw the golden armor, the heart of the great demonic dragon in his body unconsciously beat a few times. At this moment, he finally understood the reason. The golden dragon. It was the power of the golden dragon. The moment the flower protector unleashed the power of the golden dragon, the remnant will of the great demonic dragon immediately burst out. Chapter 9:17. Female literature. The great demonic dragon's power directly broke free from Su Yan's body. If it was in the past, Su Yan might have suppressed this power because if any of the powers in his body erupted, it would be an unimaginable disaster for him. However, this time, Su Yan did not do so. Instead, he chose to let it go. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about the future. At this moment, he was willing to drink poison to quench his thirst. The dark aura appeared in the great demonic dragon's heart, and then a terrifying dragon head took shape. When the flower protector saw the terrifying dragon head, his first reaction was to run away. The power was too strong, so strong that he did not have any thoughts of persevering. However, Su Yan did not have any intention of letting him go. His power continued to increase at this moment, and it even reached an unimaginable level. Almost at the same time, Su Yan took a step forward. The great demonic dragon's shadow seemed to have received Su Yan's permission, and it directly went toward the golden light. At this moment, as if it sensed the existence of its nemesis, the golden light became even more dazzling. At the same time, the great demonic dragon's shadow rushed directly into the golden light. The great demonic dragon roared at this moment, and the terrifying power began to tremble. Endless power erupted at this moment, and it was so majestic and terrifying. The golden dragon armor was indeed extraordinary. If the golden dragon armor was only facing one type of power, it wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. But it was a pity that the golden dragon armor was facing the combination of the god-slaying sword intent and the power of the great demonic dragon. The majesty of such a terrifying power erupting at the same time was simply unimaginable. Under such a terrifying aura, even the golden dragon armor had lost its luster at this moment. At this moment, a silent sound was heard. This sound was like the painful and desperate cry of a dragon, and also like the shattering of heavy glass. Hearing this sound, the flower protector's face finally turned ashen, and he became extremely desperate. The power of the infinite golden dragon curse disappeared. The armor that was originally shining with golden light became extremely dim at this time. At this time, it had become a piece of scrap metal. At this time, the great demonic dragon's shadow reappeared. Compared to the beginning, the great demonic dragon's shadow seemed to have become stronger. In a short period of time, the great demonic dragon had swallowed the golden dragon. After devouring the golden dragon, he was destined to become even more powerful. And Su Yan had finally defeated this powerful enemy at this time. However, Su Yan wasn't very happy right now. The great demonic dragon had become even more powerful. For him, it was still unknown whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, none of this mattered. What he needed to do now was to see Lu Lan. With the death of the flower protector, the 10 dragons heaven-seizing array formation also dissipated. At this time, Su Yan was extremely strained. After this battle, Su Yan only wanted to have a good sleep. In the end, he would be able to sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. However, he knew very well that he was in absolute danger at this time. If he really fell asleep, he might never wake up. At this time, he had already discovered that the entrance to the heavenly monster temple was at the end of this great array. He struggled to support his body and directly went forward. At this time, 2 trackers appeared. These 2 were the subordinates of the 3rd and 7th Vice Sect Masters. Back then, Su Yan had encountered one of them and was almost forced to use the Godslayer sword intent. It was only because of the appearance of the other person that he was able to escape. This was what he didn't expect. After he left, these 2 people would appear at the same time. Dead, the flower protector is dead. Of these 2 people, one of them was tall and thin. His hair was crimson in color, and he had a strange aura that ordinary people couldn't describe. Yeah, the flower protector is dead. This is really a big deal. The flower protector was actually not a big deal in the sect. However, it was wrong to say that because the flower protector was not a disciple of any branch, but an independent branch. The existence of this branch was also meaningful to the Limitless Demon sect. It was rumored that a great traitor had once appeared in the Limitless Demon sect. That traitor was so powerful that he killed countless experts of the Limitless Demon sect. However, he was still captured in the end. At that time, the Limitless Demon sect didn't kill him. Instead, they suppressed him. And this place of suppression was right below the Chaotic Garden. The flower protectors would guard this place for generations. Their purpose was to protect this place. However, too much time had passed. Many people had already forgotten this legend. Only a few people still remembered it. However, all the leaders of the Limitless Demon sect acknowledged their existence. As for the flower protectors, every generation was a powerhouse. Ordinary people were not their match at all. After so many years, who knew how many disciples entered this place because they coveted the treasures that were suppressed in this place? All of them were killed by the flower protectors. According to the legend, every petal of this place had drunk blood. Although it was exaggerated, it still showed how terrifying this place was. But today, the flower protector was dead. The man with crimson eyebrows had a heavy heart. It's all your fault, Qing Fu. If it wasn't for you, that ghost face would have been captured by me. How could he have killed the flower protector? At this moment, his heart was incomparably heavy. A bad feeling continued to ferment in his heart. At this moment, he was really irritated. He wanted to kill someone. Qing Fu was naturally referring to the people around him. Hong Shi, why are you talking so much nonsense now? What's the point? Moreover, you should really thank me. If it wasn't for me, do you think you would still be alive? Hong Shi surprisingly didn't refute Qing Fu's mockery this time. Qing Fu and Hong Shi were originally brothers. They both joined the Limitless Demon sect at the same time. It was just that later, the 2 of them had differences in cultivation methods. Originally, this was nothing at all, but these 2 were very stubborn people. The 2 of them actually had a conflict because of this. In the end, no one was convinced by the other. In the end, the 2 of them chose their own master. Hong Shi chose the 7th Vice Sect Master, Yan Xiao, while Qing Fu worked under the 3rd Vice Sect Master, Xing Tianrua. Not long ago, the Red Snake discovered Ghost Face and immediately attacked him. The Red Snake's strength was not ordinary. Even Su Yan was caught off guard for a moment. Qing Fu appeared at this time. Because of Qing Fu's appearance, the Ghost Face found a chance to escape. On the way, the 2 followed Su Yan's aura and found that Su Yan had entered the Chaotic Garden. Even these 2 people were very afraid of the Chaotic Garden. They didn't dare to enter this place. Later on, they found that the Chaotic Garden seemed to have changed. The strange and terrifying aura disappeared. Only then did they enter this place. After entering this place, they didn't find the Ghost Face. Instead, they found that the flower protector was dead. At this time, both of them were in a state of panic. At their level, they naturally knew the secret of this place. At this time, Qing Fu continued, forget it. There's no point in worrying about it. In any case, nothing has changed here. That legend has been passed down for so long. After such a long time, I'm afraid that even sovereigns have fallen. The death of the flower protector doesn't affect anything. Hongxi sighed at this time. He still felt uneasy in his heart, but Qing Fu's words were very reasonable. At this time, Qing Fu continued, the most important thing now is to find the ghost face. Hongxi, we have underestimated him. He killed so many people, including the flower protector. If we meet him alone, I'm afraid we will only end up dead. So, let's work together. Let's find him first and capture him. As for who he belongs to, let's talk about it later. Hongxi fell silent at Qing Fu's words. Although he was very unwilling, he also knew that Qing Fu was right. Even if they weren't in the chaotic garden, he might not be a match for the flower protector, let alone here. How could he not understand that the ghost face seemed to have been forced into a corner by him, but in fact, he still had many tricks up his sleeves. At that time, it was fortunate that Qing Fu had appeared and the ghost face had immediately chosen to leave. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Okay, then let's work together. They both looked at the Heavenly Beast Temple at the same time. They had already determined that the ghost face's destination was the Heavenly Beast Temple. Therefore, the two of them didn't stop for a moment and directly went to the Heavenly Beast Temple. Of course, the two of them wouldn't enter brazenly. The Heavenly Beast Temple was a forbidden area for many people. The heavenly beasts were imprisoned here and were extremely important to the limitless demon sect. If they entered carelessly, they would very likely be regarded as traitors. Therefore, at this time, they could only sneak in quietly. As soon as the two of them left, two more people appeared in the same place. Hehe, you even killed the flower protector? Su Yan, my friend, you really are a person who can create miracles. It's been a long time since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level. Haha, ghost face, Su Yan. Interesting, interesting. The person who appeared here was none other than Duan Mulonghu. Behind Duan Mulonghu was naturally Hydralisk. At that time, Hydralisk was only in the Three Dragons realm. But now, Hydralisk was already a venerable. Judging from his aura, Hydralisk's strength was clearly not inferior to Hongxi and Qing Fu. Hydralisk, those two people, how strong are they? Duan Mulonghu asked. Chapter 9:18. Female Literature. Hydralisk's expression froze, then he said, these two people are strong, but I'm not afraid of them. Hydralisk was very confident. In the past, he would never dare to dream of facing such a venerable. However, at this moment, he already had the confidence to fight them. After following Duan Mulonghu, his Hydralisk had become much stronger. Duan Mulonghu smiled, then said, oh. You're actually so confident? That's good. Then go and kill them. I have an agreement with Su Yan. I have to help him. No matter what his goal is, we'll help him. So, do you understand what I mean? Hydralisk didn't have any doubts, he only nodded. Of course, he understood Duan Mulonghu's meaning, but he didn't know why Duan Mulonghu would do this. Of course, he would never ask why. At this point, he had already become Duan Mulonghu's most loyal supporter. Even if Duan Mulonghu wanted him to die, he wouldn't hesitate. He stood there without any movement, but in reality, his figure had already disappeared. Duan Mulonghu looked at Su Yan in the distance, revealing a faint smile. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to have sensed something and actually stopped. After which, he turned his head around and looked towards this direction. However, when he looked over, there was nothing left of this place. But Su Yan didn't believe that there was nothing here. Duan Mulonghu? Is that you? Hehe, that must be it. Only you would be able to cause me to feel so uneasy. Have you finally appeared in the Saint Devil Mountain? Su Yan was certain that the person he had sensed earlier was none other than Duan Mulonghu. In this world, if there was one person he was most afraid of, it would be Duan Mulonghu. This guy was an extremely terrifying person. Even Su Yan was wary of him. Since this guy had appeared here, he definitely wouldn't do anything useless. He must have his own goal. But at this moment, he couldn't care less because he wasn't in a good state. The Heavenly Beast Temple didn't seem to have any guards, but in fact, it was full of shadows. He had to act like he was treading on thin ice. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he would fall into eternal damnation. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was alarmed again. He felt something approaching him. This existence was truly incomparably strange and possessed a great amount of power. He quickly hid his aura completely, then hid in the darkness. At this moment, a shadow slowly floated by. The moment he saw the shadow, Su Yan was shocked. Demon. The appearance of the shadow was clearly that of a demon. However, the body of the demon had long been destroyed. At this time, only a soul remained. It was a demon soul. No wonder the Heavenly Beast Temple made him feel so oppressed. There were actually demon souls here. Su Yan dared to conclude that there was definitely more than one demon soul. There were probably many demon souls. The entire Heavenly Beast Temple must be filled with many demon souls. Seeing this demon soul, Su Yan suddenly felt a little sad. After all, he had lived in the monster palace and had gotten along very well with those with the bloodline of the demon race. Many people had become his brothers. He could see that these demonic souls were also formed after the death of a half-demon. After those half-demons died, their souls were still enslaved. This made Su Yan feel angry and sad. This Heavenly Beast Temple was a tragedy for the half-demons. Su Yan's heart was suddenly ignited by a flame of anger. If possible, he would definitely destroy this temple completely. But at this moment, Su Yan's heart suddenly trembled. Just a moment ago, due to anger and sadness, his emotions fluctuated. If it was an ordinary person, such emotional fluctuations would naturally not be a big deal. However, the one in front of them was a powerful soul of the dead. They were extremely sensitive to this. At this moment, even though Su Yan's emotions were so brief, they still directly felt it. At this moment, Su Yan immediately shouted that something was wrong. He originally wanted to hide in this place, but at this moment, it seemed that he had no choice but to leave. If he did not leave now, he would be besieged by many demon souls. The formation of a demon soul was a tragedy, but at this time, the demon soul would definitely not pity Su Yan. After seeing Su Yan, they would only kill without any regard for their lives and completely kill Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan immediately began to think about going to the inner hall. At this moment, the terrifying demon soul had already released an extremely terrifying thought. The powerful and terrifying aura seemed to have locked onto Su Yan. Su Yan's expression immediately became solemn. He did not expect that in such a short time, the demon soul had already locked onto him. At this moment, the best choice was to directly kill this demon soul. However, Su Yan really could not bear to kill these demon souls. At this moment, in front of Yan Xiao, the seventh emissary stood respectfully. Yan Xiao's expression sank, and then he said, "So, it has been confirmed, right? This masked man is Su Yan?" Yan Xiao clearly remembered the name Su Yan. Back then, at sea, the Limitless Demon sect was ambushed by the Taihang sword faction and suffered heavy casualties. That time, it was Su Yan's doing. Of course, it was impossible for Su Yan to command a big shot like Xiaofan. However, if it was not for Su Yan's suggestion, the Taihang sword faction would not have directly intervened. If it was not for that time, then Mu Tiansheng of the royal sect might have already fallen into their hands. Therefore, Su Yan had always been on his must-kill list. Recently, the Limitless Demon sect had been tracking Su Yan's whereabouts. Of course, they were also investigating his true identity. At this time, the strength of the limitless demon sect was immediately revealed. After several investigations and deductions, Su Yan's identity was finally confirmed. I really didn't expect that such a small fish would dare to come to my limitless demon sect and cause such a ruckus. I also didn't expect that this small fish would have grown to such a level. However, Su Yan, you must remember this. It's better to not catch him than to let him fall into the hands of others. Hearing Yan Zhao's words, the seventh emissary Su Yan was immediately shocked. He never thought that Yan Zhao would actually make such a decision. Sect Lord, why is that? He did not understand why Yan Zhao would make such a decision. Yan Zhao said, Su Yan, what do you think of my current position? Yan Zhao did not answer his question. Instead, he asked directly. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then said, although it is incomparably noble, but... At this point, there was no need to say anything more. At this time, Yan Zhao finished his words. But I am only at the bottom of the vice sect lords. Many people might be afraid of me, but not much reverence. Am I right? That's right, this was his current position. He, Yan Zhao, was also a great genius. In the past, he started from the bottom step by step. He stood out from countless people and finally became the seventh vice sect lord. It could be said that he was a legend in the limitless demon sect. However, there was a flaw in this legend. When he was young, his brilliance was like the sun in the sky. However, the Taihang sword faction had Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan was a complete freak. His appearance immediately suppressed everyone. This caused his brilliance to be overshadowed, and he lived in the shadow of Xue Xingchuan. Finally, Xue Xingchuan suddenly disappeared, and this person finally showed his extraordinary brilliance. Then, he directly stepped into the Dao sovereign realm and became the seventh vice sect lord. However, at this time, Xue Xingchuan appeared again. Xue Xingchuan, who was not even a Dao sovereign, defeated him. In the second battle, Xue Xingchuan advanced to the Dao sovereign realm in front of him and cut off one of his arms. In the limitless demon sect, he was originally the most junior vice sect master, and Xue Xingchuan was practically his nightmare. Especially after these two incidents, his reputation had taken a huge hit. Of course, those ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to say anything in front of him, but there would always be private discussions. Su Yan, do you know the reason? He asked directly. Su Yan was silent. At this time, he had already answered, because of strength. Look at that ghost god cultivator. He has been in his ghost god palace for so many years, and he has become an old turtle. Because of this, the ghost god palace has become a little dilapidated. However, why are there people talking about him? Why? Because of his strength. This old thing is terrifyingly strong, so everyone is afraid of him. Although I've become a Dao master, my strength is not enough. Plus, I've been defeated twice. That's why these guys are behaving like this. Of course, I don't care about their nonsense. However, strength is what I'm after. He continued, if you want to increase my strength quickly, ordinary methods are useless. Compared to the other old guys, I have a fatal weakness, and that is that I do not have enough time. In many cases, time was actually the most important factor. Whether it was Shi Wuxin or Ghost God Cultivator, they were all experts who had lived for thousands of years. The long years had given them great strength. Yan Zhao was also a genius, but he did not have enough time. He had become a Dao sovereign, but if he wanted to go further, he would need to accumulate the accumulation of time. However, at this time, what he lacked the most was time. If it was in the past, he would have chosen to wait slowly, but now, he knew that he did not have much time. At his level, he naturally had a kind of understanding of the general trend of heaven and earth. Although it was not clear, this understanding would not be wrong. Chapter 919. Female literature. In the face of a great calamity, if one was not strong enough, one would be nothing but ashes. Thinking back to the ancient times, the continent was much stronger than it was now. At that time, there were even 7 sage sovereigns shining in the sky like the scorching sun. But what about after that time? The continent's talents withered. Those who deserved to die died. Those who didn't deserve to die also died. How many of them could survive? The life and death of the world was naturally predestined. However, which cultivator would be willing to watch their lives come to an end? No one would be willing. Everyone had their own ambitions. Sect Lord, what does this have to do with Su Yan? Hearing this, Su Yan already knew what Yan Xiao meant. If he wanted to live and obtain better things, he had to be stronger. At this moment, Yan Xiao lightly smiled and said, "Of course. I have always treated you as my own brother, so I will not hide anything from you. If my guess is correct, this Su Yan is the child of destiny. As for the so-called child of destiny, I believe that there is no need for me to say much. You should also know about it, right?" Hearing the words child of destiny, Su Yan's body trembled slightly. The child of destiny was a legend. It was rumored that destiny was related to destiny and was the turning point of destiny. His existence was very important to the world. Very good. It seems like you know. Why do you think this kid is so heaven-defying? He can defeat stronger opponents as the weak and kill one enemy after another? It's because he must have been set up by a big shot. Therefore, I must obtain him and obtain the inheritance of a big shot from him. Only then can I increase my strength in a short period of time. Hearing this, Su Yan finally understood Yan Zhao's intentions. Su Yan was their hope and the key. Therefore, before they caught Su Yan, what they needed to do was to protect Su Yan. They already knew that Su Yan's goal was this demon plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the heavenly demon temple. But in the end, what did this have to do with them? This was the limitless demon sect's demon plan, not Yan Xiao and Su Yan's plan. In the end, this world still depended on one's strength. As long as they were strong enough, or if they were stronger than the sect master, they would be the sect master of the limitless demon sect. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heartbeat quickened. He didn't expect Yan Xiao to be so bold and ambitious. But in the end, he realized that his choice at that time was not wrong. Although Yan Xiao was the weakest among the 7 vice sect leaders, he was also the youngest among them. Youth was a disadvantage in many cases, but sometimes it was the greatest advantage. Peak Lord, I understand. I will personally take action. At this moment, he needed to leave immediately. Su Yan, Su Yan. Ha ha ha, don't disappoint me. There's movement from the demon's soul over there. It must be that ghost face. At this moment, the red snake immediately became excited. That damned ghost face, his concealment skills were really amazing. Even with their abilities, it was not easy to find Grimace. They spent a lot of effort. If it wasn't for the commotion, they wouldn't have discovered it. Compared to Qing Fu, the red snake was more impatient. At this moment, after sensing Su Yan's whereabouts, he immediately went in the direction of Su Yan. The red snake. Qing Fu helplessly watched Hongxi leave. The two of them were brothers, and Qing Fu was the older brother. Although the two of them often fought because of their beliefs, and sometimes even fought, Hongxi still took care of his younger brother. At this moment, a strong sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Red Snake, be careful. The moment he felt that, he immediately roared. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying dark radiance came directly toward the red snake. It was an assassination. The two brothers were proficient in assassination. The moment the assassination technique appeared, they both felt a sense of crisis. At this moment, the red snake turned his head, his eyes filled with a cruel aura. How dare you try to assassinate me? The red snake's assassination technique was one of the best in the entire limitless demon sect. Someone actually made a move against him, and at this moment, he had already grasped the opponent's trajectory. This guy's speed was indeed very fast, and even he was a little surprised. However, it was useless. This speed had not reached the pinnacle, and it was meaningless to him before it reached the pinnacle. Therefore, the red snake was doomed. The red snake Ghostface. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted. The red snake was sure that his attack would be able to kill the opponent before he arrived. But at this moment, Ching Fu's voice sounded. Run. The red snake Ghostface was actually telling him to run. The red snake Ghostface had condensed his power into a long line and transmitted it to the red snake as fast as he could. But the more it was so, the more the red snake did not care. He believed in his own judgment. Why should I run? I can kill him. He believed in his judgment. At such a close distance, in such a state, and in such a confrontation, the one who would die would definitely be his opponent, not him. So, at this moment, he directly attacked. But in the next moment, the calm and confidence on his face immediately turned into shock. A streak of blood suddenly flashed, and his eyes were filled with despair at this moment. The moment he attacked, his opponent's attack had already reached his body. Impossible. He could not understand how his opponent's attack could be so fast. According to his judgment, his opponent's speed was not as fast as his, so he could definitely attack his opponent faster than him. But he was indeed injured first. That's the sluggish illusion. Only when he was injured did he suddenly realize that his opponent was extremely fast. Moreover, it was even faster than he had imagined. What he saw was simply an illusion. In other words, he had been deceived. His intuition and judgment had deceived him. At this moment, he understood that he had lost this time. His opponent was an expert, and his opponent was an expert who was slightly stronger than him. If he had used all his strength at the beginning and not thought of attacking but defending, then he would not have been so miserable. At the very least, he would have been able to defend himself. But he had chosen to attack. That guy who suddenly attacked knew him too well, so he had already thought of this point when he attacked. Assassin Grandmaster Scarlet Snake, so that's all there is to it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Scarlet Snake felt that he had heard this voice before. But at this moment, he immediately realized that something was wrong. At this moment, his mind was in chaos again. This guy is really terrifying. He must know me very well. That's why he could affect me with just one sentence. And at this moment, it was the final moment for that guy to make his move. But at this time, Hydralisk did not attack. He left behind a sneer and retreated. His retreat made Scarlet Snake even angrier. He really could not think of who had the guts to treat him like this. Damn it, he retreated. He actually retreated. Suddenly, Scarlet Snake saw Grasshopper. At this moment, Grasshopper's entire body was solemn. A powerful aura was constantly flowing around him. Scarlet Snake immediately understood why this guy retreated. It must be because of Grasshopper. In fact, at this moment, he had already calmed down. He knew that it was Grasshopper who saved his life today. If it wasn't for Grasshopper, this guy would not have let him go and would have killed him directly. But Grasshopper was on the side and was ready to attack. Even if this guy staked everything, he would not succeed. And even if he was lucky enough to succeed, he would be seriously injured. After all, Grasshopper was a first-class expert. And this guy who suddenly appeared obviously did not want to exchange his life for Scarlet Snake's. At this moment, Scarlet Snake was furious to the extreme. At this moment, his mind began to turn. Since this guy could call out his name, it meant that he knew who he was. Moreover, this guy knew his temperament so well. Of course, he also knew Grasshopper's temperament. That was why he could advance and retreat so well when he attacked. It seemed like he had everything under control. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Scarlet Snake began to roar angrily. If he knew this guy's identity, he would definitely tear him to pieces. At this moment, Grasshopper said, "Scarlet Snake, calm down. This guy has already set his eyes on us. If you continue to be so irritable, we will all die here." Grasshopper was much calmer than Scarlet Snake. At this moment, he directly said. He did not see Scarlet Snake clearly, but he saw some information. This guy seemed to be from the Limitless Demon sect. Because his techniques and habits were too similar to the people cultivated by the Limitless Demon sect. Moreover, the techniques he used before seemed to be taught by the Limitless Demon sect. Scarlet Snake pondered deeply. If this guy was from the Limitless Demon sect, then which big shot subordinate was he? Originally, only the 7th and 3rd Vice sect leaders were competing for the Ghost Face. Did this guy's participation mean that his opponents had increased? But there was another strange thing. This guy clearly wanted to kill Scarlet Snake. This kind of action was really tyrannical. No matter what, Scarlet Snake and Scarlet Snake were both reputable figures under the Vice sect leaders. Wasn't he afraid of angering the Vice sect leaders? Chapter 920. Girls' literature, however, no matter what, he did not dare to be careless at this time. This guy had already made his attitude clear. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, he had to be more careful at this time. After all, the red snake was already injured at this time, and it was not a light injury. If he ignored the red snake, there would not be too much of a problem. He could even fight with the red snake. But that was the problem. No matter what, he could not ignore the red snake because he was his younger brother. Although the two of them were usually very unhappy with each other, they would still protect each other at the most critical time. This was human nature. At this time, the matter of chasing Ghostface had naturally been thrown to the back of his mind because they no longer had the qualifications to do so. At this time, he had become the prey. Whether he could survive was another matter. How could he have the mood to care about Ghostface? At this time, Su Yen was definitely not having a good time. After all, he had been targeted by the monster ghosts at this time. Su Yen did not want to kill those monster ghosts, so at this time, he went directly into the depths of the Heavenly Demon Temple. He had no choice but to do so. After all, he did not know that the Hydralisks were sniping at the two of them at this time. And even if he knew, he would never push them out at this time. The reason was very simple. He wanted to see Lulan. Damn it, why are these things so persistent? Just as Su Yen was moving forward, he found that many monster ghosts had appeared in front of him. The appearance of these monster ghosts immediately frightened him. Although Su Yen did not want to kill these monster ghosts, he was not a pedantic person after all. At this time, it was the most critical time. If he was still so soft-hearted, then these monster ghosts would not need to do anything. He was afraid that he would be dead already. It was because of this that his power directly erupted at this time. A powerful aura flashed and the huge force immediately opened up a path in front of him. Those monster ghosts were indeed powerful, but under Su Yan's power, they were directly blown away. And at this time, he went inside in an instant. However, after a short while, the demonic ghosts that had been blown away gathered together again. This gave Su Yen a headache. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill these demonic ghosts, but that he couldn't do so at the moment. The strength of these demonic ghosts was not to be underestimated. It was impossible to kill them without using special methods. This was also why demonic ghosts were so terrifying. Demonic powers that were tainted by the power of death would be extremely terrifying. Su Yen seemed to have fallen into a maze. At this time, he could only keep running. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Yen. It was a petite woman. Su Yen couldn't see her face clearly, but based on his first impression, this woman should be extremely beautiful. However, Su Yen couldn't care less whether the other party was beautiful or not. At this moment, he was in danger and anyone who appeared here would become his enemy. Therefore, he raised his sword and was about to attack. But at that moment, the woman spoke. "Don't attack. I'm here to save you." Her call caused Su Yan to stop immediately. Su Yan had never thought that this woman would actually say such a thing. At this time, the monster ghosts were behind him. He didn't have much time to think. He could either kill the woman and leave, or trust her. At this time, the woman didn't care about Su Yan's killing intent at all. She just said, "Come with me. Don't waste any more time. If you're surrounded by those monster ghosts, you'll definitely die." The woman left her back to Su Yan. Under this situation, Su Yan was too embarrassed to make a move. He finally decided to trust the woman. At this time, he realized that the woman was actually so fast. In just a few breaths, she had already walked far away. However, Su Yan wasn't slow either. He kept following the woman. Finally, the woman entered a room. As soon as Su Yan reached the door of the room, he was dragged in by the woman. "Huff, huff, huff, we're finally here. It's finally safe. Those monster ghosts won't chase us here." The woman was obviously exhausted to the extreme. She kept panting. Su Yan looked around. This room had long been in decline. Everything in it was like this. He didn't know where this place was, but since the woman was so sure, he didn't doubt her. "Why did you save me?" Su Yan asked directly. After all, he didn't know this woman, but she didn't hesitate to risk her life to save him. Su Yan couldn't understand. After all, if this woman was caught by the monster ghosts outside, only death would await her. The woman said, "Because I see that you're a good person." Her answer was very simple. Of course, Su Yan didn't believe such words, but he didn't continue to ask. There were some things that were destined to be unanswered. "But why are you wearing a mask? This is really strange. Your mask is ugly and ugly. It's better not to wear it," the girl said with a smile. Su Yan thought for a moment and gently channeled his power. Then, the ghost mask disappeared, revealing his original appearance. At this moment, the woman looked at Su Yan and suddenly smiled. Then, she said, "Ha ha ha, you're not ugly. How nice. Why do you have to wear a mask? You're so ugly." She continued, "By the way, my name is Su Rui. What's your name? Why are you here?" Su Yan said, "My name is Su Yan. I'm here to meet someone." Hearing Su Yan's answer, the woman called Su Rui immediately laughed. "Ha ha ha, your surname is Su too. No wonder I like you so much. It turns out that we're family." Su Yan didn't say anything. The woman continued to ask, "Meet someone? Who is she? She must be a woman. What's your relationship with her? Are you lovers?" Su Yan found that this woman was really a chatterbox. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop at all. At this point, he was helpless. At this moment, his injuries were suddenly affected, and he couldn't help but cough. "Ah, you're injured. Are you okay?" The woman panicked at first. After a long time, she finally calmed herself down and said, "It's okay, it's okay. I have pills here. I'll get them for you." As she spoke, she ran inside without hesitation. Su Yan looked at her leaving figure and frowned. This woman was really a mystery. He couldn't tell where she came from at all. However, no matter what, he still managed to obtain the woman's help at this time. If it weren't for her, he would be in more danger. After all, these demonic ghosts were difficult to deal with. If he didn't spend a lot of effort, it would be difficult to kill them. What was more terrifying was that even if Su Yan killed them, he wouldn't be able to solve the crisis. He didn't believe that there were only a few demonic ghosts in this place. If he were to provoke all of the demonic ghosts, then no matter how powerful he was, he would still die here. Moreover, there were still pursuers behind him. Through the continuous pursuit and killing, he had learned some basic information. The people who were chasing him were probably the 3rd Deputy Sect Master, Xing Tianrua, and the 7th Deputy Sect Master, Yan Xiao. These two people were important figures to Su Yan. Although they hadn't personally made a move at this point, it was only because they didn't want to. If these two important figures personally made a move, he wouldn't have a chance at all. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to see Lu Lan as soon as possible. As for other things, he didn't want to think too much about it. Therefore, he sat down and began to meditate. He didn't have much time now, so he had to make the best use of it to recover from his injuries. Not long after, the woman returned. She really did bring medicinal pills. It was a small box that was slightly yellow, and there were 5 medicinal pills in it. The smell of the 5 medicinal pills was very unpleasant, almost diluting one's sense of smell. However, Su Yan could feel that the medicinal power of the 5 medicinal pills was really precious. He didn't know where the woman got the medicinal pills, but since the pills were in front of him, he didn't want to waste them. "Thank you." Su Yan thanked her sincerely. Hearing Su Yan's words, Su Rui was unusually happy. She said, "You don't have to be polite with me. Anyway, they're useless to me. I was planning to throw them away. They stink." This honest woman accidentally said something that made Su Yan speechless. It turned out that these medicinal pills were just smelly trash to her. However, Su Yan didn't take these words to heart. After all, it didn't matter to him what it was. The most important thing was that these medicinal pills were of great help to him at this moment. Su Yan didn't swallow the medicinal pills directly. He just began to circulate his power and then began to refine the medicinal pills. He poured his power into the medicinal pills. The medicinal pills immediately began to float, and then emitted a gentle light. With the activation of Su Yan's power, the medicinal pills' light became softer and softer. In the end, a layer of pitch-black skin fell out of the pill. When the black skin fell, the terrible stench immediately disappeared, and was replaced by a faint fragrance. It was like a flower blooming in the morning dew. The 5 medicinal pills quietly floated in the air, showing an extremely beautiful brilliance. The little girl looked surprised. She stared at them without blinking. The medicinal pills became smaller and smaller. In the end, they finally turned into a ray of light and flew directly into Su Yan's body. Chapter 921. Female Literature. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally managed to refine the medicinal pill completely. At this moment, the woman immediately exclaimed, "Amazing, you're really amazing. You actually have such a powerful ability." Su Rui looked very excited. When Su Yan opened his eyes, she immediately said, Su Yan, can you teach me how to cultivate?" Su Yan didn't expect her to make such a request. But judging from her previous speed, she should know how to cultivate, right? So Su Yan asked directly, "What's wrong? You don't know how to cultivate? But you're so fast." At this moment, Su Rui said first, "I really don't know how to cultivate. I've been living here since I was born, and no one taught me. Of course I don't know how to cultivate. As for why I can run so fast, it's because I was born." Her complacent words greatly surprised Su Yan. She said that she had lived here since she was young, but this was clearly the heavenly demon temple of the Limitless Demon Sect. So what was her identity that the people of the Limitless Demon Sect knew nothing about her? Also, she said that she was born to run very fast. This was really amazing. Su Yan had personally seen her speed. Such a speed was simply terrifying. Even he had to use his strength to catch up with her. If she was really born like this, then how amazing was she? Okay? At this moment, Su Rui's voice became a lot softer. She thought Su Yan was unhappy. At this moment, Su Yan asked, "You've lived here since you were young? But how did you live? Is there no one else here?" The woman said, I don't know. Those demonic ghosts and other people don't dare to enter this place. I once accidentally heard a few people say that this place is cursed and they don't dare to approach it. As for why I'm here, I don't know. It seems that I've been here since I woke up, so if I'm hungry, I'll get something to eat. This place is quite big and very comfortable to live in, so I've been living here. She said so matter-of-factly, but Su Yan was very surprised. This was the woman's reason for coming here. This really made him speechless. At this moment, the woman said with a smile, okay, it's fine if you don't agree. Are you hungry? I'll get some food for you. She let out a sigh, obviously very disappointed. At this moment, Su Yan said, okay, I'll wait for you here. When you come back, I'll help you see if you're suitable for cultivation. If you can, I'll teach you the cultivation method. Su Rui originally didn't have any hope, but when he heard Su Yan's words, he was immediately overjoyed. She said, is what you said true? You can't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll be angry and I won't recognize you as a friend. At this moment, she was so excited. Su Yan said directly, don't worry. Since I said this, I naturally won't go back on my words. But you should be careful. Su Rui directly said, Aya, don't worry. I'm very capable. Those guys can't catch me. Since that's the case, then you just wait. I'll immediately make you a feast. Hee, I'm leaving. After Su Rui finished speaking, she immediately left without looking back. Her speed was indeed fast to the extreme. In just a moment, she had disappeared from Su Yan's perception. After she left, the place immediately became quiet. It seemed that even the light had become dim. At this moment, Su Yan actually felt a little uneasy in his heart. He suddenly remembered that the girl called Su Rui said that this was a cursed place. Su Yan wouldn't believe such words, but at this time, it actually showed such an extraordinary thing. Even Su Yan had to believe it. At this time, his gaze began to become serious. He began to radiate his power. He wanted to explore what was in this room. But soon, he found that there seemed to be a shadow in the depths of the room. The shadow had a powerful and terrifying aura. At this time, the shadow seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and the faintly discernible pressure was emitted by it. And Su Yan also found that the shadow seemed to be waking up at this time. Su Yan furrowed his brows. This was not a good thing. If this thing really woke up, then he would be in danger. The pill that the girl called Su Rui gave him was very extraordinary. In such a short time, his injuries had recovered a lot. If this continued, Su Yan would be able to restore himself to his best state in half a day. But the problem was, even if he was restored to his best state, it seemed that he was no match for this mysterious existence. This was because its strength was too terrifying. Such strength was simply incomparable. Su Yan even felt that it was not inferior to a Tao master. At this time, Su Yan was sure that the so-called obstruction was most likely related to this mysterious shadow. In just a short period of time, a faint black mist had already appeared in the air. This black fog spread and filled the surroundings. If this faint black fog entered a person's body, it would immediately erode the person's body and devour their vitality. This would form a curse. At this time, the black fog was spreading towards Su Yan. Su Yan did not move. He just paid full attention to this thing. He wanted to see just how powerful this black fog was. It was at this time that a cheerful voice came. Su Yan, you're in luck. I brought you barbecue. Su Rui had returned. At this time, Su Yan found a strange scene. The moment Su Rui returned, the terrible fog dissipated directly. At this time, Su Yan's eyes were so incredulous. He believed in his judgment. It was indeed because of this woman's return that the black weapon completely disappeared. The black fog, or the powerful shadow creature, was actually afraid of this woman called Su Rui. How inconceivable was this? But this thing happened in front of Su Yan at this time. Just as Su Yan was pondering, the woman had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Huh, Su Yan, look, those guys are really generous today. They prepared a lot of barbecued meat. I picked out a big one and brought it to you. It's fun, it's really fun. She was very happy, obviously feeling a sense of accomplishment. Su Yan smiled and said, "Thank you." But Su Rui said, "You don't have to thank me. Just remember what you said. Hurry up and eat." Su Yan looked at her anxious appearance and smiled. No matter what, this was a cute little girl. He threw away the other thoughts in his mind and began to deal with the barbecue. This barbecue contained an extremely powerful energy. He did not know what kind of demon beast this meat was, but the taste was also very delicious. Soon, Su Yan cleaned up all the barbecued meat. The feeling of filling one's stomach was always good, especially at this time. After filling his stomach, Su Yan was immediately filled with boundless satisfaction. Are you full? If you are not, just say it. I will go get more for you. Those people in the kitchen are stupid. Don't worry. Su Rui said with a smile. Meeting a thief like Su Rui, those people were helpless. After all, Su Rui's speed was too fast. Even if it was him, he would have to spend a lot of energy to catch up, let alone them. But these were not things that Su Yan was concerned about. Right now, he didn't have the spare energy to care about these irrelevant things. At this time, Su Yan found that Su Rui was looking at him with a hopeful face. He obviously understood that Su Rui was looking forward to something. So he immediately said, "I am full. Don't worry, since I have promised you, I will not go back on my words. Now, let me see your body condition." Su Yan calmed down and grabbed Su Rui's wrist. At this time, his power went straight into Su Rui's body. Su Yan's true power went straight into Su Rui's body. But gradually, his brows furrowed. Su Rui's body was really too abnormal. Her condition was different from other people. Humans had 8 extra meridians, but there were no meridians in her body. It was as if her body was a vacuum. It was Su Yan's first time seeing such a strange phenomenon. If a person did not have meridians, was he still a person? Right at this moment, Su Yan's brows suddenly furrowed. This was because he discovered that there seemed to be a mysterious existence within the little girl's body. He probed in and immediately realized that it was a picture. This picture seemed to be a giant bird. Its appearance was very similar to a sparrow. But in reality, it vaguely revealed a majesty that was much stronger than the sparrow. The sparrow was already a strong and terrifying existence. It could become a saint beast. But this demonic beast in front of him was even more terrifying than the sparrow. Moreover, when he saw this pattern, the red spirit fire in his body actually began to move. At this time, Su Yan's control of the scarlet spirit fire had already reached an extremely proficient level. This scarlet spirit fire was like an arm to him. But at this time, it actually had such a strange movement. Su Yan immediately understood that the scarlet spirit fire must have been affected by something. And in this place, there was only one thing that could affect the scarlet spirit fire, and that was the existence in front of him. At this time, 2 words appeared in Su Yan's heart. Chapter 922. Female Literature, Vermilion Bird. One of the 4 mythical beasts in the legends, the powerful vermilion bird. It must be. Only the powerful vermilion bird could have such terrifying majesty and cause such a change in the flame. There was actually the existence of a mythical beast in this girl's body. This was really incredible. Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, he thought about the huge shadow in the room. What was it? Judging from his aura, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. But now, he could understand why the powerful shadow was so afraid of this little girl. After a long time, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. At this time, Su Rui was looking at Su Yan hopefully. When she saw Su Yan open his eyes, she immediately asked, "How is it? Can I cultivate? Are you willing to teach me?" Su Yan looked at her and thought for a moment. In the end, he did not tell her about the abnormality of her body. He just said, "I don't know if you can cultivate. But since I promised you, I will teach you. Now, I will teach you a cultivation method. This is a sword technique, which is quite extraordinary." Su Yan planned to teach her the Vairocana colored glaze sword scripture. That was the inheritance of the Stupa sect. This sword technique must be extraordinary. No matter how Su Yan thought about it, it seemed that this was the only cultivation method that was most compatible with this woman. After all, if she was really the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, then she would have an unexpected effect on the flame attribute cultivation method. Although Su Yan did not know how she could cultivate without meridians. At this time, Su Yan directly imparted the Vairocana colored glaze sword scripture into the girl's mind. At this time, Su Rui was very excited. She had been here since she was conscious. She had never left and dared not to contact anyone. And this time, the reason why she contacted Su Yan was because she felt a very familiar aura from Su Yan. It was because of this aura that he chose to help Su Yan. Even Su Yan didn't know that the reason he was saved was because this little girl felt close to him. At this time, Su Rui quickly memorized the solar-colored glaze sword scripture. After she obtained this cultivation method, she was extremely excited. She didn't care about anything else and immediately began to cultivate. At this moment, something unexpected happened to Su Yan. Su Yan was surprised. Since she didn't have meridians, it would be extremely difficult for her to practice this cultivation method. But in reality, in just half an hour, a faint halo appeared on the girl's body. Although this halo was faint, it was real. That was the symbol of the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture's first layer of small success. This greatly surprised Su Yan. When he was cultivating, he didn't have such efficiency, but she did it so easily. This could no longer be described as a genius. He was simply a monster. The bloodline of the vermilion bird is indeed extraordinary. It's really amazing, really amazing, he exclaimed. At this time, Su Rui still hadn't woken up. After half a day, the girl finally opened her eyes and stopped cultivating. At this time, she had clearly cultivated the solar-colored glaze sword scripture to a certain level. She was surrounded by a scarlet light. Although this light wasn't enough to melt rocks, it was already very hot. If it wasn't for Su Yan's powerful strength, he might have been injured by this light. At this moment, Su Yan truly knew what a monster was. Her cultivation speed was simply too fast. In just half a day's time, she was actually able to cultivate the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to such a level. Not only was her cultivation speed faster, but the power she could unleash seemed to be above his own. If such a person went to the Fiery Flame sect, she would probably be groomed as a successor. "Brother, I can't cultivate anymore. Am I too stupid?" At this time, Su Rui's expression was very gloomy. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with her results. Su Yan could only smile bitterly, so he said, "It's not your problem. In fact, you're already very powerful. When I was cultivating back then, I definitely couldn't compare to you. However, this is a sword scripture. In addition to the cultivation of flames, if you want to continue cultivating this power, you must be proficient in sword techniques." Since Su Yan's injuries had not healed, he simply began to impart sword techniques to this girl. He was a sword Dao grandmaster. Naturally, imparting sword techniques to a person who was completely ignorant of sword techniques was not much of a problem. And Su Rui was really a monstrous genius. Her learning speed was really too fast, so fast that it made Su Yan incomparably shocked. Therefore, after another half a day, Su Rui's sword technique progress was also increasing. Su Rui was really a genius. After Su Yan explained many things to her, she closed her eyes and began to comprehend. She even entered a state of epiphany. During this period of time, Su Yan's valiant body had also displayed his terrifying strength. In such a short period of time, his injuries were almost completely healed. In fact, Su Yan felt that this little Su Rui was a monster. But wasn't he the same? At this time, the battle between Hydralisk, Grasshopper, and Scarlet Snake had reached an extremely intense stage. Hydralisk was really a terrifying killer. Every time he appeared, it was extremely strange. Most importantly, he was really ruthless. Every time he attacked, he would definitely target Scarlet Snake. He deeply knew that in fact, everyone had their own weakness. And Scarlet Snake's weakness was Grasshopper's. Every time he attacked Scarlet Snake, Grasshopper would definitely protect Scarlet Snake, which gave him a chance. After all, what he needed now was not only to stop these two people, but to kill these two powerful people. His method was quite ingenious, like besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements. However, it just so happened that Ching Chong didn't have a way to deal with it. Grasshopper, you should understand that my existence will only drag you down. So, let me go at this time, immediately. Scarlet Snake was currently covered in wounds. Although he had Grasshopper's protection, Hydralisk's attacks were too insidious. Although he was still alive, he was in incomparable pain. At this time, he spoke again. Kill me, then avenge me. He said again. He had already said this no less than 10 times. But Grasshopper responded with silence every time. Grasshopper naturally understood that this was the best way, but he would not do it. Because he was still alone, and Scarlet Snake was his younger brother. No matter what, he could not kill his younger brother. No matter how dangerous it was, he would not give up. What are you still hesitating for? If this continues, both of us will die. Scarlet Snake roared. At this time, he really hated himself to the point of despair. It turned out that his previous pride was not worth mentioning. His so-called intelligence was just self-righteous. At this time, he could only become a burden. How could he accept this? At this time, Grasshopper finally spoke. Scarlet Snake, calm down. At this time, are you still going to be so self-righteous? Grasshopper's words finally calmed Scarlet Snake down. Grasshopper continued, do you really think that I can live if I kill you? Humph, you idiot. You've always been like this since you were young. You always think that your judgment is correct, but at this time, you're still like this. If you don't want to kill me, then shut up. Scarlet Snake calmed down at this time. He stared blankly at Grasshopper. He did not know why, but at this time, he really wanted to cry. Grasshopper said, your current state is exactly what that guy wants. If you continue like this, not only will you not be able to help me, you'll also disturb my state of mind. And when my state of mind is disturbed, it will give him a chance to attack. Grasshopper continued, it's not that your death can solve the problem. After you die, my state of mind will definitely be disturbed, and I might even be blinded by the desire for revenge. Do you think that I can survive a battle between experts in this state? Grasshopper's words finally calmed Scarlet Snake down. That's right, he had been too arrogant all this time. Regardless of whether it was his original judgment or his direct counterattack, he felt that he was right. But he had never really considered whether it was right or wrong. If he died, then as his brother, Grasshopper's state of mind would definitely be disturbed. At that time, that guy in the darkness could even directly kill Grasshopper. Then what should we do now? Many people actually thought that they were strong, but when this facade was exposed, they would find that they were actually so weak. Grasshopper said, we don't need to do anything. We just need to deal with the situation by sticking to the status quo. This guy is just waiting for an opportunity. But if we don't give him a chance, what can he do? If he's really strong enough to directly crush us, what can he do? Grasshopper's analysis was very calm, and one had to admit that his judgment was very correct. If Hydralisk really had the strength to crush them, then he would not have waited until now to play tricks. It was because he did not have the confidence to kill them both in one strike that he did this. At this time, Grasshopper led Scarlet Snake to a spacious area. The more spacious the area, the less effective it would be. They were extremely powerful and outstanding assassins, so they naturally knew this very well. At this time, Hydralisk, who was hiding in the darkness, sneered. As expected of Grasshopper, you're really strong. But do you really think you can escape death like this? You two are destined to be my prey. His smile was so confident because he believed that he could kill these two people. Their thinking was indeed good. If they went to a spacious area, it would indeed be difficult for him to make a move. But that did not mean that he would not have a chance to make a move. Because there were not only a few people here. Grasshopper settled Scarlet Snake down, then said, "Hurry up, seize the time to cultivate and heal your injuries." Grasshopper felt that what he did was not wrong, but he still vaguely felt that something was wrong. That guy was so difficult to deal with, he would not give up so easily. But at this time, the third emissary, Zuolatao, suddenly transmitted his voice. "Grasshopper, where are you? Have you found Ghostface?" Grasshopper was immediately overjoyed when he heard Zuolatao's voice. He directly replied, "Emissary Zua, Ghostface has entered the Heavenly Beast Temple. I'm also there now, but I encountered a mysterious assassin. So, I hope you can come and save me." If it was any other time, Grasshopper would definitely not say such words. Because asking for help meant that he was useless. He was such a proud person that he would not ask for help even if he was about to die. But now, it was different. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that his brother, Scarlet Snake, would die. Zuolatao said, "Okay, I'll sense your location and come over. Wait here." Zuolatao knew Grasshopper's character very well, but since Grasshopper asked for help at this time, it was obvious that Grasshopper was in big trouble. Grasshopper was his #1 warrior. If there was no special reason, he would definitely not do this. While Grasshopper and Zuolatao were transmitting their voices, mysterious shadows suddenly appeared and rushed toward them. Grasshopper's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! At this moment, he was so furious. Demonic ghosts. They were demonic ghosts. These demonic ghosts were coming toward him. Needless to say, it was that damned bastard who did this. Grasshopper did not know how he did it, but to him, the most important thing was to avoid them as soon as possible. If he was entangled by these demonic ghosts, no matter how strong he was, he would die. Moreover, there was one more thing that was the worst. If that person in the shadows took the opportunity to attack, what would Scarlet Snake do? No matter how confident he was in his own strength, he was not confident that he could protect Scarlet Snake at this time. Scarlet Snake would die. When he thought of this, his entire being became infuriated. "Grasshopper, let's go. Let me stay here and you leave to avenge me. I believe you can do it. You can control yourself and not let anger get to your head. That guy will definitely ambush me in the chaos. You can't protect me." Scarlet Snake spoke again. The time before was too short. No matter how strong he was, he could not recover much of his strength. Therefore, the best thing to do now was to let Grasshopper leave him behind. As for what Grasshopper said before, he believed that Grasshopper would be able to overcome it. Grasshopper understood his younger brother. How could he not understand his older brother? His control over his emotions was exceptionally strong. However, he still underestimated Grasshopper's importance to him. At this moment, Grasshopper did not waste any time and directly carried him on his back. Leave the Heavenly Beast Temple. Grasshopper made a prompt decision. He could not stay here any longer. He had to leave quickly. However, at this moment, a cold murderous intent appeared. Grasshopper immediately knew that it was not good. Don't even think about it. At this moment, his strength had reached the extreme. Therefore, he used all his strength. No matter what, he had to protect his younger brother. At this moment, he finally saw that it was Hydralisk. Sorry, my target is you. Hydralisk sneered. At this moment, he used an extremely strange method to forcibly change his target. No! Scarlet Snake roared. Chapter 923. Female Literature, N.O. His voice was filled with anger and despair. At this moment, Grasshopper revealed an inconceivable expression. This guy's target was actually him. At this moment, Grasshopper knew that he no longer had the strength to reverse the situation. Hydralisk's long and narrow sword directly pierced his body. Who are you? Grasshopper looked at him and angrily asked. At this moment, Hydralisk laughed and said, I'm called Hydralisk, an assassin of the Limitless Demon Sect. Hearing the two words Hydralisk, Scarlet Snake immediately remembered. 2 years ago, there was a traitor of the Limitless Demon Sect. Because that traitor also had the word Hydralisk, he paid attention to him. But that was it. After all, the difference in status and strength between the two of them was too big. He didn't have the time to waste on such a small character. But he never thought that today, this small character that he didn't pay attention to actually killed his brother. You damn traitor, I will kill you, I will tear you to pieces. He was so angry that he tried his best to circulate his strength, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Hydralisk. But at this moment, Hydralisk's attack arrived. Hee, Scarlet Snake. Ha, compared to Grasshopper, you are simply trash. That's why I never wanted to kill you. Hee, just as I expected, because of you, I was able to kill Grasshopper. His words were so harsh, but one couldn't help but admit that what he said was the truth. Indeed, if it wasn't for Scarlet Snake, Grasshopper wouldn't have died. Scarlet Snake was too arrogant, so he didn't listen to his brother's words from the beginning. If he could calm down, then he wouldn't have been injured. If he wasn't injured, then why would Grasshopper be in such a sorry state? With the two of them working together, they were able to kill Hydralisk. Hydralisk didn't give Scarlet Snake a chance to talk nonsense. His sword directly ended the lives of the two top assassins of the Limitless Demon Sect. Then, he directly hid in the darkness. Not long after he left, the third emissary, Zweletau, arrived. But this time, he saw the corpses of the two brothers. How dare you? How dare you? At this time, he was extremely angry. His trusted subordinate had been killed. He had actually died. This made him extremely furious. At this moment, he only wanted to kill. Duan Mulonghu walked slowly in the darkness. This place was filled with darkness, but it could not stop him from moving forward. It was as if he was the king of the darkness. At this moment, he suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, you're still alive. That's great, long time no see. It was at this moment that a ray of light was released from the darkness. It's you, Duan Mulonghu. The voice was a little hoarse, but one could vaguely tell that it was a woman's voice. She and Duan Mulonghu were old acquaintances. It's me, Duan Mulonghu. I'm not dead, so I'm here to bring you out. Duan Mulonghu was already so gentle and refined. Huh, you've actually become so weak at this time. How surprising. The hoarse voice said. Duan Mulonghu did not care about the ridicule. He only said, being able to be reborn after 1,000 years is already a gift from the heavens. How can I ask for more? So at this time, I need your help. Tell me, are you willing to help me? Of course. You know that I won't refuse you. Brother Su Yen, how's my learning? Is it not good enough? Su Rui asked softly. At this moment, Su Yen was extremely depressed. If he was not good enough, then who in this world could be considered good? She was simply a genius. Su Yan said, "No, you're already very powerful. I don't think there are many people in this world who can be better than you." Su Yan sighed and stood up. He was about to leave. "Brother Su Yan, you're leaving?" Seeing that Su Yan was about to leave, Su Rui was naturally very reluctant to part with him. Su Yan said, "Yes, I'm leaving." Su Rui immediately asked, "Are you going to see that woman? Take me with you. I'm already very powerful now. I can help you." Right now, she only felt that she had become incomparably powerful. She wanted to find a few powerful opponents to fight. However, Su Yan would not agree. This was not a game. It was very dangerous for him to go. Although Su Rui was very likely to be the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, and she was really extraordinary. However, this operation was really too dangerous. Su Yan himself could not guarantee that he could survive. What's more, even if she was extraordinary, she was still young. Her current strength was still too weak. Okay, I won't go. Really, it's not easy to meet someone who can talk to me and play with me, but now I have to leave." Seeing Su Yan so determined, Su Rui finally chose to give up. Su Yan was also helpless, but he also knew very well that many things were like this. Even if you have it, you can't force it. He turned his head and left, no longer paying attention to little Su Rui. For Su Yan, this heavenly demon temple was too big. What made him even more helpless was that there was an extremely mysterious force in the heavenly demon temple that blocked everything. Even his spiritual awareness could not explore this place freely. Even though he knew that Lu Lan was very likely to be in this heavenly demon temple, Su Yan did not know where she was. Now Su Yan could only use this method, which was to look for her one by one until he found her. Along the way, Su Yan did not know what kind of danger he would encounter. Those pursuers would definitely not give up. This time, after they found out that the heavenly demon temple had been sent, they would send even more powerful people. There were monster ghosts in the heavenly demon temple to begin with. This was something that gave Su Yan a great headache. At that moment, Su Yan floated away. At the end of his line of sight was a gorgeous palace. There was a person's aura there. It was not a monster ghost, but a real person. Since there were people, Su Yan had a source of information that he could inquire about. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan quietly sneaked over. He did not know that after he left, a small figure appeared directly. Humph, what a bad guy. He actually went out alone and refused to take me with him. I did say that I wouldn't go with you, but I didn't say that I wouldn't go with you. Su Rui revealed a smirk and then headed in the direction of Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan did not spend much time to meet the guards here. When the two men saw Su Yan, their first reaction was to draw their swords and kill him. Their strength was not bad. Each of them was an expert in the dragon realm. However, in front of Su Yan, they were still too weak. Su Yan had already restrained them at the first moment. Then, he used a powerful mind attack to attack them. Tell me, there is a woman called Lu Lan here. In order not to waste time, Su Yan directly used the mind attack method. This was an extreme form of hypnosis. Once used, even if the other party could survive, they would become useless. This method was really overbearing. Under normal circumstances, Su Yan would not want to use it. However, now was not an ordinary time. He could not waste time no matter what, so he directly used this method. How could the two of them resist Su Yan's mind power when the mind power directly entered them? However, in the next moment, Su Yan's expression changed. This was because the mind power of the two guards was interrupted. Then, the two of them bled from their 7 orifices and lost their lives. Damn it, their mind power has been tampered with. Su Yan immediately understood that this was because the two of them had been restrained. Once they were forcefully attacked by the mind power, they would immediately die. The Limitless Demon Sect was the Limitless Demon Sect. Not only were they ruthless to their enemies, they were also ruthless to themselves. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining. His heart was filled with boundless rage. These guys were really despicable, hateful. At that moment, rays of light began to flash in Su Yan's eyes. An extremely strange power appeared. The moment this power appeared, Su Yan immediately felt a strong but familiar power. Zuoleitao. How could Su Yan forget this power? It was Zuoleitao. Back in the Sky Lion City, Zuoleitao had made him miserable and almost killed him. Fortunately, he had the winged heavenly tiger and the yellow sparrow, these two powerful monsters. Otherwise, he would have been killed by this guy. However, Su Yan never thought that he would meet Zuoleitao again here. At that moment, he did not have time to think. His whole body suddenly shook and immediately disappeared. His speed was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was as if he had torn the space and moved in an instant. At that moment, Zuoleitao's voice came directly. "Very good, ghost-faced kid, your strength seems to have increased again." Su Yan looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Zuoleitao. Su Yan was looking at him, and Zuoleitao was also looking at Su Yan. At that moment, he was really shocked and angry. He was shocked because Ghost-Faced strength had obviously increased a lot compared to before. Ghost-Faced was still not a Venerable One because he did not feel the unique aura of a Venerable One from Ghost-Faced. However, he could not see through Su Yan's realm at that moment. Just what level had Su Yan reached, and what level of cultivation he was at, he actually couldn't tell. What made him even angrier was that his proud subordinate, Qing Fu, was dead. Although Ghost-Faced might not have killed him, he died for Ghost-Faced. Zuoleitao's character was extremely overbearing and he liked to vent his anger on others. At that moment, he did not know who the culprit was, so he directly vented his anger on Su Yan. Chapter 924. Female Literature. I really didn't expect that even the Hellhound couldn't get rid of you. You're really a surprise. Although his words were full of praise, his tone was so cold that he couldn't wait to kill Su Yan. Su Yan also sneered. Envoy Zhua, it's been a long time indeed. Su Yan was full of seriousness and fear under the ghost mask. His strength had indeed increased rapidly, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could be a match for this supremacy. That was a 5 essences supremacy. Although such a powerhouse couldn't be compared to a Dao supremacy, he still had endless means. As for his means, the Godslayer sword intent had been used repeatedly, so its power had been greatly reduced. The square seal was also not stable at the moment. The heavenly demon finger was even more so. It's useless to say more. Hand over the limitless 9 demon seal technique, and I can still leave you with a complete corpse. Here, your 2 demon beasts can't save you. As he spoke, he had already taken a step forward. Just this small step was enough to show that this person was extraordinary. With such a step, he simply crossed countless obstacles and directly arrived in front of Su Yan. This kind of means could be described as shrinking the ground. At this moment, Su Yan felt a sense of danger in his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly slashed with his sword. This was because he knew that it was impossible for him to pull away from his opponent. Thus, he could only take the initiative to attack. When he attacked, Su Yan activated almost all the power in his body. Such a sword flashed with a scarlet light, and the strong sword light directly landed in front of Zuoleitao's body. At this moment, Zuoleitao directly stretched out his palm and looked at Su Yan with a sinister smile. Although your strength has increased, do you really think that you can match me? How laughable. As he spoke, he suppressed his power and finally gathered it in his palm. It was clearly a pair of flesh palms, but at this moment, they were flickering with specks of thunder and fire. Such a palm strike was simply terrifying beyond compare. His name was Zuoleitao, and he also cultivated the lightning arts. His cultivation technique was the Limitless Demon Sect's Limitless Een Thunder technique. His Een Thunder was extremely terrifying. The last time Su Yan fought him, he had already suffered, so at this time, no matter what, he didn't dare to fight this guy head-on. There was a flash of light in his eyes. It was a sinister light. What was even more terrifying was that his palm directly grabbed onto Su Yan's sword. At this time, his gaze actually materialized into a terrifying whip, lashing towards Su Yan. Such a turn of events was extremely strange. Previously, Su Yan had already focused all of his attention, but when he reacted, he was still half a beat too slow, and the long whip directly struck his face. Su Yan suffered such a heavy blow that his whole body was directly thrown back, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you know that this old man hates sneaky people like you the most? Just looking at that mask of yours makes this old man angry. In that case, let me directly shatter that mask of yours. At this moment, the earth-shrinking technique appeared once again. At this time, Su Yan knew that things were not going well. He suddenly punched the ground and shouted at the same time, "Demonic Dragon Fist." The violent demonic dragon fist appeared, and a powerful demonic dragon aura flashed. The terrifying power immediately blasted the ground away, and at this time, layers of soil quickly emerged, forming a wall. The appearance of this wall immediately blocked Zhuo path forward. However, Zhuo expression didn't change at all. He just said, "Not bad." After saying these two words, he directly condensed his palm into a blade and slashed down. At this time, an extremely terrifying halo spread out, and the powerful light became an extremely terrifying power at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the layer of soil had already disappeared. However, at this time, Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He regained his footing and stabilized his aura. So strong. This was the first time he fought with an expert, and he immediately knew his shortcomings. In the chaotic garden, although the flower protector was strong, his strength was only the accumulation of energy. His realm was only at the level of a 3 essences venerable, so Su Yan wasn't in such a sorry state. However, a 5 essences venerable and a 3 essences venerable were two different concepts. Su Yan being able to hold on to this point was already the result of his outstanding strength. He exhaled heavily, and his qi and blood calmed down. At this moment, in front of a powerful enemy, he couldn't be careless. Therefore, any negligence would cost him his life. So strong? Of course. However, it's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. However, you being able to hold on until now is already beyond my expectations. Now, I don't want to continue playing with you. At this time, Zhuo condensed his Een lightning again. The battle between the two sides had already alarmed the demonic ghosts here. How could he not see that Qing Fu's death was related to the demonic ghosts? When he arrived, Qing Fu's body had already been devoured by the demonic ghosts. And if all the demonic ghosts were to gather, then even he would not have a good ending. Those demonic ghosts were all very strong, but they were also very difficult to kill. Unless one was a powerful expert, there really wasn't a good way to deal with them. Because of this, not many people dared to enter this place. In the huge Saint Devil Mountain of the Limitless Demon Sect, there were many forbidden areas, and this place was one of them. Not to mention, there was also a legendary cursed place here, which made people extremely wary. Therefore, he wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. At this time, a sword light suddenly appeared. "You damned bastard, eat my sword." A woman's voice resounded. After hearing this voice, Su Yan was immediately shocked. "Su Rui, leave quickly." Su Yan recognized that this was Su Rui's voice. At this time, he naturally knew that this disobedient and stupid girl had followed him out. This girl was innocent and naive, but in other words, she was brainless. She thought that she was very powerful and wanted to help Su Yan, so she directly attacked at this time. However, in front of Zhuo, Su Yan could only be suppressed bitterly and was almost on the verge of death. What could this girl do? Not only would she not be able to help Su Yan, but she would also be seeking her own death. Sure enough, Zuoleitao immediately sneered, "Where did this girl come from? She's courting death." At this time, his target was Su Yan. He just wanted to bring Su Yan back to the third deputy sect leader. As for the others, he would naturally kill them without mercy. The Yin thunder appeared in his hand, and a powerful thunder light kept roaring at this time. A powerful and terrifying aura appeared, then turned into a thunder snake and rushed directly towards Su Rui. Su Rui had come aggressively, but after sensing this power, she was already filled with regret. She never thought that such power would exist. Her sword chi was nothing in front of this thunder arc and was immediately torn apart. After the thunder arc tore this power apart, it did not have any intention of stopping and directly hit Su Rui's body. This cute and beautiful girl only had time to let out a scream before she was immediately sent flying. Su Rui. Everything happened too quickly. In this place, Su Yan's divine sense was restricted, and his mind was focused on the battle with Zuoleitao, so he did not expect Su Rui to suddenly attack. By the time he realized it, it was already too late for him to make a move. Zuoleitao sneered, but in the next moment, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. She didn't die. Even a 2 essences supremacy, or even a 3 essences supremacy, would have been killed by his attack. However, this woman had actually survived. She was only temporarily unconscious. "Since you dare to attack me, then I can't let you live." At this time, he still wanted to continue to attack and completely destroy Su Rui. "Old dog, your opponent is me." At this time, Su Yan would not let him continue to attack. He burst out with all his strength and directly attacked Zuoleitao. "I've been waiting for you." Zuoleitao's Yin thunder palm suddenly changed direction, and the terrifying thunder aura directly fell on Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan did not have time to react at all. Zuoleitao's change of move was too fast. The palm firmly imprinted on Su Yan's chest, and the power of Yin thunder immediately turned into countless electric snakes that swam around Su Yan's body. "Hee, so you're a sentimental person, kid. Ha ha ha, but it's a pity that sentimental people don't live long." Zuoleitao's eyes were full of pride after this successful attack. His strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's, but he had never gained much of an advantage over Su Yan after fighting for so long. It was only now that he had truly captured Su Yan. "It took me a lot of effort to capture you, kid. However, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I'd like to see where you can run now." At this time, he had already firmly grasped Su Yan's throat. However, at this time, a voice sounded. "Zuoleitao, I'm afraid I can't let you take this person away." That was Su Yan. The 7th emissary, Su Yan, appeared just as Zuoleitao was feeling complacent. He turned into a light shadow and directly rushed towards Zuoleitao. His target was Su Yan. "Su Yan, you're courting death." At this time, Zuoleitao could not care less. Since Su Yan wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, how could he tolerate it? He immediately punched out. Chapter 925. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan also threw out a punch. Both Su Yan and Zuoleitao were 5 essences venerables. With such strength, they could dominate anyone below the Tao Master level. If they fought, it would definitely cause great destruction. Therefore, the Limitless Demon sect forbade experts of this level to fight in the sect. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were fighting over Su Yan, so they couldn't care less. For the 3rd deputy sect master, Su Yan represented the complete Limitless 9 Demon seal. If he could obtain it, his strength might increase again. Although he might not be able to compete with the sect master, Shi Wuxin, and the 1st deputy sect master, Gue Shenxiu, he would be able to compete for the 2nd deputy sect master's position. The deputy sect master's ranking was not just a title. Every step forward, whether it was in terms of strength or resources, was no small matter. Moreover, if the limitless 9-demon seal fell into the hands of others, it might affect his position as the third deputy sect master. Therefore, Zuoleitao wouldn't give up no matter what. For Su Yan's importance was unparalleled. If Yan Shao hadn't said those words to him, he might have backed down at this moment. However, at this moment, he wouldn't back down no matter what. The two of them collided head-on. There was no suspense at all. The powerful force was like a sudden clap of thunder, and the terrifying aura kept rolling. The terrifying impact almost began to impact the space. Bolts of lightning appeared one after another. That was Zuoleitao's Yin Thunder. The power of the Yin Thunder was extremely terrifying. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the real heavenly thunder in terms of overbearingness. However, in terms of lethality, it wasn't inferior at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Such power could almost be called invincible. However, in the face of such power, the seventh emissary, Su Yan, was able to resist it. Divine light emitted from Su Yan's body. The powerful force kept flickering at this moment, and the powerful aura was like a mountain. Although the Yin Thunder was terrifying, it couldn't cross half a step. At the moment when the two of them clashed, Su Yan finally found a chance to catch his breath. "Get out of my way." At this time, he pushed his strength to the extreme and suddenly attacked with the demonic dragon fist. He threw a powerful punch forward. This punch contained all of his aura. At this moment, even Zuoleitao's expression changed. If he continued, it was very likely that he would be directly killed. At this moment, Zuoleitao suddenly frowned. A single false statement was enough to make him feel a little troubled. And at this time, Su Yan suddenly exploded. Previously, his Shadow Thunder Palm was actually unable to do anything to Su Yan. Perhaps he was indeed injured, but it was definitely not as serious as he appeared to be. Everything that happened before was actually just an act. At this time, Su Yan's sudden outburst caught him off guard. At this moment, his killing intent soared. He wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. However, at this time, Su Yan's attack came again. "Zuoleitao, your opponent is me." At this moment, Zuoleitao's expression became even darker and more serious. What was wrong with Su Yan? No matter what, no matter how much the two of them fought each other. However, they were both hunters. At this time, Su Yan attacked at this time to help his prey escape. "Su Yan, do you really think that I, Zuoleitao, am afraid of you? You're courting death." At this point, he was really angry. In order to capture Su Yan, he had paid a huge price. Who knew how many of his subordinates had died? If he let Su Yan escape at this time, he would be angered to death. However, at this time, Su Yan wanted to help Grimace. At this time, not only was Zuoleitao surprised, but even Su Yan was surprised. According to normal logic, he was the prey at this time, and Zuoleitao was the hunter. Su Yan was also the hunter. At this time, the most correct thing to do was to subdue this prey first. As for who this prey would belong to, it should be decided after this. However, at this time, Su Yan attacked Zuoleitao directly. It was almost as if he was deliberately letting Lin Huang go. Su Yan could not figure out his purpose, but at this time, he did not have the time to think too much. Since the other party had given him this opportunity, he would make good use of it. At this moment, he saw the opportunity. Deity Vanquishing Sword. At this time, Su Yan did not care too much and immediately performed the Deity Vanquishing Sword. The powerful sword technique roared directly, and a terrifying force immediately rushed to Zuoleitao's body. At this time, Zuoleitao was attacked from both sides, which made him very uncomfortable. At this time, he was really angry. At this time, he did not care that the demonic ghost was rushing to this place and directly shouted, "Su Yan, you're in cahoots with this outsider. In that case, I'll send you to your death." At this time, his strength had suddenly risen to the extreme, and his powerful aura continued to rise. The terrifying light at this time was constantly rotating, and streaks of Yin thunder turned into long snakes. Su Yan's expression was serious. He could see that Zuoleitao, this old thing, had chosen to go all out at this time. He looked to the other side. At this time, Su Yan directly carried Su Rui and began to retreat. The purpose of his appearance this time was naturally for Su Yan. However, before he was 100% sure that he could take down Su Yan, he had come to disrupt the situation. What he wanted to do was very simple, and that was to prevent Zuoleitao from taking Su Yan away. At this time, since Su Yan had already left, his purpose had been achieved. He sneered and said, "Zuoleitao, you actually used the Yin Thunder sky-splitting technique. It seems that you want to flatten the heavenly demon temple. I'm not going to play with you anymore." After saying that, he left without looking back. Looking at Su Yan's departing figure, Zuoleitao was furious at this time. "Su Yan, you've gone too far." At this time, seeing that the two people had already retreated. Naturally, he put away his Yin Thunder heaven-shattering technique. After all, at this time, he had already calmed down. Since the two people had already left, what could he do even if he destroyed the heavenly demon temple? At this time, he did not care about anything else and directly headed in the direction of Su Yan. Today, no matter what, he would not let Su Yan leave. At this time, Su Yan was escaping back to Su Rui's residence, which was the place that was said to be cursed in the legend. It was already a miracle that Su Rui did not die after suffering such a blow. After all, Zuoleitao did not show any mercy. Even Su Yan would not have an easy time if he had to endure it. Not to mention this little girl. At this time, the only place Su Yan could think of that there was hope to save this little girl was the mysterious and dilapidated temple. Of course, while Su Yan was constantly running, his attention was always on the rear. He wanted to see if this guy was still chasing after him. Zuoleitao was too fast. Su Yan was injured, and he was carrying an injured woman, so his speed was naturally slowed down. In just a few breaths, that guy had already appeared very close to him. At this time, he was still accelerating. Su Yan has already left. I'd like to see how you're going to escape. He had already reached his limit when it came to Su Yan. Su Yan's previous attack had brought him a lot of trouble. However, at this time, Su Yan had already retreated. He clearly knew that his target was Ghostface, so no matter why Su Yan gave up halfway, he still wanted to chase after Su Yan. Under his full sprint, he finally arrived in front of Su Yan. Then, his power had already exploded at this time, and a tyrannical aura was immediately activated at this time. "Ghostface, I said that I would tear off your mask. Go to hell." At this time, a shadow thunder palm was released again, and the extremely powerful light rushed towards Su Yan like a bolt of lightning. At this time, Su Yan could naturally dodge, but he knew very well that if he chose to dodge at this time, he would not be able to care about the woman in his arms. Zuoleitao, that old thing, was very insidious. When he attacked, he had already calculated carefully. Therefore, if he did not attack, he would naturally attack Su Yan's vital point. At this time, Su Yan's vital point was naturally Su Rui in his arms. In truth, Su Rui and Su Yan did not have much of a relationship. At this time, he could completely give up on Su Rui, and Su Yan could easily leave this place. However, how could Su Yan do that? When he was being chased by the demonic ghosts earlier, it was this woman who saved him. If it were not for her, he would have very likely been surrounded and killed by the demonic ghosts. Moreover, Su Rui attacked Zuoleitao because of him. Su Yan had always been like this, repaying the kindness of others with a gushing spring. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan had no choice but to take such a blow head-on. After withstanding the blow, his body shook violently. It was obvious that he was unable to withstand such power. However, in the end, he did not stop and continued to move forward. Huh, what a stupid kid. Do you think you can escape at this time? At this time, he already knew Su Yan's weakness. Moreover, Ghostface had already been hit by his Shadow Thunder Palm. If he still let Su Yan escape under such circumstances, then he, Xuelatao, would really have to write the 3 words, Xuelatao, upside down. At this time, Su Yan's gaze fell on this place. In fact, he did not leave immediately but turned back after leaving. This place had great interference with the perception of divine sense. He was not afraid that Xuelatao would discover him. Moreover, even if Xuelatao discovered him, he would only chase after Su Yan. Chapter 926. Female Literature. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he wanted to see what other tricks Su Yan had up his sleeve. Lord Yan Zhao's evaluation of Su Yan was very high, which made Su Yan very curious. Such an evaluation even surpassed that of the 3 sons of demons, so he wanted to see if Su Yan had any other hidden tricks. Moreover, he wanted to know Su Yan's secret. Sometimes, kindness was more useful than pain in making people reveal their secrets. If he could save Su Yan when he was in danger, it would be much easier for them to do what they needed to do next. Of course, he didn't doubt that Su Yan was an ungrateful person. This could be seen from the way he treated the woman in his arms. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, don't disappoint me, he muttered. While he was muttering, Su Yan took another hit. This guy was completely venting his anger at this moment. If he really wanted to kill Su Yan, he could have done it long ago. Of course, if he wanted to capture Su Yan, he didn't need to do so. Su Yan really made him very angry, so he wanted to torture Su Yan. He wanted to let this guy know that no matter who it was, as long as they offended him, they would definitely suffer a miserable fate. At this time, Su Yan was enduring incomparable pain, but he didn't dare to slow down. Of course, he had already guessed why that guy didn't make a move. At this time, he wanted to play with his prey, he wanted to see him suffer. But Su Yan wouldn't give up. If he gave up now, there would be no hope. The woman in his arms would die, and he would probably never see Lu Lan again. So no matter what, he couldn't give up. As long as he put Su Rui back in that room and ensured her safety, he would still have the strength to fight. This was Su Yan's current thought. At this moment, Xuelatao's voice sounded. "Brat, kneel down and beg for mercy, then I can spare you from such pain. If you continue to be stubborn, then only death awaits you. Do you understand?" He infused his power into his voice and forced it into Su Yan's body. This kind of attack was not inferior to the powerful Shadow Thunder Palm. Moreover, it would make Su Yan feel even more pain. After enduring such a blow, he finally could not endure it any longer and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Su Yan didn't stop at all. It's right ahead. He knew that his destination was right in front of him, so he didn't stop at all and continued forward. "Brat, are you still not willing to give up? I'll let you know how to write the word regret." Xuelatao was even more furious now. At this time, his speed suddenly increased, and he directly rushed towards Su Yan. In fact, it was not that he had played enough, but at this time, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. At his level, he had the most superficial understanding and contact with fate. If there was a sign in his heart, then it was most likely real. He really didn't understand why such a situation would occur at this time, but at this time, he didn't have time to think about these things. This kind of thought was definitely not a good thing, so at this time, he was so anxious to make a move. As the saying goes, a long night is fraught with dreams. He was afraid that unforeseen events would occur. At this time, Su Yan also began to feel nervous. He actually made a move at this time. In fact, at this time, he also felt that it was very strange. In his opinion, this guy made a move too early. If he wanted to vent the anger in his heart, then he could still play with Su Yan for a while. But at this time, Xuelatao actually made a move, so there must be an unforeseen event at this time. Zuolatao's power directly suppressed it, and the endless heavenly lightning continued to rage at this time. This attack had completely enveloped Su Yan, and he believed that Su Yan would definitely be severely injured under this attack. As for the woman in Su Yan's arms, Zuolatao was already past the age of being protective of the fairer sex. Since this girl had already made a move on him, then no matter what her origin was, there was only one outcome left for her today, and that was death. The lightning had already directly enveloped Su Yan. Su Yan tried his best to defend, but he had already suffered several shadow thunder palms before, and was also directly attacked by this guy's sound wave attack, causing him to suffer internal injuries. At this time, even if he was trying his best to defend, he could no longer protect the woman in his arms. Su Rui. A little lightning had already penetrated his defense, and directly went towards Su Rui. Hee, ghost face, don't you want to protect the woman in your arms? But I want her to die in your arms. I want to know how painful the face behind this ugly mask of yours is. At this moment, Zuolatao felt unprecedentedly carefree. However, at this time, he, who was laughing maniacally, did not know that his actions were completely a path to death for him. At this time, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. Zuolatao did not expect that just as he was about to succeed, a shadow would suddenly appear. The shadow's speed was unimaginably fast, and even an expert like Zuolatao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His shadow thunder was actually directly dispelled at this moment. When he realized what had happened, he suddenly discovered that there was actually an additional shadow in front of him. It was a humanoid shadow, but one could not see its true appearance clearly. At this time, the shadow was facing Zuolatao. Zuolatao only felt an unimaginable majesty directly coming towards him. At this moment, even his heart began to tremble. Because this power was something he could not resist. He was a 5 essences supremacy, and now he was facing a power that even he could not resist. Just as his heart was trembling, an extremely terrifying voice rang out. That voice was sharp, angry, and ear-piercing, and finally turned into a sound wave that directly rushed towards Zuolatao. Previously, Zuolatao had used sound waves to attack Su Yan, but now, this shadow that had suddenly appeared attacked him with sound waves. If this was a kind of retribution, no one would not believe it. Such a terrifying and dense power constantly revolved at this moment, and the powerful aura turned into a fierce ray of light. Zuolatao immediately condensed all his power and turned it into a shield. The moment the monster attacked, he already knew that he could not dodge this attack, so at this time, his only chance was to defend. A 5 essences supremacy's full power condensed into a defense was naturally incomparably strong. However, that ray of light was simply too overbearing. It didn't seem to care about such a powerful defense at all. His terrifying attack had broken through the defense in an instant and pierced through the shield he had formed. Zuolatao immediately let out a muffled groan, but fortunately, the shield bought him some time, so he immediately dodged to the side at this time. In the end, he managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot, but this attack had already left a mark on his body. A bloody hole appeared on his arm. The bloody hole seemed inconspicuous, and such a wound should be nothing to a 5 essences supremacy. However, at this moment, Zuolatao was in incomparable pain. He could not describe this kind of pain. Ever since he embarked on this cruel path of cultivation, he had suffered countless injuries, and had even been on the verge of death several times. However, he dared to swear that there had never been an injury as painful as this one. Moreover, what made him even more terrified was that his power was completely useless against this injury. Not only could he not heal the wound, but he could not even stop it from spreading. How is this possible? What the hell is this? At this moment, he was really scared witless. He really could not understand how such an existence could exist in this world. It was also at this time that Su Yan, who was secretly watching everything, was also shocked. The previous attack was really terrifying. He was actually on par with Zuolatao, and if it was a fight to the death, Zhuo might be stronger than him. At this moment, Zhuo could not dodge, so naturally, he could not dodge either. After knowing Zhuo for so long, he had never seen Zhuo in such a sorry state. This shadow was so powerful. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. Legend has it that this heavenly demon temple was actually the residence of an ancient demon, but it was later moved here by the super experts of the limitless demon sect. However, this place has always been a forbidden area. Not only are there countless demons and ghosts here, but there is also a mysterious and terrifying curse. Therefore, even Dao venerables are not willing to easily approach this place. Later, when the demon plan began, this place became the place where the heavenly demonesses were imprisoned. Could this mysterious shadow be the legendary cursed beast? This legend had been circulating in the heavenly demon temple for too long, but because no one was close to this place, many people had intentionally or unintentionally chosen to forget about it. Even Su Yan himself would not have remembered it if he had not seen this powerful cursed beast. Oh no! The appearance of the cursed beast had completely disrupted their plan. This was a guy who did not recognize his own family. Although they did not know why he would go crazy at this time, it was obvious that his purpose after appearing was to kill. Zhuo could not stop him. Just as Su Yan was making up his mind, he suddenly realized that a terrifying gaze had fallen on him. A will that he had never felt before directly enveloped him. At this time, he immediately understood what the other party meant. He wanted to kill him. There was no mistake. According to legend, anyone who saw this cursed beast would die. This was the curse left behind by the powerful demon who was defeated by the super experts of the limitless demon sect. Chapter 927. Female literature, the cursed creature's strength was simply too terrifying. Its existence was simply unimaginable. With just one attack, it had already caused Zhuo to lose the ability to fight. No matter what, he did not want to challenge the might of the cursed creature. The moment he realized that the cursed creature's gaze had landed on him, he immediately began to flee. The most important thing now was to protect his own life. He did not want to die here. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura had already spread towards him. This caused Su Yan to be even more shocked. It was hard to imagine that a five essences supremacy would be so flustered at this time. However, in the next moment, Su Yan calmed down a little. The cursed creature stood still in the same spot. This was a piece of good news. At this point, he could only directly report this matter to Yan Xiao, and then let the Dao Master personally take action. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. He was shocked to find that although the cursed creature did not chase after him, he could not leave this place. At this moment, it was as if he had been trapped in a cage. He could not escape even if he wanted to. Damn it, this is a formation. At this moment, no matter how hard he tried, he was constantly wandering in a certain area. To be able to trap an expert like him, this was a spatial cage. When a spatial cage appeared, even a Dao Master level expert would not be able to break it easily, let alone Supremacy Wuyuan. Just as he was panicking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Great demonic lightsaber. At this moment, he did not hesitate and directly slashed behind him. This time, he did not hold back at all. At this point, if he still wanted to hold back, he would be courting death. The power of the great demonic lightsaber was extremely strong. Even Zhuo shadow thunder palm could not do anything to it. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to find that his great demonic lightsaber was directly shattered. Then, his body was directly sent flying. An unimaginable force made him unable to control his body. In the end, he was only left with a painful howl. At this moment, the cursed creature's face gradually became clear. It was an extremely terrifying tiger face. However, this face only had half of it. What was left was a bottomless darkness. There was no scarlet light in his eyes, only darkness and endless indifference. His aura was so strong that it almost froze the surrounding air. After the cursed creature knocked down Zuoleitao and Su Yan, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it walked towards Su Yan. It was still as cold as ever. At this time, under the pressure of this powerful force, Su Yan's body began to tremble. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he couldn't resist this powerful force, causing his muscles to contract and tremble. What kind of terrifying and frightening power was this? Looking at Su Yan, the terrifying monster seemed to be about to attack. But at this time, Su Yan suddenly realized something. He stood up with difficulty and then lifted Su Rui in his arms in front of this terrible cursed creature. At this moment, the cursed creature actually quietened down. Seeing this scene, Su Yan and Zuoleitao immediately understood that the cursed creature was actually protecting that woman. At this time, Zuoleitao was extremely regretful. Now he knew that if he didn't want to kill this woman, the terrifying cursed creature might not have appeared. In fact, his goal had always been Su Yan. There was no need to provoke this woman. In the end, he was too domineering, so he wanted to kill this woman. Now he was extremely regretful. Why did he provoke this woman for no reason? But regret was useless. At this time, he was useless. The only thing he could do was wait for the cursed creature's next move. The space here had been sealed. He tried to ask the third vice sect master for help, but it was useless. His message could not be sent out. Since he couldn't send a message, it was the same for Su Yan. At this time, the cursed creature raised its head, and its power gently spread out. Then a light appeared and landed on Su Rui's body. Su Rui suffered Zuoleitao's power, and his situation was very bad. Although Su Yan used his own power to protect him, he could only barely hold on. But at this time, under this light, Su Rui's body clearly changed. Her body emitted a soft red light. The light shone gently, but it had an indescribable majesty. She seemed to be born to be in a superior position, high and mighty. There were no meridians in Su Rui's body. This was something that Su Yan had already discovered when he examined her body. So even Su Yan didn't understand why Su Rui could cultivate his great sun-colored glass sword scripture. And at this time, under the effect of this light, meridians began to appear in Su Rui's body. The small vermilion bird in her body had become her heart. Then, with the heart as the core, Su Rui's body began to be reconstructed. This process happened so quietly. Su Yan raised his head and watched. This was a process he had never seen before. He felt that he was witnessing a miracle of life. At this time, Zuoleitao and Su Yan were the same. At this time, they were extremely quiet. Even their breathing had slowed down. They were also shocked by this scene. At this time, they didn't dare to make any movements. The feeling of extreme danger and terror still lingered around them. At this time, a black aura began to surround them. This made them even more afraid to act rashly. This was the mysterious power of the curse. Even if they were 5 essences supremacies, they didn't dare to touch it easily. After being defeated, the terrifying legend of this place reappeared in their minds. According to the legend, a Tao sovereign had once entered this place. He wanted to discover the secrets hidden in the heavenly demon temple. Unfortunately, the Tao sovereign didn't find anything. What was even more frightening was that after he came out, his strength began to decline. After only a year, he actually died. That legend seemed a little ridiculous, so for a long time, it was believed to be false. However, at that moment, they finally discovered that it wasn't fake. Instead, it was possible that something that had truly happened. Now that they thought about it, the Tao sovereign was very likely to have encountered this terrifying cursed beast. As for what happened at that time, it was something that they didn't know. However, they knew that if they dared to act rashly, they would be dead for sure. That terrifying cursed creature would definitely make a move and kill them as soon as possible. This cursed creature was too powerful. Even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be its match. They had already seen this in the previous battle. Therefore, at this time, their best choice was to act as a bystander. At this time, Su Yan's power was quietly rising and condensing. He didn't know if it was because he had saved Su Rui, but the cursed creature didn't attack him. Although it also paid attention to him, it wasn't seriously injured like Zuoleitao and Su Yan. It also didn't let the power of the curse wander around him. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan could use this opportunity to start recovering his strength. At this time, his aura began to rise slowly. The power of the Yin thunder in his body began to be devoured bit by bit. This was the overbearing power of the 10 Dragons realm. Even if it was Zuoleitao's Yin thunder, he could directly devour it. Now, Su Yan couldn't see the end of the 10 Dragons realm. But he knew that one day, when he broke through to the Venerable realm, he would definitely be very powerful. And this kind of power was far beyond his imagination. It would bring him an unexpected surprise. At this time, Zuoleitao didn't know that the power he used to attack Su Yan had become a supplement for Su Yan's body. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood again. Under the power of the cursed beast, Su Rui's injuries had completely recovered. Not only that, after her body was transformed, her aura continued to rise. Su Yan even found that the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in her body had begun to become complete. This was very exaggerated. He was also considered an emperor, but when he first cultivated this set of techniques, he didn't know how much effort it took, day and night, without any rest. But Su Rui had only learned it for 1 or 2 days, but now she could actually use this sword technique completely. This was really too shocking. And now, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in her body had become complete. How inconceivable was this? After a while, Su Rui finally opened her eyes. But at this time, Su Rui seemed to be a little different. Her aura had completely changed from before. What surprised Su Yan even more was that there was a very unfamiliar aura on Su Rui's body. At this time, Su Yan didn't choose to speak. Because he knew that the girl in front of him was no longer the naive girl in the past. The moment she opened her eyes completely, a crimson light suddenly rose up. The originally soft light became extremely hot and strong at this time, and an indescribable flame power had directly rushed out at this time. This kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 928. Female Literature. After feeling this aura, Su Yan was naturally surprised. But in fact, he was already mentally prepared. After all, he had seen the shadow of the vermilion bird in Su Rui's body. From that time, he already knew that the vermilion bird would wake up sooner or later. But Zuoleitao and Su Yan were different. At this time, they still couldn't believe the fact in front of them. That powerful and terrifying power was really terrifying. That indescribable brilliance was really unimaginable. How frightening was such a powerful force? When they saw the shadow behind Su Rui that day, they were even more amazed. Vermilion Bird. The legendary divine beast Vermilion Bird. The legendary Vermilion Bird was the ruler of flames. It was simply an incomparably terrifying legend. Even the human Saint Venerables could only contend against the Vermilion Bird. It was extremely difficult to defeat it. At this time, the Vermilion Bird actually appeared in front of them. At this time, their hearts were burning with passion. If they could capture the Vermilion Bird, it couldn't be better. As long as they got the Vermilion Bird and made it their demon pet, their strength would definitely increase rapidly. It wouldn't be impossible to directly step into the Tao Master realm. However, this thought was extinguished as soon as it appeared. The power of the Vermilion Bird was really too terrifying. Even the power it displayed now was already shocking. Such a terrifying power was almost pressuring them to the point of suffocation. It was the natural majesty of a superior. What's more, at this time, the Vermilion Bird was guarded by the terrifying cursed creature. They had already experienced the strength of the cursed creature before. If this continued, they were afraid that they would be directly destroyed by this powerful force. At this time, they suddenly realized that they were actually so cowardly. They were clearly 5 essences venerables and were clearly so powerful. But at this time, in front of this powerful existence, they could only shrink their bodies and had no other way. Su Rui's gaze finally calmed down completely. Her gaze first fell on Su Yan. There seemed to be a bit of curiosity and a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. However, she didn't say anything in the end. Finally, her gaze fell on Zhuo Leitao. Then, she gently pointed and said, "Kill him." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuo Leitao immediately let out an angry roar. At this point, he could no longer wait. He knew that after this girl finished speaking, the cursed creature would definitely attack him. He had already experienced the power of the cursed creature. He deeply understood that he was no match for this cursed creature. He was simply too powerful. Therefore, at this time, he immediately made a choice. He directly rushed towards Su Rui. At this time, he was betting that Su Rui was just a facade, and that she didn't have much power. After all, the previous Su Rui was indeed just a powerless little girl. Therefore, he was willing to take a gamble. This time, he had expended all of his strength to use the Shadow Thunder Flash. This was his fastest speed. If it wasn't for the most dangerous situation, he wouldn't use this move. Because of this, he was exhausting his own lightning origin. The lightning technique had always been the most difficult technique to cultivate. Because to cultivate the lightning technique, one must form a lightning seed in one's body. It was extremely difficult to condense a lightning seed. Back then, in order to cultivate the lightning technique, he had suffered a lot to condense such a lightning seed. However, if he used the lightning flash, it would exhaust his lightning seed origin. And the power exerted by exhausting his lightning seed origin was naturally terrifying. At that moment, he could transform his body into a bolt of lightning, and then directly reach his target's side at an extremely terrifying speed. Such speed was not inferior to teleportation at all. The moment Su Rui spoke, he already knew that he had to give it his all. How could a person like him not understand that if he didn't give it his all when it was time to give it his all, the only outcome would be death? At this time, the boundless lightning was directly triggered at this time, and the terrifying power was also continuously gathering at this time. At this time, his aura had already risen to the extreme. In the next moment, he had actually passed by the cursed creature and directly appeared beside Su Rui. Success! His heart was immediately filled with incomparable joy. As long as he captured this woman, he would immediately be able to make the cursed creature hesitate, and then it would be time for him to counterattack. He had many thoughts and even began to imagine the next step. If he could control the cursed creature, then capturing Su Yan would naturally be a piece of cake. He could even let the cursed creature kill Su Yan directly. He, Zhuo Leitao, was not a magnanimous person. If not for Su Yan's help earlier, then Su Yan would have already been under his control, and he would not have come here to face the threat of the cursed creature. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan still followed him here. Obviously, Su Yan did not have good intentions. Since that was the case, then it would be better to just kill him directly. When the time came, if the higher-ups really came to investigate, then it would be the work of the cursed creature. What did it have to do with him? If Su Yan died, then the 7th deputy sect leader Yan Zhao's expression would definitely be very ugly. Speaking of which, Yan Zhao was only his junior. Now, he was already a deputy sect leader, and he was still an envoy. It had to be said that Zhuo Leitao's idea was very good. It was just a pity that these illusions were destined to be cut off. Just as he started to act, Su Yan was already on guard. Su Yan saw very clearly that the most important person here at this time was Su Rui. If these two guys wanted to break out of this situation, they could only start with Su Rui. Therefore, when Zuoleitao just moved, Su Yan also moved. He did not know how Zuoleitao would appear, but he was very sure that this guy definitely had the confidence to threaten Su Rui. The moment Zuoleitao appeared, he had already made his move. Godslayer slash. It was a slash from the Godslayer sword intent. It was extremely powerful and domineering. There was also a sense of viciousness that disregarded one's own safety. At this time, he had already used all of his strength. At this time, Zuoleitao did not expect such a change at all, but in the next moment, he already knew what had happened. "You're courting death." At this moment, he was very angry. Su Yan actually dared to do this. This was simply a provocation and offense to him. No matter what, he would not tolerate Su Yan. He was just a guy who had not even reached the venerable realm. At this time, he had already burned his lightning seed, so he might as well release more. Anyway, as long as he succeeded this time, it would be worth it no matter how huge the price he had to pay. At this time, a huge cyclone appeared in his hand. In the cyclone, countless thunderbolts were constantly buzzing. Dark thunder buzzing, die for me. This was his most powerful attack. Even when he was fighting against Su Yan, he did not use this much strength. However, at this time, it was a matter of life and death, so he no longer held back. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, not to mention the rabbit in front of him seemed very strange. However, it did not matter. In the face of absolute power, everything was fake. His power suppressed directly, and the buzzing sound became the only sound in the world at this time. The power of the god-killing slash was indeed terrifying, but it was still directly destroyed by this attack. However, his buzzing thunderball did not disappear. Instead, it directly hit Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. The power of this attack was simply terrifying. Under such an attack, Su Yan almost lost consciousness. Su Rui, leave quickly. He had already done his best, but he could not stop Zuoleitao. Therefore, at this time, he could only hope that Su Rui could take advantage of the time he bought for her and leave directly. However, at this time, Su Rui did not seem to hear his words at all. Or perhaps, at this time, she was scared silly by all of this, so she did not react at all. This made Su Yan extremely anxious. However, for Zuoleitao, this was the best thing that could happen. At this time, he directly laughed and then shouted, "Good, now you are mine, Zuoleitao." When he thought that this was the legendary vermilion bird, his heart was very nervous. However, this was a moment of life and death. No matter what, he could not care less. He immediately formed a claw and grabbed at Su Rui's throat. At this time, Zuoleitao was very close to Su Rui. Just a little more distance and he would be able to grab Su Rui directly. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly froze. A terrifying wave of heat came directly from his palm. At this time, he felt that his palm was about to melt. Ah! A painful scream came from his throat. At this time, his palm actually started to burn. He, Zuoleitao, was a 5 essences supremacy. At this level, what kind of flame could hurt him? However, at this time, he was injured by a woman who did not seem to have much strength. The flame was so terrifying. Zuoleitao tried his best to circulate his own power and barely suppressed the power of the flame. He looked at Su Rui in horror. At this time, Su Rui's body was already surrounded by a layer of red flames. Zuoleitao was suddenly shocked, the vermilion bird's fire. The vermilion bird was a divine beast. When a divine beast awakened, it would naturally be accompanied by a celestial phenomenon. This seemingly insignificant flame was so terrifying in Zuoleitao's eyes that even his body began to tremble. Chapter 929. Female Literature, Zuoleitao, be careful. At this moment, Su Yan's voice suddenly sounded. The appearance of this voice immediately startled Zuoleitao. At the same time, behind him, a terrifying aura appeared. Cursed creature. At this moment, he immediately realized that the cursed creature had appeared behind him at this moment. Before he could come to his senses, he was lifted up into the air. The human-shaped cursed creature was so tall that when he was directly lifted up, his whole body was hung high in the sky. Ah, let me go, let me go. At this moment, he wanted to use his strength to break free from the cursed creature's control, but at this time, he found that his strength was completely unable to be used. For a person with great power to suddenly be unable to use his own power, how frightening was that? It was as if a billionaire had nothing left in the blink of an eye. Of course, compared to the two, the former was actually more serious. At this time, Zuoleitao was completely flustered. Without strength, what else could he do? He could not break free from the cursed creature's control, so he could only wait for death in pain. At this time, Su Yan was also extremely shocked. Such a thing happened right in front of his eyes, and he suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. He knew that after Zuoleitao died, he was probably the next one. At this moment, a terrifying ripple suddenly appeared in the sky. The strong ripple continued to fluctuate at this time, and a great majesty directly invaded this place. How dare you? This majestic voice invaded, causing the place to become even more turbulent. At this time, Zuoleitao had already lost all hope, but when he heard this voice, he immediately became extremely surprised. Sect Lord, save me, Sect Lord, save me. At this moment of life and death, Zuoleitao did not care about his face and immediately began to wail. He was originally in complete despair, but at this time, the third deputy sect master, Xing Tianrua, appeared. How could he be unfamiliar with the sect lord's voice? At this time, his appearance was the only hope for him to come back from the jaws of despair. At this time, Su Rui raised her head and frowned. An indiscernible graveness appeared on her cold face. Only a Tao master could shake the spatial seal here. She had just woken up, so it was too much for her to face a Tao master. The cursed creature suddenly rose into the air, and Zuoleitao struggled in his hands. At this moment, a ray of light was projected into the room. Then, a face appeared in the sky. This face was not unfamiliar to Su Yan. It was Xing Tianrua, the third vice-sect master of the Limitless Demon Sect, who had invaded the Taihang Sword faction. Back then, he had relied on the Limitless Nine Devils seal and Shi Wuxin's will to suppress Zhang Zhe. Su Yan naturally wouldn't forget such a terrifying figure. Release Zuoleitao. Xing Tianrua's voice was so majestic. At this time, he couldn't break the spatial seal, but his power could already penetrate. His power had already begun to interfere with this place. That kind of majesty could shake everyone's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's spirit began to tremble. Only after facing the Tao Venerate's awe-inspiring might did he realize how powerful he was. The so-called power that could contend with a Tao master was completely different from directly facing a Tao master. Xing Tianrua was so powerful. However, at this moment, the cursed creature suddenly let out a very unpleasant laugh. Under the powerful awe-inspiring might of a Tao Venerate, he actually dared to behave like this. Obviously, he didn't take the Tao Venerate seriously at all. He slowly raised his hand, and in his hand was Zuoleitao. Sect Master, save me. Zuoleitao began to shout desperately, as if he was a defenseless woman. Release him. Xing Tianrua attacked the spatial seal again, and the entire space shook even more violently, as if the world was about to collapse. At this moment, the cursed creature suddenly let out an extremely provocative laugh. Then, he suddenly unleashed his power, condensing it in front of Xing Tianrua. Zuoleitao's voice came to an abrupt end, and in the next moment, he had turned into a bloody mist. Dead. A five essences supremacy had died just like that. Just a moment ago, he was still majestic and unstoppable, and Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. But now, he had turned into a bloody mist and completely dissipated. Life was so fragile, even for a 5 essences Tao venerate. Su Yan, who had witnessed all this, lamented in his heart. He felt even more certain that his sect master's words were right. The world was cruel, and their strength was not enough. At this moment, he inadvertently glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan had a way to make them stronger in a short period of time. You're courting death. The cursed creature's provocation had completely enraged this Tao venerate. Boundless 9 demons seal, suppress. At this moment, a huge seal as big as a mountain descended directly at this moment. The terrifying power caused the entire place to tremble. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world was about to shatter. What kind of terrifying power was this? The spatial seal finally couldn't withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out, and the spatial seal finally shattered completely. This was the awe-inspiring might of a Tao venerate. At this moment, Xing Tianrua had already appeared in the sky. His eyes were so cold, and he said directly, the heavenly demon temple's cursed creatures really do exist, and there's even a vermilion bird that came back from the dead. How wonderful. Today, you must pay for what you've done. Xing Tianrua was extremely domineering at this moment. At his level, his temperament was naturally incomparably strong. Even if there were legends of Tao venerates being cursed to death, he was still fearless. A true expert was someone who had absolute confidence in himself. He didn't care about anything else. This was where his strength lay. His power was constantly flowing, and his aura was constantly expanding. That incomparably terrifying pressure was constantly expanding, as if there was no limit to it. Today, none of you will escape. Too many of his men had died because of Grimace. Now, even his emissary had died. One could only imagine how furious he was. However, if he could subdue the vermilion bird and obtain Grimace's limitless 9 demons seal technique, then everything would be worth it. After all, the envoy was just someone who worked for him. Although it was a pity that he died, if his death could be exchanged for enough things, then he would not mind. He was naturally furious that Zueladao had died, but at this moment, he cared more about the result. At this moment, the first thing he had to deal with was this cursed creature. His vision was countless times sharper than Zueladao's, so he could see that the reincarnated vermilion bird woman's power source was still this cursed creature. Therefore, it would be fine as long as he killed this cursed creature. However, he would not let his guard down because of this. He knew very well that the legend was actually true, but he had confidence in himself. After all, he was also a Tao venerate, but there were different levels among them. Very well, since you dare to provoke me like this, then you can go to hell now. At this moment, Xing Tianrua attacked like a thunderbolt, and he directly threw a punch. This punch was so direct and simple. It was like a farmer who directly threw a punch in a fight. However, when this punch was thrown, an indescribably powerful aura immediately appeared. That terrifying aura was constantly flipping at this moment, as if it wanted to bury the entire world. What a terrifying power this was. Su Yan saw it with his own eyes, and his heart was still extremely shocked. Watching an expert make a move was a huge enlightenment for oneself. This was the so-called Great Tao was the simplest. A simple punch had a powerful force that defied the heavens. Such a blow was so powerful that it could shock the heavens. At this moment, the cursed creature also made its move. At this moment, a dark force directly erupted at this moment, and countless darkness actually gathered directly in a short period of time, finally forming an extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, a powerful and complicated spell was directly derived. Xing Tianrua's punch was the simplest Great Tao, then the attack of this cursed creature was the most complicated Great Tao. Two completely different forces, two completely different attacks, at this moment, constantly collided at this moment, directly causing the world to begin to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan had already forgotten his situation, and his mind was completely immersed in his thoughts. At this moment, he wanted to comprehend the true essence and profound of the fist technique from this. The battle between the two was really short. In just an instant, the confrontation had already ended. With the naked eye, it was as if nothing had happened. However, Su Yan already had a preliminary understanding of space. He could feel that at this moment, space was constantly changing, as if a huge collapse would occur at any moment. It was just that the power was too strong, so it was covered up. However, if an ignorant person were to get involved, then one could imagine what would happen to him. He would probably die immediately. Such a battle was really too rare. After all, when Xing Tianrua and the Taihang sword faction's leader, Zhang Zhe, last time, Su Yan himself was in the Taihang sword faction's sword pool. At this moment, he was able to immerse himself in the battle between the two of them. For him, this was an extremely precious experience. At this time, he desperately tried to understand the battle between the two of them, and at the same time, used it to accommodate himself. Humph, cursed creature, back then, you were able to kill that Tao master, but you were also seriously injured by him. Otherwise, why would you be like this after all these years? Although I don't know why the seniors of the Sage sect didn't kill you back then, since you want to obstruct me today, then you should be prepared to die.